Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Berlin, Spandau for week 5, day 2. It is time to start the second half of the split, and I'm your host, Alexandre Arsharon Maya. I'm not doing this solo queue, no. I got a special duo with me today. They are the Assassins on the mid lane, Trouble Link, and I'm Victor.
Wait, we flexing?
No, I'm Maddie.
Flexing.
We're flexing?
Yeah, we flex.
Yeah, that's the one.
We should get like a 5 team. That would be amazing. And go solo queue.
That sounds like I would lose infinite amounts of LP.
Okay, we're starting today on the second half of the split. And before we move on, I would like to know from each of you if there's a specific game you like to see on the second half. Not about today, on the second half. Like one of those rematches.
XL, X7, please.
Ah, the easy one.
That's the easy one, but now, please, thank you, Gib.
No, I think for me would be Bifrost X7 because the only loss that Bifrost and that X7 do have is to Bifrost, and we also had them say, you know what, we need to take that one back.
I love it. These are spicy. And we could go back and talk about the last day. Week 5, day 1. We're going to start it off with Eminem versus Dusty. Nightmare.
This happened shortly after I said, Dusty, power rankings, not going to have any of that. Surely they're going to be not great today, and they just come and slam Eminem. So, I mean, that's on me, I guess.
Honestly, I think this game was a little bit questionable also from the side of Eminem, because even though they did get a bunch of their comfort picks, it seemed like they were a little bit out of sync, especially in the mid game. And this one, I felt like, okay, even though again Astralis tried, it was too little too late. They were completely off sync. When Taxo was trying to make early game plays, his team wasn't following through, and then they tried to make plays later on that they saw they worked for them, but they didn't leverage that early game spike off the volley bear at the start of the game, which ended up with them being on huge goal deficit for the entire game until X7
So while this was a decent result, decent performance, it's not the result they wanted. This was the only clip. This is the only clip where M&S dies. This guy
killed so many times in this game and then do him dirty.
He got something like 5 solo kills in this game. I believe he's currently sat at 20. I believe he's on 23 solo kills for the entire split so far. Only a handful behind the entire year's record from Kerberos last year in the NLC. He's done it in half a damn split.
And now we have Nuriki versus Vanir. What do you guys thought about this one? I enjoyed this one.
Okay, I got flashbacks from the Vanir versus Singularity game at the very start of the split, week 1, day 1, where both of these teams had really good scaling compositions. You know, Aphelios, Cho'Gath, and Viego on one side, then you have the Gwen, the Victor on the other side, but they just didn't have the proper means for engage. And they also got into this back and forth scenario in all the team fights where whoever was getting caught up at the start of the fight, that team would lose the fight.
So the other half of that equation between Vanir, Singularity, is of course Singularity.
It's actual Singularity.
So they've once again delved into a little bit of cheese with every meal. They bring out the Ivan, they bring out the Tristana, and they look pretty okay. Now this is probably, sadly for Muta, his worst game of the split so far. Really struggled to get involved with the game, but actually as a whole, Singularity looked a little bit on the up and up. It just wasn't enough to deal with Bifrost. They had the Jinx, they had the Corki, too much scaling, not enough time.
I felt like I really liked the fact that, you know, Singularity brought a little bit of a breath of fresh air when it comes to drafts and how they wanted to play the game. It was really fun to watch, but at the end of the day, I think if you are 0-9 in the standings, I think at the end of the day, you want to have some fun and you want to maybe find a few buttons that will click.
And if you look into the standings now, we do see isolated teams, JDXL with X7, but then there's a big fight going on. Bifrost just looking at the ankles of the top of the standings, followed up by Vanir, and then you have Dusty, Eminem, Riddle Esports, everyone piled up on the same position. Then Nuriki looking to rise up. Astralis still struggling to get the 3rd win.
It's crazy to think that for me, you know, Eminem were my kind of solid 4th place team, and one victory for Dusty and 1 loss for them. Flips around the standings, so they've just dropped straight down into this huddle right in the middle of the pack. Every game, even this far into the split, is actually having quite large implications because that's getting quite close to the playoff bracket.
Yeah, and to be fair, we see that Singularity is 0-9, but if they do manage to pull off the, I won't say
if they win half of their remaining games, they're actually in with a shot.
A surprise factor if they do cut some teams off. Then maybe they can actually rise just in about time to sneak into that last playoffs.
It's looking close. We still have a lot of weeks to play in. Now, what do we have in store for today? Astralis Talent versus Nuriki. Just looking at this one, This is a good one. JDXL versus Dusty. Dusty have to do a lot to take out Eminem on the mid lane. Bifrost versus Eminem Gaming is also going to be a spicy one, followed up by X7 versus Riddle. Is X7 going to play a little bit more again? I don't know. And then to finish it up, Team Singularity versus Vanir. Maybe we're going to be here in the studio until tomorrow.
Okay. This is the game that I referenced earlier on a recap. This is the game that opened the NLC season.
Yep.
This
It's a
season.
damn good opening,
It was a Team
actually.
Singularity versus Vanir. It was an absolute clown fiesta. That's literally what it was. Both teams super hard scaling into the late game. No means of engaging. A 51 back and forth banger.
Aaron steals, backdoors, we had it all.
I think it was the biggest game of the split so
It must
far.
have been the longest
up
one,
there.
yeah.
52 minutes. It was long. Now, before we look into the future, I want to look into the past. On the first week, we had some analysts looking into some overreactions, something about some teams, but also about some champions, about Jinx now winning a single game as a B1 pick.
So, oh wow, that's a really good show, actually.
It is really good.
Jinx. So,
Is that
Google
Jinx
came-
from
that
a hit
Jinx?
TV show?
that powder? So Gubo came in and he said that his overreaction, because back then we were seeing B1 Jinx after B1 Jinx, if she was open and not banned, it was a B1 insta-log for Jinx. And Gubok said that he thinks that on week 2 forward, a B1 Jinxes are not going to find that much success because a lot of the teams will figure out how to deal with them. They will either match with other hyperscaling carries and a lot of dive in the backline, hence all the Heckers we've been seeing and the Dianas.
Okay, so I will play the defensive goal. Because let's be honest,
Someone has to.
someone has to. And when we saw the B1 Jinx, we were kind of there was like, oh yeah, but Caitlyn is still in meta. Oh, there are some other picks in there. So
Wait,
there was.
Powder versus Caitlyn?
I know, it's crazy.
no.
Almost like it's a law matchup. But yes, there was a lot to be said, actually, which you can kind of follow this thread and say, actually, B1's Jinx might have some answers to it. Now, obviously, Jinx has gone on to be effectively the best front-to-back AD carry in the game. You do not win a DPS race versus this champion. But what we have seen in the NLC, which is kind of almost parallel to this, is Corki blind picks being punished, Jin Zhao blind picks being punished, a lot of other champions too. So while I think Gulborg got it wrong on the Jinx call, on the whole in the NLC, we've been really good at punishing blind picks. So he might have lost this battle, but he's won the war.
And this was not the only overreaction we had. I have to dig deep. Something about a team, a specific team going undefeated until the
that be?
playoffs. I think it's
I don't know who that
X7.
is. Is it
Robo,
them?
can you help me on this one? Give me some hand.
It's not my fault. Sing is just having too many happy games, okay? He said it himself on the interview. I said X7 are gonna go undefeated all the way to EU Masters. And honestly, it looked like it could be the case. They looked extremely strong every time a team would find any weak point for them, which most likely came through their bot lane. Then the rest of the map would capitalize on that and close the gap. But unfortunately, on the Bifrost situation, they punished the bot lane so hard that X7 was not able to come.
And that wasn't the only isolated incident of them being pushed. First time was, when we had the XL game, but there was also this Eminem one.
Yeah.
Now, Eminem eventually found themselves a bit competitive, and X7 just allowed them to engage into them, re-engage, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, as much as they have this crazy firepower, the high, big caliber guns all across their roster, they're not infallible. There are gaps in the armor, and some of these teams have managed to exploit that.
And honestly, I'd like, again, to give a little bit of history for X7 and why we had such huge expectations when they came in. They're bringing in Haru, world champion. He's been on the big stage. They're bringing in Tempt, another Korean legend, the Korean duo coming in, the mid-jungle synergy reigning through. They're bringing in Jaeger, who's played in the NA big scene. They're bringing in Kasing, who's played in a bunch of ERLs and EU LCS and LEC. And then they're bringing in Nata, who is the rookie, and he is around so many big brains that can help him excel. And honestly, from his performance, he hasn't had anything to be jealous of. Now, what I really want to hone down in is that the fact that these legends are so good at the game brings in all the versatility in their drafts. The fact that they are able to play from whichever side of the map they choose to is what is very important to me. And these are day 1 drafts and day 7 drafts. Day 1, they decided they want to play through their failures Lulu bot lane. You know how? Just because Nata and Gasink were able to get the solo bolo down the bot lane, then they decided they want to play strong side, top side of the map. And even though this was the only loss they've had, which was versus Bifrost, it really shows the potential that when you're on playmakers, how much you can do. And these three guys looked honestly stellar.
So my one quick cut in here is that while I really liked this team comp in day 7, while they still played well, it took a very fantastic game from Bifrost to beat them as well. Let's just not get any funny ideas. X7 are still incredibly dominant. They have incredible early game stats as well. When they get into the game, they will just absolutely sucker punch you. They have huge first blood rate, as you can see that on there. And it's more than just first blood. They just rob you blind, and they run away with a 3k advantage at 15. Absolutely absurd.
And Kasim was telling about that. As soon as they get some sort of a lead, they want to chase you. They want to run you down. So I would say that we still haven't seen the true potential of X7. That is my overreaction to begin the second half of the split.
Write that down. Write that down.
Write that down, guys. We're going to take it at the end.
Okay, but we talk about the top teams a lot. We should give some light into the other side of the standings, to the bottom 6. Yeah, it's a big bottom, okay? It's like 6 teams.
It's a big bottom.
So, I would like to do an exercise with you guys. I've written on my key cards
Okay.
6 names: Singularity, Astralis, Nuriki, Riddle, Eminem Gaming, and Dusty, because every single one of these teams is on the right side. And I would like to give you the opportunity to pick one of those cards randomly, and then you have 1 minute to sell me and tell me and justify why that team will make playoffs.
I gotta get into my underdog mentality.
This has not been rehearsed.
This is.
We wanted this to be spontaneous.
Yeah.
What am I going to do if I get Astralis, man? Where's Bulldog?
Yeah, this could be an interesting one. Okay, all right.
So, pick one randomly. Oh, you come to me. You come to me.
Can I bet on if he's going to get Singularity or not? I'm giving it an 80-20. He's going to get Singularity.
He's gonna get Singularity?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
You pick one randomly, and it's time for you to get 1 minute to justify.
Okay, so any of these.
Yeah?
We can see, we
Am I
can see
feeling this
spoiler.
one? I'm feeling this one. Okay, all right.
Show it to the camera.
Okay. Now.
Nightmare, you have 1 minute when I say, and you need to justify why they're going to make playoffs. And go!
Analysts, we have lost our way. We created the CRL as a bastion of hope and gameplay, which has crumbled by sharing space with the Prime League. We've forgotten. We've traded prestige for results. There used to be a Dane on every roster, and now they're spread across all
Now
the
they're all in
ERL.
Astralis.
I can't keep going.
But who makes you accountable? No, I don't know the bits. I don't know the bits.
Persuading me much, man. You
I
have
knew
20
we kicked
seconds.
out Professor Hyperborg the other day, but I didn't realize he'd be coming back in spirit. I found the possession. Right, yeah, Astralis. They're gonna get good, I guess.
Okay, so that's a weird minute and a weird. I don't know if it's justified. I don't know if I'm convinced. So, thank you, Nightmare.
Have you been persuaded by that?
No, I'm not. Not. Oh, okay. At least initialize is. Trouble. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay.
Oh, no, no.
One random
I'm going to
card.
get Singularity now.
You decide.
It's a
This is a
hard
surprise,
choice.
by the way. Nobody knows. Show it to the camera.
I'm not going to look. Okay.
Okay.
It's going to look.
Trouble. You have 1 minute to tell me why Singularity will make playoffs, and go!
If you thought that from history, a team going 0-9 would hold them down, you've had it wrong. Have you heard of Schalke miracle run straight into playoffs? Have you heard of a team undefeated 9 or 8 times in a row? This is what Singularity can do. Because even if you thought that they're a university team, if you thought that they had less time to play the game, let me tell you what, they don't need to play the game anymore. They have showed on your screens what they've made of. I'm looking at you, Muta. Perfect CS per minute. Where are you getting all the CS from? Out of your back pocket? I'm looking at you, Tatui, the king of the top lane, the one that will either destroy his opponent or destroy his own wave management. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Singularity will pull out the Ivan, Singularity will pull out the Tristana, and Singularity will pull their wins out of the back pockets.
Sign me up!
I'm convinced Singularity will make playoffs. I I gotta.
You know what? Round of applause.
I gotta. Whew. I got hot. That was. Whew. I got.
Did me dirty?
We like to make us work for this. No, but honestly, I'm really impressed. That was a really
That
good
was
speech.
Way too good.
And you know, like I love myself some underdog stories, but that's compelling. I appreciate that. Make that into a
You
movie.
now believe in the Singularity reverse run?
That was so good. I'm still impressed by this. But now
Yeah,
we have a new game where you guys have to decide or actually find who am I. I'm gonna give you a clue. I'm gonna give you a question. Like I'm gonna say it's a champion. It is a player. It is a team.
Okay.
And then
It's
I'll show you a
something.
clue.
It's an object. It's a.
Yeah. And then I'll give you a clue.
I love the Nico, by the way. Is it because she takes whoever she wants appearance? Or
And then I'll give you a clue.
Okay.
If you think you know, you press the buzzer, and then you get a right to actually answer it. If you're wrong, we go for the second clue. And if you're wrong, we go for the last and clue, the third one. Which means if you get it right on the first clue, you get 3 points. If you get it right on the second one, you get 2 points. If you get it last on the third one, which is a shame, by the way, you get 1 point.
Okay.
Okay?
is this rigged as well?
This is not.
Okay,
not. Okay.
okay.
I'm gonna give you the buzzers. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. We get toys today. We get to play with all the fancy new.
I've already been played with. I don't need a choice.
Oh, this is the Singularity. Okay. Ooh. Yes. It is a player. This first one.
Okay, a player.
First clue. Highest damage per minute of support.
Oh.
It was Nightmare. Close one, but okay.
So
It is.
I jumped the buzzer because I know you're really quick. So I thought, hi, so I was like, oh, skip the Eminem. Oh, okay. For supports,
You gotta take a shot.
Kasing.
Kasing?
Yes.
It is not.
I say Wendell.
It
have
is not.
I have the chance to say, no?
It is not. No, no. It's only the.
Only one person says.
Uh-huh.
And then
yeah.
we go to the second one?
Mm-hmm. Second clue. This is a rough game, by the way. Only Spanish player in the league.
I'm trying to remember desperately through Leaguepedia pages. Where's that flag?
Oh my god.
Solo existe en español, na liga.
Hablo un poco español, dame los cables de batería, los pois he escapado.
Okay, you gotta press the button and you gotta tell me a name. Or else I'm gonna move for the third one.
Oh man, I'm so bad on.
Okay.
Is it dual?
I regret to say it is duo.
Oh, let's go.
She got 2 points, and the last clue was
Well played,
is
well played.
known for playing Riddle. Yeah. So
I would have
okay,
said Advian, but
Oh.
you got 2 points. Sam, I want you to keep track of the points if possible. Okay,
Thank
she
you,
has
Sam.
2 points. Second question. It is a player. Okay. First clue. Highest kill participation in the league.
Noodle.
No.
I don't get to guess.
No, no, you don't. You don't. You don't. It's time for the second clue. One of only 2 members of his team not to vote Goldberg as his favorite caster.
Okay, so I actually don't know anything about that, but at the highest kill participation, I think it's Haru.
Haru?
I think it's Haru, yeah.
It is wrong.
Okay,
Okay.
it's on the last line.
The third one is played mid lane in the LEC. It was trouble so close. You gotta say it. You gotta say it.
Played mid lane in the LEC.
If she doesn't get it, I'll let you like vote
This one's
because
sadly quite,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think.
I've got it.
I'm
You
trying
just
to
need to
think.
get it right. You just got to get it right, Georgia. Get it right.
Or-
No, don't stress me. Don't do that because you
Three.
let him think before.
Thi- this is like I'm getting information.
Chris.
You gotta do.
Press.
It is Chris. Oh,
Yeah, I had that immediately. I just need to be quicker on the finger.
Played
Gotta
us
do
some
it
cards.
so far. 3 points to none.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you for rubbing that in. I really appreciate that.
Third question. It is a player.
Oh.
Okay, first clue. Highest words per minute outside of support.
What?
Ah, yes. I'm not gonna make it easy for you guys.
What?
I love this game.
Who could... What?
Okay, give it to me.
So my thought process is it's not a support, but it's a team which is dominant and very controlled. I'm going to say Dan from JDXL.
No.
Ah! Ah! I'm very annoyed.
Okay, going for the second clue. We got considers OD his biggest rival in the league. Trouble. That was a fast buzzer. She has something. She's onto something. She knows.
Viking.
No. Oh, we're going for the third one. This is really easy, okay?
Okay.
not-
Look
I
into the
don't know, man.
question because look into the clue because if you get this, you'll know who it is. Vados is attack speed champion.
Samulak.
There you go. He has 1 point.
1 point. Great victory for the nation
Okay,
of America.
this is
guy
the last
warding? He's
one.
supposed to be carrying.
He's carrying while
have
getting
to say,
vision.
I had no idea it would be an AD carry. That's
Yeah,
actually
same.
absurd.
I was
That's
looking
why
at
it's good.
Midlane or
This is the last one, by the way. It is
Okay.
a champion.
Ari.
you've already lost.
No, we have to like pick good champions. First clue, it is champion with the most losses in the league. Trouble.
Karma?
Karma? No, not even close.
Um,
It is a weird one, okay? Think outside of the box. Second clue, it's...
Wait, highest loss percentage?
No, losses.
Okay.
Number.
An AD
It's an AD carry.
Oh, Senna.
Ah, no.
but this is the thing. All you have to do is buzz first, and I can't answer. I can't get more points. You've broken the game.
Third and last clue. Only knows how to count to 4.
Kaiser. That's Jin.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I got scared. It is Jin. It is Jin. He lost so many games. It is amazing, by the way. I think it's 11 to 12 games. It is a lot. Oh,
Quiet.
This
Quiet
is-
you.
this is all the Singularity cards.
Nice.
Okay. Wait,
Are we
one
3
more?
and 2 or 3 and
No,
1?
no. What I want to know now is we need to talk about the elephant in a room. We need to
Okay.
talk about the Pikachu in a room.
Oh,
Get rid of these first.
Oh yeah,
please.
I'll take this for you. I was so
Thank
inside
you.
of the game that I forgot the buzzers. Okay.
you know what? I'm just gonna go and turn off my alarm that's been ringing all this time.
This is what we have to deal with
Sorry,
here on the
I'll-
NLC. No, we have
So-
TikToks, we have games, we have technical issues, we have troubles,
We have troubles.
trouble.
Okay, Pikachu. New champion stepping up to the NLC as well, finally getting some light. It is a weird champion, unique champion as it is. What can we learn from this champion so people at home actually know what to expect if she's picked today?
Okay, so this is of course Zeri. I've had some practice, so bring out the telestrator. Zeri is an AD carry who is incredibly proficient at skirmishing. All things in her kit are about mobility. They're about having the ability to dart in and out of the fight. Her Q is effectively a skill shot auto attack. It multi-burst. It applies really well with stuff like Triforce. It stacks it immediately. Black Cleaver the same. Her E empowers that. Her W gives her a slow. Lots of stuff to pick someone out of position and just keep firing at them until they stop moving. Her ultimate makes her even faster to achieve that too.
And honestly, what I really like about Zeri coming into this meta is the fact that she can use her Q as a long-range auto attack. That means that a lot of the champions that we have in the league, if they get banned out, such as Jinx, you know, Aphelios with the right guns, we have the Caitlyn, they're very long-range AD carries that are usually bullies in the lane. Now Zeri, because now she belongs in that category of very long range, she actually doesn't fall into the category of the ones that do suffer the laning phase, and she technically has a pretty free one.
So as we can see here, effectively, she pops her ult, and if you don't have enough CC, she gets fast, and she keeps getting faster. If you don't have, even with something like a gold card, you put her on the right place, she has enough move speed to just chase you down the whole map.
And we can see this, like, there's no way to stop this champion as long as cleanse, and she runs amok. What can you do for this champion?
So this is, of course, the runes that we've got in place for this. I believe this is the game that we had before. Basically, expect regular AD carry stuff. You see the lethal tempo there. You see all of the same stuff in the precision tree. The one thing which I will say is that down here on the secondary, you're going to see domination secondary because it helps. The Taste of Blood helps the laning phase, but you might see an Ingenious Hunter over the Ravenous Hunter to help get more Triforce procs out, more Sheen procs. Really, really important for her DPS.
Yeah, and talking about Sheen and Triforce procs, DJ, if we can roll the builds as well. We have Trinity Force, Hydra, and of course Hurricane. We mentioned how Q is not necessarily a spell, it is a long-range auto attack. So it will apply the Sheen, it will apply the Hurricane, and it will also apply the AoE around it coming in from the Hydra. So I would like to say that Zeri to me feels like a Lucian / Ezreal with a little bit more safety in the laning phase because she's got a little bit better clear and she's got a lot more protection where it comes to playing a lot better from distance since he has that Q, which is very long range. So also, if we look at our pairings, I know that you're really into the engage supports, but personally for me, the types of like Yuumi or Lulu, I think really do benefit the champions. She has zoomies, she becomes zoomier with any of the two, and also I find her such a very strong side lane champion, which is why a lot of the times we see her in a solo lane as well.
You've heard of Tom and Jerry with the Twitch. Now get ready for Tom and Zeri. So yeah, stuff like you can put something like Zillion in there too, but effectively you're looking for two things.
More
speed ups to help her get into the fight, or something to start the fight for her, so engage supports.
Okay, so should we expect Zeri today, for instance? Is this
Probably
something
yes.
that should appear?
We saw it obviously the one time, the last time, but Zeri has been, if you're not banning it, it's first pick, first rotation.
Okay, so maybe Jinx will move
I
out?
would say, maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but I feel like Zeri belongs to the category that Vex belongs in, which is they both have a very well-rounded kit that is not necessarily overpowered, but if played correctly, it can completely break a game.
It's not uncounterable, but very strong.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Now, we have the possibility to look into the second half of the split where we have some data, we know the pre-games, so our predictions should be better. Let's look into today. They should, but they're not, apparently.
Okay. I mean, Jimada's doing some stuff here. I mean, I appreciate the Dusty vote because, you know, as much as I did the old power ranking list, I might have dumped on them a little. Dusty played really well yesterday. That one is a difficult match either way. I'm not voting for them, but I appreciate the boldness, Jimada.
You know what's really interesting to me? The first row. We have 5 of our analysts / casters going for Nuriki and only 3 going for Astralis. Now, this is very mind-boggling to me because come first week, come first half of the NLC, this would have not happened because of the names that are in Astralis. But I feel like Nuriki have sort of started finding their stride and they're not slowing down.
Outside of this, I think there's no big surprise. To me, I think something is going to happen on the last game. I saw the wild coin flip on the first week, and I'm expecting something wild to happen today. I'm just saying, I'm a believer. After you told me about Singularity, that whole segment.
What you don't know is we locked in the predictions like just after that speech came through.
I sent a message like switch, Vanir, no, take Singularity. So that is on me, but I think it is time. Astralis versus Nuriki. Astralis got him on the first week. Astralis had the 2-0 to start off strong, but then Nuriki started with a comeback. Is this revenge, or is this resurrection for Astralis? All I know, it is we have time for the light show. Give me the boom. Welcome back. Astralis Nuriki. I find this game exciting.
So do I.
What can we expect?
What can we expect? We can expect a really high stakes game, regardless of actually what happens in it. This is going to matter a huge deal the longer we get into this split, actually. I know we're just over the halfway point. It might be a little early to touch in with playoffs and knockouts and all this stuff. But what we see is that these two are currently close competitors to each other. If you lose a game here, you're really falling behind the middle of the pack, and that's something which neither of these teams would like to do, especially Astralis. This is where the real hammer blow falls for them.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think Nuriki are like one step behind all of these tied up teams for 4th, 5th, and 6th place. So they definitely want to start gaining a little bit of ground. For Astralis, I think if this is another loss, it's absolute disaster. I think we've been talking to them, you know, week and week and week and week over and over again after their losses. They feel like it's really tough, especially because they do really believe in the roster, and we do really believe in the roster because they have the caliber of names that they do have in them. One of them has previously won the Nordics as well. Of course, I'm talking about Crispec, and now that I am talking about Crispec, I think this bot lane needs to step up.
Hard opposition to do it against.
And Wendell really need to step up because the strong side for Nuriki, we've talked about this over and over again, is Azitor and Abagnale. And you know what? They win their lanes pretty hard. Whether they're going to transition or not, that laning phase matters because every time Astralis seems to fall behind in any way, shape or form, they can never recover.
And should we look into like top side of Astralis, bot side of Nuriki, junglers taking attention to both of these? They're fighting for the same spot.
They are. I feel like if we're going to talk on top lane, I think we have to talk about the identities of the team because Carlson on the weak side of the map, as Goldborg brought up on the last game day, didn't really impress, kind of needs to learn a little bit more of that poise when you don't have all the resources, when actually you can be a loss condition if you don't handle the dives well. Now, Patoshka has looked good when he's on a comfort champion, which kind of fits the team composition. Now, he's gone towards comfort when it hasn't fit the team composition before. Thinking about the Cho'Gath particularly, sometimes the Jax as well. But, you know, he had the fantastic GP game, but he's not necessarily going to be the person to dunk on a lane super hard in the way that Carlson's going to be out of the game. I think that Carlson actually could ego pick in this matchup and say, you know what, I want to pick a Camille. I want to pick something which will impact the later team fights. That actually might be the win button for Astralis in this game.
I think the biggest why and question mark for me has been not the playmaking from Astralis, because we see when the individuals really do get the resources, they do step up to make the play, such as you mentioned, Carlson. But for me, it's more the team play. I'm seeing Taxer want to do things in the map, especially in the early game, and he just doesn't get the same amount of resources from his lanes. Whether his lanes are pushing or not, we see there's a little bit of a disjointment when it comes to probably the communication or a clear plan in the early game. I'd like to see Astralis with a very clear plan and executing on it, because I think if you give Nuriki the time and the space to scale into the late game, I think their team fights look pretty good.
This is a good time to talk about evolution. I'm looking at you, but yeah, anybody can reply to this.
NLC evolution.
No, the evolution of
kind.
both teams. As we stand, do you think Nuriki have the upper hand, or Astralis from what they've shown?
I was pretty clear in yesterday's game, well, sorry, the last game day 2 days ago. It always messes me around that. I thought that Nuriki were on the up and up. I think they do understand their team compositions when they get into the mid and late game, when they do get into those team fights. Now, with Astralis immediately banning away some of Patoshka's comfort and what we've seen Invest perform on, question is that going to be destabilized because they can't reach that mid game because their bot lane or their mid lane has been shut down too hard?
Also, it shows to me here a lot of respect towards Patoshka and towards his ability to be able to carry with this particular champions. Also, 12.3, I think I was speaking to Alois, and he said, please bring the patch a little bit sooner because Prevent is going to be so freaking strong that I want to play it. So I don't think we're going to be seeing it anytime soon on Patoshka either.
Let's go, Ari.
This one gives me a lot of the vibes of what you mentioned, Naimera, that they will want to play towards Carlson, and the Twisted Fate ban says that to me as well. They want to eliminate any sort of global pressure. They want to eliminate the two most played successful champions from the side of Patoshka, and they're like, Carlson has been the alpha and the omega when it comes to our key victories, and we want to use and leverage that again.
I'm not sure I like TF blue side ban though, because I feel like you can play towards the top side a lot easier if you have that yourself. First pick it shouldn't be an issue. Aero has... Oh, that changes things. So Zeri's locked in. Let's talk about bot side instead, why don't we?
Or this could be Carlson.
That's true. That is true.
It's going to be Chris.
So as much as we have seen Zeri mainly in the 2v2 in bot lane, it can be played in solo lanes if it's in the right matchup. I did say, you know, Carlson might ego pick. That's a pretty good ego pick.
I've seen this matchup on the top side. I'm not fond of it. I've been on the losing side of it. So on the other side, we have the hyper carry. For Azitor, we've been expecting this. Obviously, Azitor is the carry. What can you pair with Wim?
I'd like to see here. Okay, yeah. I said I was going to say I would like to see the Lulu rather than the Thresh being picked here, but making sure that you lock in the Zinzao, you don't mind getting either or, because you already have one one place in front of you that will hold the line for you if you're a failures and will defend for you. So even if you end up with like the more squishy version, you don't mind.
What I will say about the Astralis, and if it is a Thresh locked in, I do kind of want the Thresh, because if you have Gravitum and you root the Zeri into the hook, that's just a dead AD carry. They are off the board at that point. We've talked about kind of like the lost condition for Zeri being point and click CC, lock them down, they don't get to outrun your skill shots that way. Something like the Leona can do a similar kind of thing, and you can also try and engage them from a little longer way, but you do need something to pair up with the Aphelios to key into that Gravitum route particularly.
Astralis is still flexing this pick because Zeri can go to the top side, Gwen can go to the jungle.
Both, actually.
This is really good for them.
This is really good for them. Gwen can be flexed in 3 positions, even though we have predominantly seen her in the jungle and the top lane, not so much in mid lane anymore. But Zeri can play all 3 lanes at this point. So I feel like Astralis are playing the blue side cards really well, not showing yet what's going to happen on the map.
In terms of bans, we have nothing so far. They're taking their sweet time looking into this.
Of course, it's
finally
Carlsen.
taking Carlsen away from the table. I mean, he plays a lot more than only the Renekton as well. So he can still go for the Jax and go for the split push.
This is quite interesting because obviously we see that there's potential for 2 champions going top lane. Nuriki are just like, no, you're not having Renekton. We're not getting duped by this. I mean, I think that it is comfort, like we were saying, and it does work pretty well against a lot of fighters as well, because you're trying to play front to back, and then you get hit by a Cho'Gath Q, and then just you die horribly.
It didn't work for either of these top laners.
I haven't been a big fan of the Cho'Gath from Toshka. I understand the idea. In execution, it hasn't worked. I'm kind of glad to see it removed in this case.
For his own good.
Yeah, a little bit.
Another duelist on the top side, so Set is removed, taking away a few guns from Carlsen. I do believe you have a lot more to play with, so I don't know if focusing on Carlsen is specific or if you want to pick something specific that wouldn't do well against those two.
So there's picks also like the Fiora and the Camille still up and available. You also have the Gwen who can play towards the tops, and then you have AD plus AP and they can play both towards the top side. But I feel like Nuriki have a pretty good, well-rounded composition. If they pick something like a Victor right here, I think it's going to benefit their team comp even more, right? Because Aero has played a bunch of Victor. He can protect the Aphelios with it together with the Leona, the Zinzao. And in all, Nuriki have a pretty good engage and disengage. I love that too.
Yeah,
because
I like this.
if they want to play towards Carlsen, then you have the semi-global presence with the Rise.
And what I do really like from Nuriki's second round bans is, though, it's not necessarily banning out the hard carries, it's banning out the carries which can also be kind of frontline off engage, right? You got the Renekton double, you got the Set, everything, really. Now, if you're going to go towards something like a Fiora, you don't have that. You don't bring the same amount of pseudo-utility to kind of set up team fights in the same way that you'd like to. Now, something like a Syndra stymies that a little bit from the mid lane, but you chuck either Zeri or Syndra top, or Zeri or the Gwen top side, you don't have that.
Gwen top, okay. Interesting. Okay. It's a pretty I think like Gwen is like a pretty blind pickable champion, same as Aatrox was a couple of seasons ago. I'm just wondering what Nuriki is gonna try to play forward towards.
Not Jax into the Trundle, hopefully.
Because right here, I just really like the fact they have a bunch of setup towards the bot side of the map. Tryndamere has been a pick that has been almost permanently banned against Petoshka, if not permanently, in a lot of their games.
That's a good point, yeah.
And we finally get to see it. I think his Riven and his Tryndamere have been 2 of the champions that have been permanently banned against Petoshka, and now we get to see it.
Now, the thing about Tryndamere is that Gwen walks up to you and pops W, and Tryndamere is like, well, all of my damage is happening in melee range anyway. I don't give a rat's. So I think that's perfectly fine. I think you have a winning 4v4 from Nuriki, unless Taxa has an incredible game. But wait, what's that? I'm getting a call. There's a disturbance in the force. My people need me.
Amira?
Well, Trouble, final thoughts on this game.
Get out of the table. You won't. Come on.
Final
I got
thoughts.
scared from the Tryndamere, man. What can I say? I really like what Nuriki have. I think they're putting their eggs into the Petoshka basket again. They want to play towards the top side of the map, making sure that the Tryndamere does get ahead. If he does get ahead, he can dive into the backline. They've got a bunch of peel, and I just really would like to see what Petoshka can do with this Tryndamere, because this champion is a very straightforward champion. He's either going to split push to victory, or he's going to try to find a flank and misposition the opponent ADC. So I think this is bread and butter for Nuriki. They're playing for team fights and something that they have succeeded in.
Is it revenge? Is it redemption? It is Astralis versus Nuriki. We don't know the score, but we know they're planning something on the caster's desk. So take it away.
I'm here, Sam. I made it.
Summoning ritual's complete.
We must regain our powers and get casting as magicians and commentators, because that's what casters are. I'm glad you made it. The psychic sibling link still in place, clearly. I just missed you, man. That's really why I brought you over.
Oh, that's very cute of you. I just saw like it's not quite the bat signal, but it's
it's the equivalent. Yeah, it's the hap. Good. Do we have a hap?
I was wondering if Astralis had the same thing for Goldborg and just like slap, he's there. But yes,
I think he's Danish, not like their superhero. I mean, is Goldborg the Danish superhero? Is that what it is? He's actually the Danish Dark Knight. I love it. Well, we're on to the Rift though, and we've had a couple quite intriguing options that you both talked about you all talked about rather, on the desert. The Zeri first pick, it's into the Aphelios Leona. The Tryndamere last pick for Patoshka into that Gwen, and Trundle in towards the top side. I feel those are some pretty distinct matchups there, which we'll need to be keeping our eyes on.
Now, this is the question of, we know that Zeri is strong. I have personally questions whether she is first pick strong, like first round on blue one. Now, we are seeing it, of course, with the Nautilus. Lots of ability to find those engages. Hook missing at level 1. Of course, that's one of the things which Nautilus does the best. But into so much targeted CC with the Jin Zhao getting that Q3, began to dash onto them. The Rise roots, the Aphelios and Leona both really just bearing down on you. Zeri is not going to have a very free-firing game to really start popping off. I think Chrisberg has to really find his angles well. Needs to be on the upper end of that kind of outcome to get the most out of this pick, because that's where a lot of your damage is going to come from as Astralis.
At least for the side of Astralis, they do have, the Trundle, the Gwen, the Nautilus, who can play Disruptor in the front line, even if they're not necessarily what you'd call straight tanks. They are pretty good at getting into a brawl with the other pros line. And if Chrisberg can bide his time, the rundown potential, the skirmish potential is still pretty good from Zeri. It's just not the freest game ever, I completely agree. On the other side for Nuriki, I mean, they've got a strong 4v4 with Aphelios and the Rise, and then, Tryndamere gets to have his way in the side lane, I feel, the later this game goes. No one really wants to duel Tryndamere come 2-3 items, I imagine.
That's my read on it as well. It seems like Tryndamere has typically beaten out the Gwen in the 1v1, at least when it comes to a couple of matches. Aero is doing really well in this mid lane matchup, Just, I wasn't going to talk about it too much, but he's dodged 2 out of the 3 Qs which have been thrown out already, trading with the corrupting parts, hitting a lot back there, dodges another one.
There you go.
Aero is doing this is towards the upper end of what I would expect to see from this matchup.
Nice stuff. Finally gets hit by a Q the moment you speak about it. There you go. But it was a decent ratio of hits to no hits there. Worth noting as well.
Good click.
Indeed. Never mind the good and bad clicks. I want to talk about the good and bad wards, because there was a level 1 ward placed onto Zidore's red buff as well. So that does mean that Astralis have got knowledge of where Nuriki's jungler is pathing. Now to see whether, of course, they can make much of it. Junglers are pathing to opposite sides of the map as well, so Taxa might be looking to cause some trouble for this Tryndamere up towards the top side. I just don't know how viable that would be.
I mean, right now you see the state of the top side. Unlikely to see anything coming back out of there unless Patoshka, we have faulted his lane management at points. If it does come out into like a bouncing back out of a soft push, slow push rather, maybe there is an angle there. Unlikely to happen though. Carlson getting in the way of crash dive in, and Patoshka is just going to collect that at tower.
Waiting for that one to happen, is playing it a little bit slow with junglers passing the other way. And of course, Gwen does have pretty good early lane control with the scissors and the skip and slash. But Taxa has turned up and might even think about a level 2 dive here.
There's an ignite. Okay, fair play. I mean, they have a lot of early damage. I think are they just trying to zone him off? He doesn't have any rage.
He's got a little bit of rage now, but that's a lot of damage coming through. He's got a bit of a heal. They don't burn the ignite, but he has burned the Ghost House Patoshka in a difficult position here.
As well, so that's actually a cannon denied, which is still a decent amount of gold. They don't deny the XP. It's a minor victory. Trundle doesn't necessarily need the most optimum pathing, particularly early on. Once you hit level 3 on the Trundle, you're pretty ready to fight. You don't worry about falling behind in farm too much. I think that's an okay look in. At least they didn't commit to the dive and lose horribly. That would have been worst case scenario.
And effectively, what you do get is that Ghost for free, right? And that's quite a big deal. It's one of the bigger trading tools for Trinder to make some of those extended skirmishes more his favor.
What might be more valuable, though, is having the Zeri shut down very early on.
Yes.
There's a Rise roam, there's the Sidere in the brush. There's 2 people under tower versus 4 people.
Here we go. Flash for the root. It's going to come through. Abagnale taking a lot of damage, though. Get first blood, but that will be traded back shortly after. It will be that 2-for-1 trade, though, as both bot laners fall for Astralis.
Now the question is, how quickly can you push this in? Because pushing its cannon wave into tower is actually quite a time-consuming thing. Doesn't look like it's going to get that overly quickly, but they do have that Infernum to get that into tower. So this is about as easy as you like. Flash in for the point and click. And Wendell, though they do get good value out of their own CC under tower, it's not quite enough. I do appreciate the fact that Abnel understands that he's going down, takes out the extra shot, and gets an extra auto in to maximize the damage efficiency.
And of course, Zeri did pick up that kill that went under tower, whereas unfortunately, perhaps Nuriki, Abagnale picks up one of them. Desiree probably not the worst person to have. The big difference, though, of course, is the fact you lost a fair amount of that wave. You did get the better reset, even if Zeri does at least have enough money for Sheen.
I see what the big plan was. It was this, man, we lost a cannon at the top turret. We must make them lose theirs. Except it's a little bit of a more involved effort. It does require some blood to be spilled for that eventuality. And as we see, that top side where that first cannon was missed, Ptoska pushing in that wave and has evened their own farm disadvantage out.
Yeah, Aero now having taken a few more of those Qs by the looks of his health bar, now deciding now is a chance to reset. It's looking to get something like another bit of a tier or whatever, and going to get back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, I have to say, when it comes to Syndra's hitting stuff early, Showmaker really showed the world last year once again what happens when you are so accurate with your skill shots. We talked about Xerath actually in the NLC kind of being less of a good laning pick into Corki because actually just the Ws are missing level 1, as we can see though. Because Crest missed those Qs very early on. Maybe that was what caused Aero to be able to get towards that bot side. Obviously forced them out on their next back, does have a CS advantage at this point now, but it's important to track that kind of pressure in lane because that's where the individual mechanics come out and lead to unexpected eventualities.
And for Astralis, I do need to see them have a better early game, all honesty. Yes, they've got some decent scaling with like the Gwen is obviously more of a slightly later game carry, but the point is, Astralis fought back well on Monday. They really did, but they were miles and miles and miles behind X7, and I need to see them like have a stable early game so they're not having to play around some of some like last chance the Alamo. Never mind, last chance the Alamo. Wendell's gonna flash. We're gonna get knocked up mid dredge line, and Aero picks up another kill. The moment I ask Astralis to have a better early game, this is not what I was talking about.
This is against one of the worst early game teams in our league. Nuriki coming out all guns blazing. Love what Desiree did there in terms of holding that Q3. We've seen it a lot, both in the LEC and the NLC. Sometimes Jinzhao just has to sit there, get that auto attack reset, waits for you to flash away. It's not like he had that own escape himself. Follows the E, cancels the hook, and shuts down Wendell. I mean, that's a bit of an overstep, but well optimized by Desiree to get the kill.
I do want to shout out the likes of Desiree and Aero as well, who I think a lot of us behind the scenes on the cast desk have said, well, have been a bit quiet, honestly, this split.
Turret shots there.
Does a little bit, but he's going to be all right unless he's thinking about a really aggressive dive. In fact, he is just going to go straight at this. Good call. There's the Undying Rage. Can Carlson heal his way through it? It's going to be bloody close. Flash, and he gets the kill. The Ignite will make sure it goes back as a 1-for-1, but Carlson will lose a lot of that wave to turrets.
I was about to say, like, wow, he's really going for that turret dive. Ends up going for the all-in. It's a 1-for-1. Summoners used on both sides, and now we get to see it on our screens yet again. So obviously with Tryndamere very early on, if you max out that Rage Bar, your crit chance goes really high through the roof. And I think Carlson does a really good job to use the tower for that extra bit of terrain to make sure that actually the extra summoner did have to be used, was timing out that spinning slash. So good optimization, I use that word a lot. But either way, both these top laners getting the most out of their kits to either get away from that first play or, of course, started with a crit chance.
Of course, I think if you're Ptoska, you take that because obviously it was Gwen's wave that was under tower. So you're happy to force some of that loss there. It's a slight advantage. Of course, you don't get out scot-free, but that's the kind of aggression you like to see from Tryndamere's.
And that stops in yet again with actually what are we expecting from these teams very early on. You know, we've kind of thought about Eminem being a really good early game team, Dusty when they're on a good really good game, blowing people out of the water. Nuriki and Astralis, Talon, haven't particularly excited us in the same way. Nuriki, normally we wait for them to turn online around that mid game where they get 2-3 items, they start team fighting with well-oiled compositions. But it seems right now they've put their best foot forward, and Astralis will have to hope to fight back into it with some power spikes, particularly around that Zeri.
And it's looking a bit rough for the Zeri right now. Loss on the plate, being forced away from this wave. And this is something that when both of us were talking to people, well, how do you deal with Zeri? One of the things you can do is shut her down in the 2v2, and they've managed to do that pretty well with Nuriki right now. Desiree made another roam down here, forced a really awkward step away from the tower. They're going to just go straight for the dive. There's no teleports available, just going straight in. Moonlight Vigil comes through. Crescent Guard is there, and that will allow Abagnale to get out. Stopwatch is the final tower shot. It's a double for Azator, and Nuriki having a stellar early game here in game one.
Honestly, hats off of that Cowboys skull to Nuriki, because they have come out and they have reassessed what they're doing in the early game. They have a clear identity of what they want to achieve, and they've come out and done just that. Plenty of gold now onto the Aphelios. This is how it happens again. You can see that Chrisberg and Wendell looking for that level 6, trying to buy enough time to get to it. They get themselves the Zeri ultimate, but that's not a Blitzcrank ultimate. You're not silencing them under turret. This is also the press the attack of Aphelios 2, gets the auto attack reset, or effectively the same with the Calibrum ultimate and the Q. Huge amounts of burst with those resets on that empowered mark. Zeri goes down very, very easily.
And now you have a hyper-fed Azator Aphelios at 2-0-2, up 20 CS, got themselves 3 plates.
Sounds like a horror story, Sam.
It is a bit of a horror story, and you've already seen that Patoshka's willing to at least trade 1-for-1 under the enemy tower. This is looking really good for Nuriki and Astralis. You are on a 7-loss streak. Not to put it in any more frank words, because the results speak for themselves. Unfortunately, yes, we've seen some improvements from this team, but when you are falling down this far in the early game and trying to fight your way back in later where you've been struggling with objective setups anyway, this is problematic, and they need to stabilize as we're only 10 minutes in and it's a 3,000 gold lead.
So now we're starting to, I mean, not to play, not to kind of seek that one eventuality, but how do Astralis actually get back into this? Now, they do have decent pick potential. Nautilus, Syndra, Trundle Pillar. We can look to see if Nuriki overstep in some of the rotations. Maybe they don't track some vision. Maybe they do end up getting a miracle hook landed onto them. But that's what I'm looking for. But even with that, Windermere is hard to do that too. Aphelios has so much gold. And of course, they're just adding insult to injury.
Campsite.
Ultimates are available, but not to Wendell. And looking for it again.
It's looking like Desidere's practically bought a caravan. He's brought a timeshare in the bot lane right now. He's going back in. Chrisberg has to spark surge over his own tower. Like, what is this? I'm really loving this from the Shinta. That's exactly what you want to do. It's the win condition.
I mean, credit to them. They know what they want. Era was roaming down. Herald's being put into mid lane. This is going to be a... There you go. Looking for the picks as well. Forcing out both summoners from Era in that mid lane. But Nuriki, for the first time, swinging a miss. Gold goes back over to Astralis in the mid jungle 2v2. It helps them alleviate some of the woes that they had before. But that is a very important moment for Astralis, because if you die for a third time there, I would be willing to call lights out at that point. You don't have an AD carry to play around. You have an Aphelios which is so hyper-fed, but Astralis, credit to them on the flip side of this, avoiding the worst-case scenario.
And at the very least, off-screen there, you saw Taxa did secure that Herald get to put it mid, as we saw. And that was kind of the trade for, Taxa with Desidere going on holiday to the bot lane. Getting that beautiful campsite down there, enjoying his time. But it just means he's away from the bills. He's away from the admin of, farming his jungle, checking out those neutral objectives.
Once again, they're just fishing yet again. That'll be another okay. Wow, we've gone fishing in the bot lane as a holiday. Is that really what you do on Summoner's Rift? They're like, see the sights of Barren Pit. Go on a cruise down bot side river. See the mighty scuttle crab.
Avoid the evil duck that's in the river. We've all seen it.
We don't speak its name.
We don't speak its name. Desidere will secure a second dragon here. Of course, that is the joy of having all that bot lane pressure.
What's your bet on the Soul? Okay, well, my bet's on Cloud Soul. There it is.
It was too late to get that one.
I was trying to get it out soon enough.
It was too
okay,
so I'm sorry.
This is actually really important when you have so many low-range carries on Nuriki's side. They have 2 dragons. Astralis really don't want to give up their soul now, particularly when Zeri is trying to run around with very quick movement speed too. Reducing that movement speed differential could be quite problematic on a number of different ways for Astralis. So Nuriki in with a decently high roll actually out of the remaining dragons. I like this Cloud Soul in this game.
I think I agree. Actually, looking at, I'm just having a quick look at those ultimates and going, no, Tryndamere, excellent.
Low range.
Leona, not
low
bad.
range. Rise, low
not
range.
Bad, yeah, he's only one.
Aphelios is everything, so we don't really talk about that so much.
So for all people who go, yeah, no, you love Cloud Soul, that's great. And it's not like they're shy on damage either or anything like that. So I think they're pretty happy with that. And when you're trying to run down, a Gwen without a Ghost or anything, I feel like particularly Patoshka very happy with that. You're right.
Speaking of that Gwen without Ghost, look at that CS advantage, which has worked its way up into that top side.
Lord.
Now, we talked about Carlson not really succeeding when they've been behind, when they've been on weak side. This is actually a fairly isolated 1v1. It was that trade of 1-for-1 in the early game, and actually they got themselves the one bit of service from their jungler up towards that top side, and they had that one on call. But ever since then, Patoshka has been the one determining the fate of this lane, and he's been succeeding at it.
He's just been proxy farming. You just saw him there, and this is when Desidere hasn't even looked at topside, never mind not really invested there. He's been bot lane so much this game.
What's happening here? There's actually a decent pick potential from the side of Astralis. See if the pillar comes out, looking to catch him rotation.
Abagnale's going to get caught there, but not much more coming through. He's tanky enough with the Eclipse, they don't think about it. Azator's roamed up as well, and now Astralis in a spot of bother. Solar Flare comes out, and that's slightly unusual trade of summoners, well, not summoners, just abilities there, really.
But I look at that and oh, Astor, you caught that? You're very much caught.
Really unfortunate rotation, and that's a shutdown going on to Zeri.
Okay, it doesn't happen in the mid lane, but the catching rotation does affect someone on Nuriki. The first part of that actually looked like a massive miscommunication. Looks like we're going to the replay. I really hope nothing happens on live, but I mean, Astor just seems like Nuriki. They lose a little spot of vision. We kind of said, yeah, pick potential from the side of Astralis is probably where they're looking at, and he is still dead. Of course, Williams get back out onto the map, but Astralis at least leveraging a strong part of their composition to keep themselves within touching distance, although it's starting to slip away.
No, it's gone. They managed to hold it at this 2,000 difference at least, and that was necessary goal going on to Chrisberg, who had been put that ways behind, as we've seen. But that's now 2 kills apiece there. It's still down a bit of CS, but it's still a reasonable threat at this point. Honestly, interesting, as you mentioned, the pressure has honestly switched more towards Batoshka, who has got that lead we called out. That second Herald has spawned, and a little bit of control went down for Nuriki. I'll be interested to see whether they do actually want to roam over and think about securing it.
Honestly, with Batoshka being so strong, you kind of just want to take all hands off of the Tryndamere and let him do his own work in the 1v1. You don't really need to help a Tryndamere. What Tryndamere allows you to do is call other people to his lane and then win a mismatched fight somewhere else. Honestly, with this kind of advantage, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts winning 1v2s at some point. But because maybe Nuriki kind of see that eventuality as well, they say, yeah, maybe we just leave Tryndamere on the top side. It means they're not in position to fight something like a Herald, and it's going to be an objective secured for Astralis, and this potentially allows them to buy themselves a safe haven somewhere on the map.
They do secure that second Herald. First use of the Herald early on in the game, managed to get the mid tower pretty low. They've rotated their bot lane towards this top tower, and they're going to have Trundle roam up as well. Instead, they're going to flash on Crest, who hasn't got that many places to go, flashing towards the river, but it'll be a flash, audacious charge, and that will secure the kill onto Crest. They've got a Realm Warp, which they'll use to get their jungler way back to the tower.
I didn't see which direction that was going. I was like, where's that going? Is that going further in? It just like zips over to the other side. I'm like, sweet, cool.
Send me to the Raptors, I must farm. Rek'Sai no longer has the farm alarm, so Ryze has to do it for me.
Considerate's, as for caught out alone in the spot side, Carlson going in,
He's
but
got
that's a Considerate there.
That's very deep. They don't have the Hallowed Mist anymore, doesn't have any more scissors, gets knocked up by the 3 Talon Strike, and Azator secures the kill too far from Carlson.
Now, I have to say, if I was Carlson, I would be going for that kill too, because again, you need to have something to break the spine of this phase of play which Nuriki have put you through. It's just not quite at the same time, the right timing. If you have another 2 seconds, maybe you do end up getting that. Not to be the case, you lose on the other side of the map. Now, Batoshka is unlocked, baby.
And, you know, you saw they switched their bot lane to the top side to try and maybe corral this Tryndamere away from the weak tower. It didn't work. They will secure an objective bounty and a tower in mid lane, which does keep the gold a little bit closer still, but it's still a significant lead right now for Nuriki. There's going to be this third Drake spawning very shortly. I'm assuming Desiree rejoins the Grain very shortly, and he will be coming towards that bottom side river in short order, one imagines, but first things first, it's cleaning up this midway.
Okay, so let's see what happens around this 4v4 in the mid. Lots of pick potential, as you're saying, from Astralis. And Desiree is caught without ult.
He is caught without ult, doesn't have the flash either, but managed to get away. Abagnale's going in very deep, gets the stun onto Chris, Bogus put over the back, but he will die. Wendell is being ignited, surely survives just about, and does so. So it's a 1 for none in favor of Astralis, but Batoshka has now roamed down here. Remember, Carlson would have to teleport in to support. Crispeg also very low, so the health bar advantage for Nuriki, even if they did lose the man.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? Because Dragon is still up. The Astralis, even with taking down the support, do not have the HP bars with the numbers advantage to contest this. That's going to be soul point very early into the game for Nuriki. At least it's some gold back for the side of Astralis. It's not a shutdown because I believe Agnel did, well, of course he died in that initial dive down on that bot side. Options to take Dragon, I guess. Desiree can secure that one. And this is important, though, because actually that mid lane turret was not taken with the Herald. Top lane gets that Beastie charging it down instead. So that's another objective bounty. And Astralis, once again, finding themselves, even though they've had a pretty dire early game, within touching distance.
They are managing to trade back in places where they can. You know, that's the tower in the mid lane, we called it, to get the kill there. That's some necessary gold into Carson's back pocket, who is facing down an increasingly exorbitant CS lead. I hesitate to look at that right now. In fact, might be worth having a look over of the gold if we can, because I think that's going to be an eye-watering difference in the top side. Sure, we'll get a look at that at some point in the future, but right now it is Nuriki dealing with this Tryndamere, who's going to shove it even further.
That's the thing, right? Because you have that passive, the Rage Bar just completely stacked up. For the start of Tryndamere, that crit chance is really damn high. You can see that there's extra crit chance with that Zeal brought in by Patoshka too. If that is maxed out, because you're 2 levels down, Ignite or no, you are not winning that trade.
Patoshka has to back away though, because the rest of Astralis are all in their blue side jungle, looking to see whether Patoshka might overextend and give over some of that important shutdown gold. And he will be forced back up the river at least somewhat. Aero also coming back onto the river. That is a Ghost Rise. It's not the teleport. It has become more common on the champion. A little bit more dueling potential, of course, with your Realm Warp. You can still get around the map, so not worrying about that. And instead, the Mocking Shout comes down.
He has decided to 1v1.
Yeah, there's a 1v1 coming through. That's a lot of damage coming down. There's no Undying Ranges yet. It's going to come through now, and just the Gale Force auto eviscerates Gwen.
And it's okay if he forces ult early with something, whether he has to tank up a turret shot. You do have a decent amount of ability as that Gwen, but he's got more with the Gale Force. It's a Hurricane build on the Zeri. That's, I don't know why I was stepping over. I think it's like, oh, that's just horrible. Let's talk about something else. I don't want to talk about
Zeri,
the 1v1.
yes.
Okay, we've reached 2 items on the Zeri, maybe a power spike to play around, but the fight has just not come to them.
Bifrost, the flash forward from Aero, who tanks up the tower as well. Chrisberg's come down. Aero trying to stay alive. He's not taking tower shots. He is. Wait, he's still going to get out there because he's tanky enough. Desiderate will surely fall in trade. The Moonlight Vigil comes through. Chrisberg's going to try chasing up with the amount of damage from Azathoth. What is he just doing? He dashes too far forwards, and Azathoth throws all the chakrams and turns himself into a blender.
You cannot engage into turrets. We talked about this in the initial dive. Aphelios has to press the attack. If you allow him to get those marks onto you, oh my word, he puts out the damage. Suddenly, what was a manageable lead turns into a cascade of finances for Nuriki, and it's all off the back of insane chakram play from that Aphelios.
And you can see the dive here. The moment that orb is missed, it's a pretty easy route for Aero, and he's just so tanky at this point in the game.
I actually, so we kind of play-by-played the first part of that, but you see 4 chakrams already, puts down a turret. Every time that autos, that's another one down. 2 autos from extended range. That's more. Gets in with the extra ult too. He's maxed out all of his chakrams throughout this play. And that is such absurd damage. You might have a 2-item spike on the Zeri, but maybe just don't walk into the weapon management of Azathoth.
Absolutely, and credit to Abagnale there as well, going, I'm just going to flash on your face and prevent you from using that move speed to try and outplay us with range. And the moment you're stunned up, it's easy pickings for Azathoth to just literally turn you into...
This guy is so good at this champion. So good at this champion. They're looking to see if they can run further down with... oh, Zeri does have the flash. I was just wondering if he was...
debating it.
Blocker at that point. But yeah, I mean, now you start to see why. As much as we talk about, oh, if you don't have the CC for Zeri, she's going to start running you down. Well, that's always been the case about Aphelios. If he's not caught in the initial engage, best start running. You can see the turrets down again with that Calibrum.
Realm warping out, potentially. They do get away, because of course it's not Rise that was interrupted. And all the while, look at Patoshka on your minimap. He's onto Inhibitor turrets. That was a 5v4, and they're about to lose an Inhibitor turret at 22 minutes.
So maybe this is why we see the Tryndamere band away so much against this. Patoshka is so casually walking across the map, taking 1v1s. And the difference on this player between his comfort picks, which fit a composition, and his comfort picks, which is kind of shoehorned in, has been massive. Baron start from Nuriki, putting the foot down onto the accelerator. That pedal has hit the floor. Patoshka roaming back up, and teleports are coming now in response.
They are teleporting in. That's going to be the knock-on with Atax, who's flashing away, has got the Subjugate down, but trying to survive. It's supposed to be a Trundle-favored matchup. Doesn't feel like it this far in the game. He's got the domain to try and escape, but Cress hits Wind become lightning onto him and gets audaciously charged from somewhere else. That's a shutdown onto Patoshka, courtesy of Chrisberg, who can start firing off the burst fires, going for it to Roots. Snared in place, and Zeri is once again brought low. Zorn put in its place, unfortunately, and it's a double to Aero, and then it's going to move right back to the Baron, even if they're down the Tryndamere.
Oh, it's an off-camera demise for Patoshka, then, which gives Astralis the boldness, the bravery to try and turn something into a game-saving play for them. Might have just turned into the final nail in this Astralis coffin. They could well be headed onto a 2-8 record from this series of plays. As we see down here, Tryndamere has found his way down here and just gets CC'd to death. Wendell and Chrisberg finally get out here. It takes 3 of them, though. It takes 3 of them. Nautilus is out of that fight. While it's happening, you still only traded 1-for-1 across everything. I understand that Carlson wants to keep the... Carlson and Chrisberg want to keep their stacks up on stuff like the Conqueror, stuff like that lethal tempo, go in for the extended trade, but engaging into a Rise and a Aphelios without your full array of abilities, very dangerous prospect, and it bites them.
And Patoshka got a kill onto Nautilus in 1v3, and all the while, 4 members were collapsing on what remained of Astralis and forcing them out there.
And
They've
now
got
there's an
Soul.
Ocean Soul, there's a Rise ult, there's maybe another play.
Chrisberg's in trouble. He's got a blast cone, so should be able to get over the wall, but he's going to be rooted in place with that room
Patoska's
prison.
there!
And Patoska's there already. And the Barbarian King secures his kill onto Zorn's last hope. Taken down. Abagnale is questioning what's going on in this game, and Astralis going to try and find something, but it's onto Dezidere. Azador throws out the ultimate. It forces the Hallowed Mist. They're going to keep shoving in here. It's Crescendum and Calibrum. It's another engage. The Audacious Charge secures that one for Aero with a little help of some overloads courtesy of his own kit. They'll secure another tower. They're going to keep showing. Patoshka is in the base, and there's nothing you can do to stop him. Sound the alarms. Rome has fallen. The Barbarians are here.
It's not even 25 minutes, it's just ticking over now. How impressive has the development of this Nuriki roster been? You've got one last hope, you've got one last try to stop this rampage.
They brush off the defeat on Monday, and they stamp down authoritatively in this game. Nuriki moved to 4 and 6.
I feel a little better about the power rankings now. Just a little tad. That was... You know, we use a lot of hyperbole. We do. We'd say about, oh, they were destroyed, they were demolished. This was an absolute masterclass from Nuriki about how to run away with a mid-game lead. I am very, very impressed with this team. Now, of course, on the other side, Astral's talent obviously won't be feeling the same. That's an 8th loss in a row.
8 losses in a row, and maybe we've learned why Patoshka's Tryndamere is banned. Who knew? What I do know is that we have to toss to a break. When we come back, we've still got some interviews, so don't go anywhere.
And welcome back to the post game. And what a fast game that was between Nuriki and Astralis. And to me, this is the spicy moments on the second half of the split when you see those revenges, especially from Nuriki's side, who started off really slow at the beginning of the split, but now they got it back versus Astralis. And I want to know how that felt. So I'm going to interview and talk a little bit with Bagnali. I hope you are with me. Hello?
Hello,
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
You're doing really fine, aren't you? Okay, so you picked Leona with versus Zeri, like the bottom side picks. Were you guys comfortable versus that matchup?
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable, and also I was playing versus Vandal, so it was kinda more easier than normal scenario, you know?
And you got a lot of attention from your jungler to the bot side. Was this like a pre-plan where you have like Shinzao constantly diving on the Zeri, not allowing her to go to the late game, or just a way to get your AD carry, Aphelia's monster, to just hyper carry in mid game?
I mean, we just played for bot lane in early game and wanted to collect the Rex, and we did. Then they just come and int, and we kill them, that's the...
Also, the Tryndamere was available for the first time for, I don't know how long it was. Is this something that Astralis did not pay attention, did not respect? How did you guys feel when you saw Tryndamere open for the top side?
I mean, I said this is going to be free game, guys. Let's just don't mess up, and we will get easy win with Tryndamere top on Petosco, you know? So I think they didn't respect, or I don't know what they think.
There was almost no attention to the mid side. Like the mid lane felt like the top side, like an island, nobody going there. Was the mid laner also aware that he needed to play for the side lanes and just hold the game as much as possible?
Yeah, actually in early game, we just wanted to secure our mid lane with our vision. And after mid game, we have two split laner with Ryze and Tryndamere. So that's all.
Bagnal, I gotta ask you, this is the second half of the split. You got the revenge versus Astralis. How do you feel specifically after this victory?
Actually, nothing special, because I know it. We will stomp them, because they look very bad, and we are going to improve day by day. And also, Vandal didn't know about me before game, because he asked me to who am I, and I wanted to show who am I. I think now he knows better about me.
You should use some gloves, man, before you throw those punches. That is a hard one to reckon with. Okay, congratulations. Before we go any further, like my last question is, what is the team that you want to play most on the second half of the split?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat? I didn't get it.
What is the team that you want to play against on the second half of the split?
I think X7.
XL?
X7.
X7. Why?
Yeah.
Can you tell me why?
Because I like cussing a lot, and I wanna match versus him again and do my best, of course, and my team.
Okay, I like it. Congratulations on this victory, and good luck for the next week.
Yeah, bye guys. Follow us.
Have a nice one. That was harsh. He was going hard, and I need assistance. I need assistance, Treble. Join me because,
Hey,
you know, I boxed back in the days, and
the temperature went up with that one.
no gloves on this guy. No gloves. What can
I'm
we...
out on a date.
Okay, obviously Nuriki going strong on this Astralis matchup, saying that they felt Astralis were weak, but there's more to this story, isn't it?
It's just a really sad scenario for Astralis, right? Because even though they have the caliber of players, they have it going on, like, you know, they have so much experience. And like, if you look at Denmark, I know that Gubox says all the time, like, Danish players are freaking fantastic.
They are.
A lot of esports, right? And especially League of Legends as well. And having the top of the notch Danish players in your team and bringing in a 16-year-old prodigy that's smashing the top lane, this should technically be a recipe for success.
So I now have Chrisbert with me, and I want to help me talking with him. Hello, Chrisbert, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. So rough game, especially because you won versus Nuriki on the first week. I believe it was the first week. And now you guys got defeated by them. This is a tough one to take in, isn't it?
Yeah, we kind of... This was our comeback, right? So yeah, this one hurts.
Chris, I wanted to personally join this interview and talk with you because I've known you since 2019 when you won the Nordics back then. We went out together, we celebrated all together. And I know that you're somebody who tries really hard to improve every single time and you want to win and you've got this in your blood. Talk to me a little bit about your journey in 2022, particularly with Astralis, because I feel like your roster and your team is so good on paper. Can you give us any insight on what has been going wrong?
I mean, we are just not transitioning scrims at all. Like the most basic stuff becomes hard. We shut down. We just. It's weird to say because we're 4 veterans, but we are shutting down when it matters.
So is it a communication issue that's going on? Is it maybe the early game plan that is not being unfolded properly?
Oh, there's a lot of mistakes, a lot of bad mistakes in lane, a lot of calls not being called off, a lot of misunderstandings, miscommunication. Yeah, I mean, you could see it today. It wasn't good.
Yeah, if I may, I was looking into the champion select, looking into the composition, and you guys picked Trundle versus Shinzao, which to me is like a really good pick, but I didn't quite see the Trundle, and the bot line was like dive after dive after dive, and I did see not only assistance, but also a way to pressure on the other side of the map. So you're talking about communication and decision. Are you guys lacking a voice? Do you want someone to step up and get that voice in? What do you feel now as a player that the team needs right now in order to actually get success?
I mean, I think if this was a scrim, that voice would be there. So we just need to get our shit together and stop being nervous when it matters, I think.
One last question for you, Trouble.
It's not a question. I just want to wish the best of luck to Chris and obviously Astralis as well. We want to see you guys bounce back. And I want to see that cockiness when you came back last year and you said, you know what, let them freaking dive me. I've had this in my screams 50 times and it comes back up to bite them. So I just want to see that, Chris, and I wish you best of luck in the future.
Me too. Have a nice one, mate.
Thank you.
Obviously,
It's rough, man.
Really
it's
rough. Because you have a lot of experience on the team, just as he said, and not getting results, even with like a really good rookie as well, something is happening.
I think the only thing that he said that I found really daunting was that in scrims, we do really well, we're vocal, we understand what are the mistakes, we can transition into official games, and suddenly the voice is not there anymore.
Yeah.
So when the leading voice is just no longer there, you don't necessarily know how you want to play the game, how you want to transition. If there's no communication, there's not teamwork. And I think this is what really shows in Astralis that the teamwork is really, really lacking right
Let's
now.
talk about the game. I do know we have a lot of special plays to highlight, specifically on the bot side, if I'm not mistaken. There we go.
They're mainly all about the bot lane, right? You see, we mentioned as well, Aziter and Abagnail are the strong side for Nuriki. And honestly, Desidera made it possible for them. You know, they dive Chris and Wendell, not 1, not 2, but 3 times. And honestly, the other strong side for Nuriki is going to be Petoshka. And even though here, a lot of people might say, okay, this dive though was very pointless. It wasn't, because Carlsen had just used teleport to get back into his lane, and he gets dived, missing on so much experience as well. If I'm not wrong,
The
yeah,
siege
he
minion.
loses the cannon minion right there as well. Of course, this one's going to be the second dive that falls down the bot lane. Beautiful stoports as well for Abagnail, and it just kept going. They just kept going for that bot lane. And I've got huge question marks for Taxa in particular, because I wholeheartedly agree with you. Trundle into Zinzao is a pretty good pick. You can 1v1 the champion, and when you have a Rise and an Aphelios, all it takes is one pillar to take somebody's flash away. And I felt like Taxa has been a little bit invisible in those early game scenarios when he needs to be possibly a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more vocal. And this is why I'm wondering again what is happening in the comms from the side of Astralis, because you saw it again. Nuriki, every time they have a plan, they're like, you know what, our bot lane is a strong point. We're not going to deny this. We're going to make it completely obvious. You wanted to draft the Zeri, you can draft that. We're going to draft a really strong bot lane. We're going to put a Zinzal together with it and then allow Petoska to do whatever the heck he wants on the Tryndamere that has been permabanned so far. And honestly, it works. The strong bot lane snowballed ahead, and Petoska, honestly, is like, helicopter, helicopter.
It had to
in the
be done.
back line, and we mentioned it. It wasn't necessarily about Petoska finding the kills. When you split up Astralis, they seem to like lose control of anything they have taken so far. So that was that. I think that was his purpose. He fulfilled it. Unfortunately, we couldn't have this replay here, but the last fight before Baron, Petoska found himself in the back line. He's owned 3 members under opponent tower, whilst the rest of Astralis were being picked apart by Nuriki. So I think mission successful.
There's one sentence that you told me at the beginning of this split.
Was it the
for
helicopter,
team.
helicopter?
No, thankfully it wasn't. When you lose so many games, you need to learn how to win a game. So a
I
team
think
that
they've forgotten
says,
how to win, yeah.
yeah, this is so important. If you're doing really well on the scrims and then you go to the official games and lose, you forgot how to win. And they need to get it back. That is the sentence that I never forgot, that Trouble told me. And I think Astralis need to remember that as well. But now, we need to look into the second game of the day. It's going to be JDXL versus Dusty. It's going to be a good one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. There we go, JDXL versus Dusty. This is game 2. JDXL, level with us, Trouble. Can they look better than they're looking now? They're amazing so far.
So I'm gonna give you a little bit of a backstory.
Okay.
When we were creating the X7 segment at the very start of the pre-show, I was looking at the stats and I'm like, I can't find any stats that they're first at. The only thing I could find was goal difference at 15 and first blood percentage. Every other single stat belongs to JDXL. Every single stat you want. From anything, from experience to CS to anything there is, belongs to JDXL. And honestly, I'm really happy to see XL bounce back because they made a fantastic run back in 2021 spring where they made it all the way to the finals of EU Masters. And now they're proving again that they are a team to be feared going towards that stage of competition again.
And now we can also get the 10th pick for Eminem,
Are
the
we?
solo bolo
Okay,
king. I don't know.
You know what? Okay, so first time I tried to get Eminem to play Katarina, I was like, are you going to play Katarina? He replied to me for the first time, next life.
I love that tweet, by the way.
That was a little bit heartbreaking. But I'm not a quitter. I'm not a quitter. So I asked him again, you going to play Katarina? And he said, no problem.
What?
He said, no problem.
Oh, no. I don't feel so well.
See, now my overreaction has been ruined anyway. They've lost one game. It's fine if they just lose another one. Just so we can see some...
No, okay. We looked into XL a lot, but what about Dusty? A team on a good day can beat any team on the top of the standings. This was Vikings. He told us.
Okay, I don't know if I can 100% agree with that because I felt like all of our top 3 teams on a very good day, they're on a whole different level.
Yeah.
And even though, yes, Dusty and the other teams can challenge them, I don't know if any of them are on that level of consistency to have many good days back to back to back to back. Now, one problem that Dusty is going to have to face is Eminem because it's just so hard to pin the guy down. You don't know what he's going to play. You don't know how you're going to deal with it. We saw the AP Kai'Sa being picked in the middle. We saw the Arella being pulled out. He plays the Zeds. He plays LeBlanc. He plays anything he wants to play. And then you have Buckland, who has had a lot of ups and a lot of downs. And we've talked about this before, Dusty. They live and die by the sword of Viking. And if Buckland cannot back Viking up because he's been solo killed by Eminem, like Eminem traditionally does in his lanes, then this is going to be problematic for Dusty.
Finally got a hold of this champion select, Yuumi Lulu. So take all those supports away. On the other side, looking at the Zeri and removing Syndra from Eminem.
interesting.
I don't like this because he already played Syndra, so he's not allowed to play it anymore. I'm just saying, I don't know.
He wasn't going to pick it anywhere.
Nah.
No, I'm just really interested in the Syndra ban right here, and I would like to ask the thought process behind it, like later on in the interviews as well, because I feel like Eminem has so many more fearful picks in the mid lane, but nice. Dan, once again, on the Volibear, has been a pick where he has been able to be very vocal and aggressive in the early game and create opportunities for himself. And honestly, it's a very good one-on-one dueler as well. If you pick Zinza, if you pick the Trundle, if you pick any of these picks, I think the Volibear will stand his ground in the early stages of the game, pre-6, and try to go one-on-one with Viking.
Ooh, looking for Assassin versus
The Lee Sin
Eminem.
LeBlanc was one thing
It's a
that
good
really
combo,
worked
yeah.
for Dusty last time. So I wouldn't be surprised if you want to pull out the Lee Sin into the Volibear, just because you have a very strong duo one-on-one. We could also see something like the Viego or the Rek'Sai. Anything aggressive in the jungle that's AD really does it with LeBlanc.
This is what I want to see. I want to see Viking on an early Assassin looking for that advantage on the mid lane.
That's the one.
Try to shut down Eminem because so far we haven't seen a single game where Eminem was shut down.
That's the one.
There's a
That's the one
Rek'Sai.
right here. And you know what we haven't seen yet Eminem on? Vex. Vex does pretty well into the LeBlanc. Every time LeBlanc wants to engage in, you have the shield. And honestly, the only time Eminem found it really rough to play his LeBlanc was into the Vex. So I wouldn't be surprised that we'll see Eminem pick it here. I also wouldn't be surprised to see Zamblek play for once again onto Varus. Don't pick that. It has really bad win rate. Oh, man.
He doesn't watch the pre-show. We just talked about
Did
Jin.
you say worst win rate out of all ADCs or something?
Most losses so far. I
my
think
God,
12 to 13. Way too
well,
many.
maybe Zamblek is trying to fix that, you know?
But he can't go attack speed like he does on every single champion, so I don't know what's going to happen. But at least he brings the utility to the bot side, and maybe they can focus on the top side and something on the mid side. So I don't know if this is Eminez, because I've seen a lot of Zillions in the mid lane. lately.
I don't mind if this is going to be Eminem on the Zilean in the mid lane because you give the zoomies to the Volibear and you can very easily invade, you can very easily, like even if LeBlanc distorts away, with the zoomies on the Volibear, you can very easily catch up together with a flash. So I wouldn't mind that at all. There's also a bunch of assassination potential with the LeBlanc and the Rek'Sai. And the Zilean, of course, has the beautiful R button that takes you back in time, doesn't allow you to die. The Rel, like right here, locked in before any kind of marksman. Interesting.
I don't know. I'm fishing, okay? I'm fishing, Trouble.
I'm just not the biggest fan of Rel in
Can
the
you
current
imagine?
meta because all the carries are such long range that Rel finds it so difficult to engage. But at this point, you have so much backline dive together with the Rek'Sai and the LeBlanc that it's not the worst.
Can you imagine Samira on this composition? This is a full-on blown
I
attack.
actually cannot.
I know, but I would love to. I know I'm a spicy guy. I need to bring some spiciness to my life. So Gangplank
You
is
know
going
what's
to
a
be
better
removed.
iteration of Samira?
What?
Katarina.
Don't you? No, they have LeBlanc. How can you? That's not going to happen unless it's a tank Katarina on the top side. No. Okay, Akali removed on the top side. So they want to get Cries on a good matchup as well because they have the utility on the bot side.
Now, one of the champions that A-Leaf plays really well is the Aatrox and the Gragas. And they both fit the composition really well. Gragas can misposition carries in the backline, bring them closer, allow the Rel to have a much easier engage, if you will, together with the Rek'Sai and the LeBlanc, and it's going to be an all-in composition. Same with Aatrox. Once you've dived in with the Rel, the Aatrox can find a very beautiful flank to keep the rest of the JDXL members at bay. Now, at this point, the only problem that I'm seeing right now is that there's a lot of zoomies and survivability on the side of JDXL. From what I mean with that is that all the speed-ups and the stopwatch, if you will, coming in from the Zilean that brings you back to life, will not allow LeBlanc these easy assassinations together with Rek'Sai.
Okay, Jinx finally being removed, so one of the hyper carries is no longer in question.
I mean,
Aphelios is still up, but... Or another dive. I was saying, dive AD carries could work on this one. You want to get the action.
I prefer
Kai'Sa
the
could
Kai'Sa.
be a good one as well, but you need to get that level 6. I think they're opting for something like really early.
Honestly,
the Kai'Sa.
I love the
I like
Kai'Sa
it.
because the Volibear only has one button. The button is forward. Kai'Sa usually used to be the counterpick to Olaf because you cannot evade Olaf and you can also see him, but Kai'Sa can jump onto the other side of the fight and completely evade him. So I think the same thing is what's going to happen here. If you can manage to get onto the Jhin, the Kai'Sa can also dive into the backline, completely eliminate the target. If you don't, then you've split up JDXL into two parts. Now this is very dangerous because it has very...
Give it to me on the mid. It's Eminem with the Soraka mid lane.
that.
It is. It is.
You say that.
I say that.
I think it might be Kiki's on the Soraka.
I don't know.
I think playing Soraka into LeBlanc is a very dangerous game.
It is
Playing on a
Eminence.
you're playing on a very thin line. It's gonna be
Soraka
Cries.
top?
Yeah, it's gonna be Cries with the Soraka top lane. I think if anything, it's gonna be played at the bot or top side of the map. Now the problem is again,
Damn it.
Soraka is a very volatile champion. So if you play something that can really hard dive or scale off of her, being so aggressive in the lane, you can benefit for that late game. Now the Graves here to me, I'm not gonna talk about it because it's a hover so far. But look on the other side, I see a bunch of AP damage from the side of JDXL and very little consistent AD damage. I love that. Honestly, Dusty are going all in, which means if they manage to kill someone off before Soraka ult and before Zilean ult, they're gonna have a pretty good time in the park. If not, and those shields, heals, silences, speed ups, and revivals come through, you're screwed, buddy, because you've already dived the backline.
This is such an interesting champion select from both teams. I actually think there's a quite big possibility of this being Zilean.
It is
subs.
Kiki's with the Soraka. No, I love that. I genuinely love. If Kiki stays on the Soraka, I genuinely love that because Kai'Sa is a very short range ADC. Rel is a melee support, which means you get to poke them a lot and you get a lot out of the long range spells that Soraka has to bring you. And also any trades that will go towards your Jhin with pretty long range will be healed up straight away. I love the fact that Soraka ended up down in the ball
Who's
lane.
going to win? Sustain engage.
I think sustain. There's too many
first.
shields, man.
I love this. I love this. I can't wait to actually get the feedback from the caster's desk because as soon as the composition was done, the face of Nightmare was actually...
He loves Soraka. Yeah, he loves
He was
Soraka.
so confused because I want to see this so initialize Nightmare, kick it away.
I want it to be on the record. I was thinking as soon as the Rek'Sai LeBlanc was locked in, this is a great Ahri game. I realized it was
That's what he was
12.2
doing.
at that point.
He was really hoping for it. I'm not even, he was just saying Ahri. It wasn't saying anything else,
Yeah,
just
Ahri.
Ahri. That's it.
So now I look at this and I see this Zillion going top, and I'm like, hang on, are we going to get a Smite top performance? This definitely feels...
Is this a farming Zillion?
I do not think if you chuck either the Soraka or the Zillion top, it's going to go well. Wukong is very, very good at killing towers. Very, very good, because you get to like mimic up the bonk on the tower with the Q with your clone.
Indeed, Crushing
really
Blow.
not the best option you got available to you.
I believe it's called Crushing Blow. I'll need to double check that. I believe the Q is Crushing Blow. Warrior Trickster's the clone. E is the Nimbus Strike.
Okay.
And then, yeah, Q is
Cyclone
just
is the
Cyclone, of course, yeah. I'm not going to make the reference you want me to, because that'd be far too niche. We'll move back from that. That will have to remain a mystery. Maybe someone can DM me after to find out what that reference was, and you won't know it. It's
That
great.
is one of the problems about being brothers. Well,
It is very true.
Half the things that we could say are probably just nonsense.
Very, very specific reference to like 2010 meme culture. Yeah.
Just looking at the summoner spells, because we have this immediately and we have some time to talk about. We might get some level 1 stuff with the Ralda as possible. So it looks like we're spared that for now, though. That's an exhaust on the Zillion, obviously.
Smite, yep.
So you don't need a smite to do roaming top, just don't stay in lane kind of strategy. What you want to be doing on the Zillion is kind of collecting minimal XP, getting some farm where you can, but then just impacting the rest of the map. Now, I don't like these kinds of compositions without a hyper carry. Jhin is not going to be your hyper carry. This game is therefore effectively all on M&S's back. You gotta get monster shockwaves, doing that with so much around the side, flanking potential from the Wukong, the Rek'Sai, and the mobility of everyone else. It's actually a pretty rough draft for JDXL for the first time maybe in this split.
I mean, of all players to do it, though, I feel like M&S has got to be probably the best guy in the mid lane you can ask to do it. I mean, I went looking for some stats for this guy.
Okay, tell me the stats.
And I basically ran around and went, that's a great strat, that's a great stat. And I had to go down like the entire list because he's got great stats everywhere. He is #1 in KDA for mid lane at 7.5. Most kills of any mid lane is 8.3, with the lowest deaths at 2 an average a game, which is crazy considering he's got 23 solo kills, aka 2.5 solo kills a game on average. Normally, if you're going for those kind of plays, you're normally trading back every now and then. No, he's just getting clean murders and getting away with it all the time. I could go on, and I might do later, but the man is a monster.
When we have to visually reinforce it, we'll see what happens. So Eminem is actually starting with the E there to try and weather some of the hard trades that you can have from LeBlanc with a corrupting potion very early on, but Eminem hasn't popped that himself. Kryze is just getting some bomb out. That's actually a pretty good level 1 series of trades. I mean, considering Wukong wants to get right on top of you level 1 with the E, getting the attack speed bonus, that is not normally a lane which I would consider good for a Zillion. Not that I would know much about Zillion top's laning performances. Either way, Kryze getting a good amount of damage in. That's actually seriously obnoxious.
It isn't. We were kind of trying to theorize a little bit. Well, what on earth is a Zillion versus Wukong top lane matchup like? Because unsurprisingly, it's not that common. What I will say is obviously the Zillion is farming. That's important to know. It's not roaming as it stands. And 2, Wukong's passive is often about, withstanding AD threats. He's got like this, I think it's Stone Skin, something like that, that's the passive. And that isn't really coming into play here because it's the range versus melee matchup, and you've got the exhaustive. Wukong goes for the all-in.
Okay, well, Dan has come up topside. There's a flash, there's no clone.
Yeah, Warrior Trickster looks like he's in trouble. Where's the bomb? Final auto does it. And it is Volibear that secures that with the red buff burn. First blood to JDXL.
So much of that comes from the early trading from Kryze. Rocking out with his clock out. Elif hits the ground 0-1 on the Wukong. And this is now when you start to really worry about Dusty, because this Wukong, I expected to have so much
never mind that.
On the map, and Kick is the one that's caught on the other side.
Okay, Viking with early ganks bot going in, tries to get it with a flash. W is a block by Zamalek, flashing in trades. And they do get the return kill on bot side, and Zamalek even bones the additional summoner.
Oh, that is such heartbreak, because I thought he was dead halfway through that gank. I'd imagine that Dusty thought that too. Very, very quick on the instincts, though, to say actually halfway through, yeah, we can get out. Just the flash at the end of it, which did not register through the body block that. But yeah, this is extended lane. Wukong's too far up. Slows from Zilean. Very, very obnoxious when you are trying to take a more of an extended path out of a confrontation. Kill over to Dan early as well. We've actually seen a lot of Volibears across various regions, but particularly in the NLC as well, not actually achieve much that early. It's good to see a change of the story this time around.
Absolutely, and it's a good start for Venza as well, who's been under a little bit of a microscope for Dusty at points, because when Dusty have been losing, it's often Venza who's been the brunt of the deaths with some of those kills. Irresponsible with the lead has been a lot of term we've used a fair amount, where there was a great Jinx game where he got quite far ahead off some early plays and couldn't make it happen. Instead, we're going to see a gank onto MNS, who does have Viking coming through, but they won't continue to chase on to
just a couple of love taps there, not really able to get onto MNS's positioning is fairly clean, suffering a little bit in the early lane, but keeping up okay in CS, trading back okay, and also, again, just not showing that opening for the Rek'Sai to get the most of things. And Backlund still taking some trades on the negative end of that too. Effectively, MNS's job is to survive at this point. It's not like some previous iterations of the Orianna where you could have so much kill pressure the other way. Orianna, rather, the LeBlanc has some very good runes and some very good ability to just keep themselves in lane at this current meta. But, you know, let's go back to Venza very quickly. Is there on the screen at this point. As much as Venza has been, I would say, irresponsible with leads, where he has a lot of DPM, gets involved in fighting, but dies so much too. What better champion to be on than Kai'Sa, whose job is to be hyper-aggressive, thread the eye of the needle, and get into that backline? We do see that Kryze actually has to play the flash on the side, as we were busy waxing lyrical about the bot side of the map. But Kryze still able to get back towards that turret. I don't think it matters that the Zilean gets down and farm. I think they're still being useful. Hasn't lost a turret plate yet, and they're still in the game.
Yeah, and can still collect a lot of this wave. So we'll be down about 5 or so CS, something like that, half a wave, I imagine, because of where
CS sitting under turret is actually quite
It's really hard. He has incredibly poor auto attacks, indeed. It's yeah, like it's just like throwing those, like, you know, the clock, you know, the keys used to wind clock. It's like throwing those at people, which doesn't really work. It's like, well, what's that supposed to do? Like irritate me?
I mean, you saw the level 1 was very irritating.
That's not a key. That's like a literal time bomb.
I actually love what MNS just did there, by the way, because normally taking that path into river is actually super vulnerable. But he knows that Dan's there. Knows that they have the flash. Backlund had gone for a heavier trade, potentially could have been turned around with the shockwave. It's the small things. It's the movement which he shows there.
Some good clicks.
Some good clips as Zemlek gets clicked multiple times by Venza and by the W, which means that the passive comes around. But speaking of that, MNS out of mana. Viking has a flash, potentially dangerous.
Could think about it. There's Backlund stepping forward to see whether we can get on top of this Orianna. Flash forward to make sure the chains will land. Flash away, still going to get rooted. There's the shockwave, a lot of damage back. Now MNS needs to see whether he can find his way out, and will be able to do so with the Blast Comb. Dusty will now look for the red buff. Invade, but the mid lane of JDXL does stay alive.
So, bit of an ego check for Vanir, saying, I'll dodge the chain and be fine. But Backlund with the early flash knows that will connect. I mean, if you do stay within that range, of course, it's very dangerous at that point. But MNS, once again, kind of very heads-up play to know that the Rek'Sai very much within flash range if the Tether had landed without using their own summoner. MNS gets out, and if that objective has been to survive in the early game, after a couple of attempts, still looking good.
Looking very happy as it stands there. He's still skiing up from CS. Will get back to lane to not lose too much more. Dan, of course, got the early dragon as well, and then roam top to help get his top laner shoved out. And that allowed an easier reset for the Zilean. There we go, forgot the name. Call him Zictor, which is not a name.
Look, I know we haven't...
And I know obviously you're next to me and there's a lot of memes going around right now, but that's... Does that maybe, like, I don't know... Like, I'm trying to think of a way to put my name in a J, so it doesn't really work. J-Sam, there you go, that'll have to do. Unless someone come up with a better name, we'll deal with that.
We have Silkard Sharom, Professor Heimerborg, Professor Mictor, J-Sam.
Yeah.
Look, it's a work in progress.
We'll work it out.
We'll get your face onto a splash shot. It won't matter how we say it after
exactly that.
It's all on the visuals.
I do play Jace, just very badly. So don't
say that about a great many champions, actually. Ari first and foremost. Right, we've got a Herald Fire. Level 6 hit by Viking. Watch out for that assassination potential, but no one particularly at low HP as it comes into it. No, level 6 is on
the kick here. Some Villian's not close enough to get the Chrono Shift coming through, but look at the massive curtain call coming through. Viking still managed to get the execute, but it's a 1-for-1 right now. Jungler traded even after the Void Assaults come through. Deadly Flourish did come out. Dan secured the Herald. Shockwave onto 2. FGG trying to escape. It's a double for Zamalek, who said he couldn't be a hyper carry. That's another kill onto Kryze. Backlund now running away with a bomb on his head. It's a ticking time bomb. And the clone actually is the one that falls there. I apologize. He's still been run under the tower. Does have a distortion, will be able to escape out of there. So I got bamboozled by LeBlanc's passive ability.
Backlund does manage to get out with some fancy moves, some smokes, some mirrors, but doesn't come out with any of their teammates. So let's see how this all transcends. Comes down. FGG is the one to start off proceedings, gets in there. None of these supports have the ultimate, of course, doesn't have the ability to keep everyone in place with the Magnet Storm. And as much as getting Soraka off the board is all well and good, I mean, you've had 0 damage onto Zalmalek, who gets very involved very early. You have 0 damage onto MNS, who also gets a 2-man ultimate through that. And you don't even have your Kai'Sa, who does have the ult to get themselves into the fray. It's just JDXL turning up at the right time, using the numbers advantage, and using their power spikes well.
Yeah, Backlund, as you saw, did get out. Did, of course, still come very heavily. JDXL favorably went 3 for 1 in that play, I believe, which was very, very good. You get 2 kills onto Zamalek. You've got an additional kill onto Kryze. MNS gets 3 assists. JDXL and early jungle control, early skirmishing prowess, looking pretty good here. Even if Dusty have made some aggressive moves around the mid and bot lane, they've just not come out to all that much. And it's JDXL with the slight gold lead as it stands right here. And Dusty have got the comp, I feel, that spikes earlier and wants things happening earlier.
So yes, I mean, there's always going to be the miracle team fight of Wukong finding enough people, of Rel finding enough people. But actually, if you have the Zillion at the right place and they're not caught in, you can save the Orianna, you can save the Jhin. That's fine. You turn around with a big ultimate after that point. This is going to have to be finely orchestrated from Dusty to find themselves mid-game advantages, which they're really aiming for. You're right, they do spike early. Level 6 is obviously a big point for them, but they haven't achieved much in the mid-jungle 2v2. MNS and Dan able to survive that area of the map, spread that pressure out into the 5v5s and then into the side lanes too, in the case of the Volibear too. But now we're looking at Dusty to up the ante once more, because you're right, if they do fall behind the curve anymore, you struggle to find a way for them to get back into it.
Now to see, of course, whether Venza, who has still managed to get themselves a pretty solid lead in that bot side, doing very well, has gone towards what's looking to be a Muramana build at some point in here with the tier stacking up as well, can make things happen for this team. Vikings still obviously on his favored Rek'Sai. You've got Backlund on the LeBlanc, a comfortable pick for him. They're not out of this game as yet at all. Aleph on this Wukong as well can still cause chaos even with the double enchanter. It's just a matter, I feel, of stabilizing and not letting JDXL get to the point where the double enchanter plus all the damage that Zamalek and MNS can do gets really obnoxious in the late game.
Yeah, that's a swing and a miss twice from Kryze as near those bombs hit. But you can see how annoying it is when Aleph isn't in a position to all in. Those slows become so very annoying. So Dan hovering mid once again, and I've been really impressed again of how MNS has managed to get the most out of the Orianna's laning phase without actually being exposed. It can be very difficult at that point. So actually just understanding when they're in a point of danger. Is Backlund actually going to be able to deny the cannon? Not even that. Shield comes on from the E, and then suddenly, after the distort's down, MNS understands it's time to move back up.
Got to call out as well, Venza has been playing since 2018, and Kai'Sa is by far his most played champion. It's his most comfortable champion.
I mean, if you didn't know that from his playstyle,
exactly that. But this is
I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
This is the champion he is so preferred over the career. He's got 35 games on this champion, 25 and 10 all time. This will be his 36th game of it, and it's a game he's comfortable on. But right now he's down to 20% HP. Gets hit there by the ult. Flash for the last auto. Maybe won't quite get it. The exhaust through. The heal as well. He does get the kill, but now FGG over on to Zamalek with the Magnet Storm afterwards will secure a shutdown.
Oh, FGG at least managed to turn something around. Aleph, very low HP, does have the flash, might be forced to use it, and MNS chained up in the mid lane.
There's a shockwave afterwards, but of course Backlund did have the distortion to get their way out of trouble, and it's just the clone that's junked. Backlund's still going to have to be forced back from this wave, though. Right?
As much as that is kind of like, it's a quote-unquote whiffed ultimate, it does mean that Backlund can't stick around for another instance of damage, means that the Rek'Sai not in a position to follow up for any sort of kill either. And MNS has yet to be unrooted from this mid lane. It's not the flashy 1v1s. Might have to see them coming on later if he wants to try and keep up with his on-record pace. Dan now pushing further into the jungle. But this time he doesn't have a mid lane to back him up.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 people for JDXL rather trying to run away from 4 of Dusty, but they do manage to escape. There is another dragon on the field. Now we're going to see this replay of what on earth happened to get Venza so low, and then the outplay that happens nearly at the end.
Zamalek gets towards that 4th shot, goes back in again, and I mean, Zamalek is all... We know Zamalek does that. He always goes for the 1v1s and the AD carries. Now, Venza uses that auto-attack reset on the Kai'Sa ult when you put it at short distance, gets that shield. I think thinks that they have the heal instead of the cleanse. They pop that through it. At least it ends up being a 1-for-1. But this is kind of becoming a Zamalek classic at this point.
And he does, in fairness, get the kill, and it is FGG who gets the return. He's the gets the shutdown as well, so I think you feel pretty happy as far as Amalek.
Yes.
It also cost Kai'Sa the half arm.
Big brain move. Give the shutdown to someone who doesn't really want the gold.
Exactly that. See, it's all genius as Kikis is now in mid lane, trying to be as obnoxious as possible. He's going to get knocked up by a Prowler's Claw. There's the Void Assault afterwards, and it's a very dead Soraka.
Not sure I agree with that one. Chain's tethered in there. You know you're probably going down. Just a bit of a wasted summoner. Oh. That's going to be a return fight from the side of JDXL.
FGG does go down to M&S. The curtain call is out, and that will make it a 1-for-1. Both supports getting picked at various points around this mid lane.
Another solo kill for... Okay, it's not quite a solo kill. But Eminem gets himself onto the kill ball once again, 2-0-3. And Dusty, as much as that was a good pick at the first part, as soon as you see the dragon go down and you know that the Volibear is in that point of power, you probably need to approach that a little more carefully. You don't have the Wukong to really start breaking up proceedings too. Wukong, hell, has had to go for Gore Drinker over Divine Sundra. Doesn't even have the same degree of crazy wand, like burst potential. Really struggling to actually get these bigger fights going their direction of Dusty. They managed to find some picks, but anything involving large amounts of members has surely not gone their way. As we said, going back to that pick there, I mean, it's just the mobility difference coming in from Dusty's champions, and the Soraka goes down for that much of a fight.
Does get taken. Of course, down was on the Dragon at the time, so that then cost FGG because the Volibear was around and able to pounce, and they're going to take out a Herald here as well. It's the neutral objectives that are, as per usual, going in JDXL's favor. They're up about 2,000 gold, and M&S currently 2-0-3, though without a solo kill for once in a game.
Crazy, I know, right? But I think it was last game day, so back on Monday, where we kind of touched on some of JDXL stats. Might have been actually last week, trying to remember exactly when we did it. But they have incredibly high first tower, incredibly high first dragon, herald. You know, I think it's first herald and baron are the ones which they tend to go towards the most. They might get themselves the first kill of this fight. Sven's is stunned up.
He's cleansed. He's going to get to the blast cone. Does not quite get stunned down. That 4-shot won't quite do it. M&S looking for the final auto. Just gets it with a command attack.
Eminem not being able to achieve the solo part of that. 3-0-3 though, got the symmetry. There's a Herald in here too. Without the Kai'Sa, JDXL might be dealing almost a death blow to this game, only 16 minutes in. This is going to be such a hard push for Dusty to retreat, to kind of stabilize after this point. They've lost themselves the ready carry. They're no longer farming. They've lost themselves presence in structures on the mid lane. Dad is going to get chained up, doesn't have flash. This could be an important pick for them.
Could be, but he's still pretty fast. Got the Thundering Smash. I believe he'll have maxed that ability by the looks of it. And also got to point out that Dusty did actually get first tower down on the bot side. They did have Backland and Viking get a hold of that, but all the while, JDXL used that Herald mid, got a hold of that. They're now moving towards his top lane, which is also still pretty low. Backland is here, but I don't know whether he wants to be. He's got to be a little afraid of the mid jungle that's waiting around for him.
Doesn't have the mimic. Oh, that's
a shockwave, and he's just going to go straight down. There's no way out for the man. Dan picks that one up, and the mid jungle bait gets their prize.
Oh, and you called that out really well. Of course, used the distort on the wave, didn't have the mimic. Cooldowns have been counted. We're not in a casino. We're allowed to do the old card counting technique here. And Backland is the loser of this particular pot.
Yeah, he doesn't. I believe card counting's allowed, just frowned upon and gets you in trouble. So don't do it. You'll get yourself in trouble. But, you know, apparently,
okay, Backland
strictly...
is frowning from the death chamber. You can tell
he's frowning. How dare you count my ability
cooldowns?
Expression
on his face.
Counting cooldowns. How dare you? Written in chat. Can you do it Doomby style, though, mid-fight? That's the real question. It's not going to be the pick in the mid lane, though. They don't quite get a hold of that one, though. I appreciate the attempt. And the gold lead up to 3,000. The kills are in the right place. It's on your jungler, and then most of them is on your AD and onto your mid laner. Orianna and Jhin, very happy in this game. You can see it in the gold as well. Hefty gold lead for M&S, even if it's Venza who's staying relatively even with Zamalek as it stands.
When we're using this as context, I want to actually just quickly return to something I said just a while ago, just saying, wow, this feels like a death blow in that mid lane push with the Kai'Sa going down, another tower going down, because this is not like the last game where you can kind of see some parity in scaling in some ways. You were absolutely right to call it out earlier that Dusty do spike on a couple of items. They don't realistically want to go into 5v5s anything less than a KO2 advantage, and of course that has been flipped on them. FGG looking for something, but he's just caught.
Oh, it's just so much pick CC. That's the damage. That's going to be just dead, surely, for FG. But then Backland going in, but he's being exhausted. There's double exhaust from him. But even the burst that JDXL has, or rather that Dusty have, isn't that great as Unstop goes down, who's brought forth the Storm. It's a stun onto Venti, who tries to use the ult, but has to flash away from the shockwave. But look at Backland, who's flashing over the wall to try and survive. It's the clone that falls to Zamalek's auto. And the LeBlanc needs to try and find a way out of this. Surely will do. Nobody dies, but it's Dusty running away with blinking health bars on most members.
Okay, Viking trying to find his way out, has to flash over, doesn't have the E cooldown. So once again, it's Dusty not losing members, but not being able to find any sort of optimal, aggressive path into that fight. Most of the start of that fight was JDXL using regular abilities to catch out FGG, who barely escapes their life. They're giving over Soul Point. They're giving over control of the bot side too by losing a tower down there after they took first tower even themselves. JDXL choking out this game. We know this is a team that does that, but this is showing no mercy to Dusty.
And it is a ruthless combo that we've seen from JDXL. They have drafted this Volibear, Jhin, Zillion combo before. They did it in week 3. They did it against Vanir. And of course, it was the Zillion for Kikis at that point, which is what has had us thinking. But the point was that basically, you speed up Volibear, who runs at Mach 5 with his Q active, and then Jhin can follow up, and there is nobody on the side of Dusty who wants to tank that combo up.
Into the fight, starting off things.
They're going to try and continue this one. That's Venza, who's landed a decent Void Seeker there to see whether some damage is M&S. Going to try and kill Viking. The shield just about keeps him alive, and Airy won't kill them.
And that would have probably been a solo kill.
I think it might have been.
So, barely escaping with their life. Viking forced to reset. And every time this happens, you're seeing jungle camps go down. You're seeing waves being missed on a lane because Dusty are the ones who might not lose anyone, but they're bearing the brunt of the HP disadvantages. JDXL get to choose their resets a bit more opportunistically. They get to choose everything. JDXL find the micro advantages yet again.
And the thing we didn't get to talk about, because it happened so fast, was the fact that after all those blinking health bars came down, JDXL went, we got mid lane, we'll rotate and get Infernal Soul Point, by the way. That's the addition of everything else that's gone. You might not have got the kills, but you get that huge advantage there.
M&S really feeling it. Levels up, teleport response.
He's going to be out of the range of Aleph, who's trying to get on top of him. He's thrown the Cyclone, he's blown the Flash. He's going to try and get a hold of him. M&S still has the Flash, needs to work out what he's doing a lot of damage back. Might finally get shut down, but there's a heal from Kikis. The ambulance arrives, and M&S gets the kill. Not a solo, though.
Again, 1v2 at the start of it, looking to chase down Backland. Freaks him out. It's a feel-good moment in a grim game. The darkness of the
Black Rose will be cut down once more. You're going to be pressed and held in JDXL's memory book. It feels like you got a blast going, but I don't think Alcove Gaming is getting you anywhere in this game. Got a time bomb on your head. You take a command attack, a dissonance as well. The clone tanks the tower. Backland gets stunned, and it's Dan that goes onto the killing spree.
Yeah, I mean, it's a feel-good moment in such a grim, dark game. You are sat there in the top lane, and there is only death in that eventuality for Backland. Trying to get that one out before the play happened, but Backland decided to extend that one. Yeah, it's going to be down for the eventual Baron. Still, there are 4 members of Dusty alive. I don't think they could contest it with all 5 members. Dusty being propped up by both of these enchanters. Viking looking for the Miracle Steal, and that's about it.
Yeah, in the grim darkness of the top lane tower, there was only a frenzied maul, and they're going to continue going. It is down.
That's awful. Almost as bad as Venz is feeling after that death.
Wow, he's just so fast. I don't know what to say. Zillion has the power to speed up a Volibear to probably slightly faster than the speed of sound, it seems.
I was about to say that I felt like I saw a sonic boom coming in the wake of that Volibear running down his prey. Backland back out onto the map. Of course, there was no Baron taken, so that is a consolation, but a small one at that. It's not like Backland and crew have found anything themselves. He's having to flip back again, uses the Mimic to get out of things. It seems like every time they go for something,
teleporting.
It has been nullified. More chunks coming down. FGG looking for a final hurrah.
Is the Magna Storm to get onto M&S. Remember, there is no stopwatch, but there's still the Wish coming through. Zamalek picks that one. Over comes Aleph, but he's been exhausted. Dan stepping up, and there is the Gale Force as well. Aleph so damn low. He's got no Warrior Trickster. Is coming out. They're going to try and get M&S, who flashes away. Shutdown comes through, and M&S finally falls, but it comes at a cost. 2 for 1. Backland's going back in, but he's going over the wall, and he takes a deadly flourish. The Star Call comes down, and it's Evil evil omens in this particular game. There is no way out. The stars were in alignment, this time for JDXL.
And he flips back to the distortion right in front of Zamalek, who hard scope, point blank shoots him down. Gonna go back into a replay for this as again, it's one of these last gasp efforts, because you know that you have to play the broken fights. You want to try and play around the Rek'Sai and Kai'Sa, but funnily enough, they're actually not at this play. You can see how desperate they look at this point, because they know that anything which is a quote-unquote kind of normal fight, it's probably not going against them. They try and find a fight against the rhythm of the game, and sadly, they lose it.
Backlund got rooted there as well, and they're just JDXL so on point. Every play that Dusty made, and I give them credit for trying. They've made a couple of attempts now to get something on the sidelines to use the pick they do have. The problem is the exhausts, the global heal. You've got chrono shifts. You've got so much CC. Like, what do you do to get the damage down without being sort of frozen in place for an eternity?
Well, not that. This might have worked against.
Thank you, Nymera, for your incredible insight.
This might have worked against a lesser team than JDXL, but as we've seen, this is the team which is very, very coordinated. They're understanding of their lane assignments. They know where their pressure points are. We've seen MNS understanding he can take 1v2s, understands the defensive measures they can take as well. Infernal Soul on the table. It's going to be taken down by JDXL without a contest. Dusty looking to, well, they can't even take themselves a Baron, looking for a pick. They don't get that either. They get nothing.
Come hell or high water, JDXL will find themselves a massive amount of jungle control. Appropriate considering they got an Infernal Soul, even if Nymera mentioned the ocean. Backlund being stunned in place. Dan's running him down. Jumps straight down with that frenzied maul I called earlier. Cries over the wall. It's a 2v3, a support, a jungler. They're still running the entirety remaining Dusty out of their own jungle. You can see Aelif like retreating, recalling in his own top lane bush. JDXL move right back to the Baron. It's not the fastest Baron you've ever seen, but at this point, there's no one around to stop them.
And just ults over the wall to get back into the pit, wants to get themselves right there.
Oh, Lord, that's the solo kill!
For Eminem. We waited 25 minutes for it. It's not on the easiest champion to achieve it with. It's more about the team play. Eminem still got some of that spark in them, though. 24 solo kills in 10 games. This man is a monster. I believe this is his 10th unique champion as well. I haven't seen him on Orianna yet either. Is there no depth to which this man cannot pull out a new and incredible champion? Apparently, third item's complete. I'm looking to see his inevitable one game of Ari to appease the crowd, which is namely me. And as you saw there, I mean, JDXL very quickly just closing down that game, and as much as they're having fun with ulting over the wall, they are still eyes on the prize, get that Baron, Infernal Soul taken. Backlund looking for something, looking for anything, but when your mid lane has been out-leveled by the enemy AD carry, I don't know what to tell you, game's completely off the handle.
And Dan just running behind the enemy lines here, straight through the blue side jungle. And Viking on that Rexor, just having to back away. There were some good ganks earlier, some good attempts, but it's just felt like JDXL with another one of those clutch pocket drafts that is causing so much chaos. The control, the consistency of this team is feeling so unmatched. Yes, maybe X7 have more explosive early games, but no one is cleaner than JDXL in the mid game, and no one seems to be able to stop them once they get this kind of calculating, crushing, suffocating lead. They're into the base and inhibitors down, and Dusty, if you've got any options, you need to show us now, because FGG is taken down to nearly no HP at all. The shockwave goes wide as a Void Assault comes down. Kikis picks up a kill of all people there as the Viking went in a Hail Mary and was shut down. They're going to need a bigger boat, and they're the one with the damn Void Shark.
Poor one out for Viking, goes in for a Hail Mary. It's a Bloody Mary at the end of this fight.
Killer Instinct coming through from Venza. They're trying to get something. It's not bad, but it's just not enough. There's not enough damage. There's not enough gold. There's not enough way through all the CC. They finally kill the Chronomancer, but it is the Mistress of the Black Rose alone that stands to watch her empire fall. JDXL are just too clean. 9-1. Go to the Academy team.
Keeping pace at the top of the table. They throw that baton right over to X7 to see if they can match that score later on. And that is also what we have to keep our eyes on now. You know, all of these teams showing these strong performances, that has implications for these other teams which have traded games with them. We're into the revenge match now. We're into this victory lap for some of these teams too. JDXL, like I said in the power ranking that I made, I think they might be the best team in the league. It's up to the other teams to show them up now, because Dusty, we're not close to it.
when you can show another draft flex like that Zillion top lane, by the way, Soraka bot, when you can get a 10th unique champion on your mid laner who is crushing every stat out there. What do you do versus this team? A question we'll need to ask as the weeks go on. But we are going to have to start throwing to a break. We've still got more to go. And that means we have to say goodbye, but only briefly. See you around in just a few moments.
Welcome back to the NLC after an interesting game by JDXL versus Dusty. What can you do on these situations? Well, you cannot do anything. JDXL picking up another win, going with only one defeat so far. This team is showing signs that they want to go for the playoffs, they want the EU Masters, they want everything. And I want to talk with someone from JDXL side. I know I have the one and only Turok. Hello.
Hey.
Hey. Okay. You won, but at what cost? You played Zillion top, Soraka support. How can you live with yourself picking like this?
I can live with myself perfectly. It's very fun. No other team picks Zillion top, so we can do it, right? Like, look, think of it this way. We're just bringing more entertainment, more variety for the NLC, right? You know, so whether it's Zillion, whether it's Soraka, I don't care. You know, like we're just bringing more unique champions. We're just trying to make it more fun, you know, a little bit more spicy. You know, I think it's a perfectly acceptable cost, to be honest.
It was really spicy. It was. Okay, so explain to me, like I'm 5, what this composition is supposed to do for everyone at home to understand what went on the Summoner's Rift.
Well, I think there's 2 extremely important aspects to this composition. So, first one is the bear, which we were surprised we got again, but I'm not complaining. We'll just, and then what you do is you get the bear, and he runs really, really fast when Zillion speeds him up, right? So then people aren't allowed on the same screen as the bear, and it makes the game very fun to play. And then the second thing is, if we don't get behind, we have Soraka. So then we've got an entire ambulance for the team. So we can just walk anywhere and they just run out of damage. So, we just become unkillable and really fast, which, is pretty fun for us.
It is. And we talk a lot about M&S, obviously, but how good it is to have a team that can adapt to every single scenario on the champion select. Like getting a top laner to play the Zillion versus a Wukong, it's not an easy matchup. You have to have a really good player to adapt to every single weird plan that you have. How good it is to be a coach of a team that adapts to everything you throw at them.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, this is what I've wanted for a long time. And when I got the opportunity to build this JDXL roster, it was a natural fit where I was speaking to players, I was chatting to Kryze. I was like, so I'll let you. I'm really like pro weird champions. Is that okay with you? And he's like, yeah, well, I think every champ's like viable top lane, so that'd be kind of fun if we started using that. So yeah, I mean, across the board, everyone's willing to play random stuff, and the idea is that if somebody suggests something, then we test it and we believe in them. Whether I suggest it, whether a player suggests it. But the point is when everybody has that type of mindset, we can have some of the best drafts or some of the craziest stuff going on, which is really fun to do because not every team has that luxury.
Yeah. Okay, now as a coach, I need you on the other side. Put yourself on the other position. You're playing versus Soraka, you're playing versus Zillion. You do have the Wukong that is really good with the chainsaw, applying the grievous wounds. But if you're a Soraka, you remove those grievous wounds before the heal. How do you deal with this?
Cry.
There's no solution, right?
You have to win really, really hard early game, but the entire point is that we actually have really stable lanes and that we're just going to smother you, right? So if you're looking at our draft, you're like, we have to explode early and try and make something happen, but if not, we just run out of damage. So you pretty much sit at it and you're like, okay, well, we got a 5-minute timer and right, boys, let's go ham. And when I got past 5 minutes and we were chilling, I was like, yeah, okay, we're fine.
It's one, yeah. It's one of those time trials. You see the time go by. Okay, 7 minutes. Yeah, you won. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stop prepping for the interview, right?
Let's look into the next week matchup. Are you excited? You know what it is, right?
Very, very.
Oh, okay. Tell me about that one. For those of you who don't know, it's JDXL versus X7. Tell me about that matchup.
Well, this is our time to face X7 when both teams have had good practice. And all I'm saying is that they are a great team, but we want to prove that we're better. And the fact that we've got, a lot more practice under our belt right now, the fact we're on like an 8-game unbeaten run, something like this, we're feeling good, we're playing good, everyone's laughing, like the entire idea is that we come in and give X7 the game of their lives. So, I want to avenge week 1 for sure.
Okay. Obviously, that's going to be match of the week, so I'm really excited about that. I have 2 more questions. I saw a little tweet about a specific champion got some sort of buff. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about our Lord and Savior, Alawi?
Daylawi.
My favorite champion, by the way.
It's your favorite champion?
Yeah,
no.
I've been looking to pick Alawi in competitive for probably the last 4 years. To be honest, it's been a long road, but the great part of this is I have a team that can play everything. So if there's any team that can play Alawi, if she gets buffed properly, it's this one. So my dream will finally be fulfilled, and every player I've terrorized about playing Alawi can breathe a little easier tonight. So.
I'm so excited to see an Ilawi on competitive play. I'm so excited. Okay, and to leave you on this note, by the way, you should look into Pantheon. I'm just saying, he's a chill guy, He has a good beard, a good posture. I'm just saying, you could pick him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, I like his beard.
Yeah, thank you, Turok.
Yeah.
Have a nice one.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See ya next week.
Nice beard, Akram.
Same
nice
time?
Beard.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for the interview, man. Have a nice one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. There we go. Good spirit above all. This is what I love about these interviews with Turok. And also get some insight on what his mentality is regarding the Champion Select. And it is crazy. That's the mentality. He's completely crazy. He's a madman. No one can stop him. Who holds him accountable? That's what Nightmare would say. Okay, but disregarding now the JDXL part where we talked and all yada yada, we should look into Dusty because it's a team that can fight every team that they want if they get the early game, if they're on a good day, as they told us, Viking told us about that. So I want to know more about this game, how to work on this game because it's a really hard game. And I have Alif with me, who played Wukong. Hello.
Hello.
Obviously, if you see that Champion Select, you're not happy, are you?
Yeah, I mean, we got a bit surprised, right? The Zillion cheese picked up. Kind of surprised, so we kind of had to figure it out on the fly, what to draft against it. So yeah.
Obviously, on the Champion Select, when you saw the Zillion, you were not expecting to play versus the Zillion, but you brought in the Wukong, tried to get AoE damage on the team fight and all that. It was not bad. It was a good pick. It worked, but something was missing. What do you feel that missed on this game?
I think we lost to ourselves. Like we needed to be ahead in the early game. We gave like a bit of kills. We lost like the Herald fight, which was pretty huge. I think we just needed like some room, so we can like actually engage and like be first on objectives, just to be ahead in the early game because we should like be stronger early. But like we fell off, and then the game became like really awkward when they started like running us down with Zillion and Volibear.
And a lot of people talk about that Dusty is an early game team, that you guys have Viking to bring those early game champions, the Rek'Sai, the Lee Sin as well. What do you feel about that? Do you believe that Dusty has more to show to everyone, but they're actually saving for a better opportunity?
I mean, I don't think we are like a typical early game team. I think we can play a lot of stuff, like late game or early. I think it just depends on the matchups that we're facing and like on the weeks that what we actually want to practice. But yeah, I think we can like play a lot of stuff.
Okay, now we're looking into the second half of the split. Finally looking into rematches. What is the one you're looking for most?
I mean, I would say like the same as what I said like on Monday. Like the top 3 teams. I mean, today we lost against JDXL, but like there's still X7 and Bifrost. So like we are looking to face them the most, I think, and like to prove us that we are stronger than this.
Okay, if we're looking into the top 3 teams, the Bifrost, the JDXL, and X7, what is the team that you reckon that you can actually win? And what is the weakest team that you think is on the top of the standings?
I mean, I would say Bifrost. It's probably like the easiest of the 2 to win against. Like X7 has a really, really strong roster, and like we are looking kind of scary right now. But like I think every team is like beatable on a good day. If we all perform like really well, we can take them out.
I like that. I like the posture that you guys, like Dusty, is bringing into this split. I like how you guys are actually improving and adapting, and I want to see more of you. So thanks so much for this interview. I wish you good luck, and I'll see you on the next week.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye. There we go. This is a wrap-up for this game. Dusty were not capable of actually going over the cheese of JDXL, but just as we learned on the previous week, a little cheese on every single dish is not that bad, is it? Now we do have a little break before the next game. It's going to be Eminem versus Bifrost. Ooh, this is going to be a spicy one, so I'll see you soon. Don't leave the room. Welcome back. It is Bifrost versus Eminem. The rematch. I love to say this
Wait,
word.
can I do it like you?
Yeah.
Can I have a camera, please?
Okay. What's gonna happen? I'm
Well,
okay.
welcome back. Let's go.
Bifrost versus
Can't stay
Eminem.
as serious as you, man.
You can?
Got a gift, yeah.
I like that. But it's going to be an interesting matchup because when we saw Bifrost versus Eminem, they took the game. They completely stole the game and ran with it. Eminem were having issues at the time, but
Yeah.
out of nowhere, they made a beautiful recover. So this could be like tied up.
Okay, so Eminem right now, especially on the standings, they're sort of
Yeah.
in the middle of the pack. They're tied up, they're making playoffs, but they're also on the very back end where they could miss playoffs at the last second. Now, the very important thing about Eminem is that we never came in with big expectations for them.
Yes.
They were a last place team, they got relegated, they came back in. They got relegated, they come back in. It's what I say as a joke, we just can't get rid of them. We just can't get rid of Eminem. You know, Jamada keeps them alive in this league, you know? But in all honesty, I think that they have found a way to win, and this is due to the mid-jungle synergy. I believe that they have done a fantastic job. Kana and Royal Canin are honestly taking the league by storm, and they were almost able to pull victories out of thin air with that combo. That being said, they're playing against a very, very strong opponent, the likes of Bifrost. Bifrost are the only ones who have been able to beat X7, which is considered, if not the best team in the league, one of the best two teams in the league, JDXL and X7.
We'll see it next week, though.
We'll see it next week. And now the problem here is that I think Bifrost are picking up speed. You know, Bifrost know exactly how good they are, and they're using their early game really aggressively. They get their leads. They know exactly what their early game plan is, and they always execute. I think this is what's fantastic about Bifrost. I've never seen them give up in any stage of the game. Even the game they were losing versus X7, it came down to the very small details that they were able to pull out. That's why they beat X7. But now, I think against Eminem, they have a much easier task. All they have to do is just shut down that mid-jungle synergy, and I think they'll have the win in the bag.
And my question now, because I want to bring the tea, it is the fact that you have such a strong mid laner on Eminem alongside with the synergy on the jungle. What is happening with the mid lane of Bifrost? That is way too... No, you can't drink tea that fast. Like, you need to let it rinse. You need to let it calm down. I'm just saying, Champion Select is live, by the way. If you're looking at the mid lane, is the synergy between the jungle and the mid lane of Eminem strong enough to shut down Fury?
Honestly, I feel that Fury has not had the best year so far.
Yes.
And he said it himself.
Yes.
Now, there have been a bunch of scenarios where Fury could play one of his favorite champions, which is the likes of Akali, the likes of Sylas, and it's the champions that he technically says that he really likes to play, the carries. But it seems that Bifrost do not want to move towards that part and having Fury carry. Now, obviously, I don't know what this is. That is something to do with the team, but I would like to see something more aggressive onto Fury. I'm done seeing him on Corki. I'm done seeing him on Victor. Give him the Akalis, give him the Sylases. Let us see the 2 versus 2 mid-jungle synergy, because I feel like C-Boy has been on top of his game. The Lee Sins, the Zoes, the Poppies, and Ayaya, Snip, Shikari on his Gwen, undefeated so far. No question on why to first pick it. On why not to first pick it, rather.
Okay, more people jumping into the Volibear train.
Remember that segment where we had like Trundle, Javan,
Yes.
Poppy, and Volibear, and I'm
Volibear.
like, my boy's gonna come back with vengeance, and he is.
There we go. So this is really good for early, mid, and even late game if they get ahead. Also with the utility on the bot side. Now on the other side, they bring the Zeri. Yumi is still available if they want to lock in that duo. But then you don't have any jungler. Nah, don't give me the bird. I know you're not gonna pick it.
Okay, so I think the only obvious thing right here so far is probably that Shikari is going to be playing the Gwen. He has been undefeated on the champion. He manages to go through the laning phase unpunished every single time, and he's a massive carry for Bifrost towards the later stages of the game. Now, here, I was about to say I would really love to see the zoomies together with Zeri, whether that's a Yuumi or if it's a Lulu, because you definitely want to be able to get out of the Volibear range. You definitely want to be able to get out of the Deadly Flourish range, and you definitely want to be able to be dodging around all the bullets from Jhin coming from his curtain call. So I really love how strong the bot lane already looks. The sort of Bifrost, very safe, very strong, has a bunch of heals as well coming in from the Yuumi, and by having a very safe bot lane, you can choose to use it both ways because there's no setup right now on your bot lane or your top or your bot. You can choose to play towards maybe your mid jungle synergy.
I was talking with Tudok on an interview. I thought the Thresh could be a viable pick alongside with the Jhin, try to get that duo, but I like the idea of the Zillion because not only you help the Jhin, but then you have the Volibear running amok, like going for the target. So obviously that's what you're looking for. And you can revive him as well. Now looking into the second phase of the bans, it's going to be the Ornn removed. Is this a champion that can deal with the Gwen? I don't actually think so.
I think the problem right here is because you have a lot of squishy champions, right? Taking out any sort of weak side top lane that Bobista can survive on, I think is going to be very crucial. We might also see the Gangplank being taken away. I think they think that maybe Seaboy takes the Gwen into the jungle. That's why they ban it.
Are you predicting?
No, but seeing the Ornn being banned away, they definitely want to push the Gwen into the top lane because they're banning any other safe topside pick for Shikari right here. But I do believe that this Gwen is going to end up on the top side of the map.
Okay, they're still removing the top laners. You believe it's for the top lane. Eminem still doesn't trust this. I believe they want this for Seaboy, yeah. Gangplank makes a lot of sense, so they take the Graves away. So if they think this is going to be a Gwen top, you bring the GP, obviously.
Very interesting, very interesting. So you ban the two AD top laners and you leave up Bobista's Gangplank. So Bobista is a great Gangplank player with 0% win rate on the champion.
There we go. That is the hardest percentage you can look into your main, like, okay, I'm really good with this. This is my best champion. How many times you won? This is my greatest champion, nonetheless. Okay, Xin Zhao for the jungle. I like the matchup between the Xin Zhao and Volibear. I actually give it to the Volibear in the early game, but I'm just saying that this way you can protect the Zed, you can protect whatever you pick for the mid side, but have to pick blind into the mid lane. And oh no, I thought we were done with this.
I'm honestly a little bit baffled. I don't know if this is going to be a Corki because there would be... Okay, there's a little bit too much AP ratio on the side of Bifrost. I'm just more baffled with the bans right here, the Ornn and the Renekton. And I thought it was pretty obvious that Shikari was gonna, spot the Gwen up the top lane as well. And something that Namera does not ever want to see ever again, because it hasn't worked so far. So here has played it 2 out of 2 into the Corki matchup. It's been a loss 2 out of 2 times. Eminem are bringing it again with Royal Cannon. Now, here's the thing. We talked about the mid-jungle synergy for the side of Eminem. One problem that Xerath has is that he cannot necessarily follow deep into the jungle because he needs the space and he needs to hide. So once level 6 come through from the Corki and he's got the packets and he's able to roam together with Sinza, the 2v2 is going to be really hard for the side of Eminem.
Do you have enough CC to deal with the running Gwen, Zeri crazy, Corki just sniping away from the other side of the map?
I'll tell you one thing.
Tell me.
I very recently had a game where the Gwen had a Yuumi on her. I play Katarina. If you don't know what Katarina does, Katarina has one of the highest grievous wounds on her ultimate together with Kled's chain. They have minus 60% healing reduction, the most in the game. I pulled my entire ultimate on her together with my 4 other teammates whilst in her immunity bubble, we're inside, cutting 60% of the healing. I think she healed over that. She didn't even take damage from 5 members. We were at the same level, by the way.
What an interesting champion, I would say.
Very interesting.
What a lovely chap. So, Bifrost...
She was very immune indeed.
She's immune to everything. Even if she's not immune, she's still immune. Bifrost versus Eminem. The last time they met up, it was Bifrost taking the win. Eminem are trying to recover. If they take this victory, finally they can run away from the 7th place. So they need this. Bifrost on the other side, they want to stay on the top of the standings. So... it's a battle to see, it's a battle to cast, it's a battle for Initialize and Nymera.
Nymera, do you like the Xerath?
It's going to be okay, mate. Don't Let the rage like simmer. Don't let it out on cast. We got it. Sorry. Hi, we're back. We're fine. We're all happy here. Nymera is the happiest I've ever seen him.
Happy.
Xerath last pick into Corki. I'll let you rage for you get 10 seconds.
Not even just that. It's Xerath into a Zeri with a Yuumi and a Gwen Jinzhao. 2 of your targets are immune, and the other 2 are zoomied to the high heavens. You are never going to land a skill shot. Why? This isn't even just hard mode. This is nightmare difficulty for Xerath.
Yeah, like League of Legends does in fact have a difficulty setting. It's called Champion Select, and you've selected the hard mode. He's back.
Returned. Lord Sothard, sure.
Destroyer of worlds, devourer of breadcrumbs. Look at the duck and bow down, tremble in fear.
I am.
That was a lot more energy than I was anticipating at the beginning of the match. I'm sorry.
Well, you've got to herald his arrival.
Exactly. Be afraid.
I am. I'm truly afraid.
I'm trembling here,
Slightly
not just in rage from Xerath being picked again.
I'm slightly more afraid for, basically all the skill shots which are going to land for Eminem. Now, looking at these champions, you obviously have a bit of a scaling issue from the side of Bifrost, for the side of Eminem, because you look at all of this damage that they get to have, and how unlikely it is to shut down all of these champions. Now, you do have the Zillion, that helps. Speeding up the Jhin for the 4th shot, that very much helps. You're just going to have to run into a Zeri to do that. You're going to have to run into a whole barrage of damage coming from Bifrost. I think that Eminem have put themselves into a fairly huge draft deficit. What they do have is barrels. They do have the ability to flash stun someone with the volley bear. That definitely helps in regards to pinning someone down so you can land your skill shots for one time only. I just think that it's such a narrow win condition to win fights that Eminem are going to have to play so far out of their minds to get Bifrost in the back foot.
What I'll also give to Eminem is they've got 2 global to semi-global ultimates in the Xerath and the Gangplankers. We're giggling because Trouble is making trouble for us. She's going to be casting here, Georgia. Love her, really. She's great. But what I was going to say was Cannon Barrage plus the Arcane Barrage plus Jhin is a lot of very long-range artillery. And if you can throw that bot lane onto a Zeri that is running Ghost to give her a little bit more mobility to help out with some of the ultimates, as Roll Cannon actually doing an okay job about landing some of those skill shots early. Potentially some of those bot lane dives around level 6 could be pretty catastrophic for Eminem if they can make it work.
Yes, and I kind of agree with that. And, you know, Volley Bear, one of his specialties, is diving, but normally post 6. I just feel like you're giving a free pass to a lot of these lanes which Bifrost have to become relevant. You're going to get to 2 items largely on these 2, on the 2 solo lanes. Bot lane, also, you know, we're seeing them trade fairly even in bot side, maybe slightly going to the favor of Mishku and Dr. Chaos. And Mishku actually had a lot of bans thrown against him in this champ slide. You actually rightfully pointed out to me when we were watching it out in the background. You know, the Jhin Zillion is okay in isolation, but I just don't see how it is going to help things like this mid lane, which is getting ganked right now, observers.
Royal Cannon is going to try and get out. Does survive for now. One final order does come through. He's going to try to turn it back with the Arcano Pulse. Not quite enough damage, and I thought it might be one more turret shot.
I apologize, Lord Observers. You knew nothing was happening. Taking us up to the top lane. You know those tower dives? Got a flash volley bear. Let's see how that one goes.
That's a stun. That's a barrel, and that's a trial by fire for first blood to the Vistas GP. And the trade comes back.
Forms himself into a statue, goes into the ether. Fury back in this mid lane now after sadly not being able to shut down Royal Cannon, but that's still going to be summoners away, going back to both of these. Let's see what happens with this dive, because you have level 3 to level 2. This is one of the most dangerous times to dive in the game. You don't have your Hallowed Mist at this point, because you're looking for your Empowered Qs. So Shikari does have the Empowered Auto attacks, but gets, I mean, at the end of the day, Shikari gets hit by effectively everything.
Yep.
It's not like it's a particular crazy outplay. Puts down the Ignite, gets the Empowered Q on. I mean, that's just a bit of a miscalculation for Eminem to get the clean dive.
Does, of course, force Shikari to burn the teleport. Not on the best back ever, but does at least come back in lane. Did get the kill, which is good news. And so the old wisdom goes, back when Gwen was first kind of released, GP was considered something of a counter, because you could throw some of those barrels, you could poke out with the Q, you could force the Hallowed Mist on awkward timings, you got to scale, you got to ult elsewhere. It's become, I feel, less so as time's gone on and people have learned the champion a bit more?
Less crazy with your Q poke, because grasp now counts as, well, your Q now counts as a ranged auto, so you don't get the full value on the grasp. Q is now a lower cooldown for Gangplank. I mean, really honestly, we should have Jamada on for this, because he's the Gangplank
Absolutely.
Connoisseur out of us on the NLC. But yes, the matchup has changed somewhat. Gwen's lost a lot of power, obviously, especially at that level 1, with the E steroid being not quite as powerful as it was in the past. But as you can see, Shikari, very proficient at the champion, got that killed. He was traded between top lanes, actually. Gets to teleport back, has the level 5 to level 4, but the wave is in a pretty bad position. Akana has the ability to run this down.
Here we go again. It's the Ignite. There's no Ghost. There's only a Skip and Slash that's already been popped. There's a Thundering Smash into the Storm. Well, Stormbringer, probably. Sky Splitter is the term, but Gwen becomes immune and does manage to get away, but taken to very low HP and likely forced to back. That is not a pleasant wave state for the Gwen.
Less of splitting the sky, more like, I don't know, cracking an egg for an omelet or something slightly less violent, as all it does is particularly annoy the Gwen. Still had some of that refillable pot to chug through, and now you've got Seaboy coming up to that top side to reset for them. Got the wave in there, very helpful. This is good guy jungler, honestly. Seaboy making sure that the wave is actually going to reset and allow Shikari a ability to stabilize this lane again, although it actually looks like the Bifrost might be able to hold a slow push there and get that into another potential crash into the other side. So keep an eye out for that in the next couple of minutes.
Odie and Duel did go for a little roam there, but of course there was a ward in that Pixel Brush which spotted that out. Instead, they'll just have to place a wall beyond the mid lane wall in towards Eminem.
Oh, he gets
jungle.
it. Oh.
Eye of Destruction did go wide for once. And of course, we'll head back towards that bot side. And this is perhaps one of the bigger risks for Eminem's lane in the bot side is Jhin Zillion. The later the game goes, the speed up with the 4-shot, pretty obnoxious. We've all been there. We've seen the combo that is the volley bear Jhin Zillion run extraordinarily well for JDXL, even so recently. But any lane that allows a Yumi to get through relatively scot-free and even allow Zeri to run a ghost, not a heal or anything, is pretty terrifying.
Now, the one lane where there's a bit of a caveat for that is some center lane. Center has been, at least in the scrims that I've been hearing about, somewhat of a Zeri answer. It's not perfect, but allows you to play front to back and allows you to use the center ult to kind of buff up your front line so Zeri doesn't just kite them down tilt forever. Eminem going to use this moment to try and start out this dragon. No package from the Corki, looking to collapse on the top side.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Cannon, who does get the kill, though! Somehow, some way onto Seaboy. I was not expecting that. The Cannon barrage, of course, from Babista, helping out there. He can help out with that level 6 having come through, and Gwen is still stuck in top side. Health bars are pretty low, and Odie could get something down here.
Oh, he just dies to the Comet!
Well, the Comet kills him, and they're going to still get a hold of the Dragon with a well-timed Eye of Destruction, but that was mighty close to disaster there for Eminem.
Oh, that could have gone so much worse. Imagine if you started that a minute later and you had a package coming in there. Shikari didn't have themselves a teleport to impact that fight as well. I'm going to go back into a replay because, yeah, you're right. I mean, Seaboy just absolutely detonates. So how does this end up starting? You get hit by the Jhin W. I mean, that's just a lot of damage coming through. That's some very high base damages all in all. Does take a lot of health bars to finalize that killer because actually Fury gets a 3-man ultimate there. But look at the Comet damage.
Oh, it's a Dragon auto.
Picks up.
It's a Dragon auto.
Picks up the assist from our friendly neighborhood Draconic friend. And then Eminem, I think they're very lucky to get that dragon at the end of that thing.
Comet into Dragon auto kills off the jungler, was waiting to be at the spike range. That is very fine margins, I think it's fair to say. And Yumi happily picking up the kill there.
Up the kill, and what that also means, because Eminem have to reset the bot lane just after, we actually have a slight CS lead now from Odie and Duel. Seaboy heading up towards the top side to assist their ailing top laner at this moment, slightly behind in that farm because the amount of attention that Kana has managed to leverage up towards the Gwen GP matchup. And they'll use that as a segue into the Herald, and this could potentially help out that lane even more. I think if you get any significant amount of gold onto the Gwen, we've seen what Shikari does when you do get to that 2 items.
Absolutely.
That's going to be a very difficult thing for Eminem to contend with if the Gwen is taken off the chain.
We've had a number of very proficient Gwen players. Noodle actually having a phenomenal Gwen game the other day. Went something like 7-0 and 11 or something on the champion. Utterly disgusting.
Jaeger's had a couple of good
Yeah, exactly. And but I still think Shikari's probably putting his hand up as probably the best Gwen player in the league. Question mark, coming at me and tell me I'm wrong. That's absolutely fine. But
let me just get my phone. You are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll be Nymera at me. Yeah, you're right next to me. Just talk me through it, mate. But you know,
I don't get social interactions for that. Where are my metrics?
Where are my impressions on Twitter from talking to you in person? Who do you think you are? I see how it is. But Babista continue to try and be as problematic for this Gwen as possible, even if, of course, that Herald play might become difficult. It's a decent route coming through, forcing actually the Yuumi flash out in trade from Mishigu, who did have the ghost from Odie pop to try and continue chasing. They can keep going under the tower. There's the heal, not quite enough. They're going to try and turn it around now with the curtain call. Odie so very, very low. Duel will be blocking. The final shot might come through. And just about gets out by jumping on at the maximum range. My days, that got close.
Yeah, and I know that Tom and Zeri, a bit of a slapstick performance from time to time, but that one was a bit more thrilling than I would have hoped for them. They have stuck around, they have some heals, they have a flash. Seaboy is still in the spot, so Dr. Chaos caught out.
He does have to flash and does get out, but that is another summoner popped. And Eminem just about make this lane survive. Of course, both sides now down. Pretty much all summoners, though Duel's Ignite now coming off cooldown as I speak about it.
Okay, so trading of blows in the bot side. And again, like most of the trades we've seen in this game, not actually leading to any kind of particularly incriminating performances from either side. And now we're kind of waiting for the next dragon to come up. If Eminem were to get themselves a second dragon, maybe you can start forcing Bifrost to come more into Eminem's team position. But as it seems right now, looks like Eminem are the ones encroaching on Bifrost jungle.
Seaboy being slowed down there for a moment, but Canna's deciding, yeah, I'm not sure how safe this invade is, especially considering you can see the Bifrost members starting to slowly converge, and they do back away. We'll call it out, though. The gold lead right now, a few hundred in favor of Eminem. They did get that dragon, as we spoke about, relatively early before things like packages spawn, but for once, actually, that is, while it's a slight lead to about 500 of Fury, that is a Xerath that has survived the laning phase, I feel. Gangplank's done very well into the top side, and you heard Trouble call out, like, Babista's a fantastic Gangplank with a completely non-existent win rate. But he's doing very well in this game as well. Bot side's going pretty okay, and I kind of think for all the questions had at Eminem, they're at least in a position to play the comp they wanted to, even if we maybe had some questions.
And this is the problem is not that they don't have damage, not that they can't win fights. It's just so hard to execute, as we're saying. As soon as the Zeros is locked in, is thinking that's a lot of skill shots that you've got to land. Seaboy going to find out. Canna has the Herald in infantry, but he's going to get locked down.
Yes, and remember, there's still a Crescent Guard that could be popped. It's not quite off cooldown. Forces him to flash as a result. The heal's not going to be important, as of course the curtain call came through. I believe that was Azumi's, not the heal, actually. That was what was getting me a little bit confused. Canna's now in trouble, has to flash out. Stuck around a little bit awkwardly, but will get sped up by Dr. Chaos and won't get hit by an Ultra Shock laser. And once again, both junglers kind of meeting and trading in this bot side of the map.
Seems like both teams are trying to start second-guessing each other. We see that first with Seaboy trying to get onto the volley, but doesn't actually realize how much danger they are from the continued follow-up. Seaboy actually going so low at this point, potentially can lower the ability of being able to stick around and get something good out of this Herald. Dr. Chaos actually going to be sticking towards that mid lane, but Eminem choose not to contest it, going towards this dragon as well, stack that up for a second time. Who's actually going to get gold from this, though? I'm not sure if Fury is close enough right now, and indeed isn't. All gold goes to Shinzao.
I believe so. I don't think he got the auto to extend the range there as a result, and just didn't get in range for that. It means the gold only goes on to Shinzao, which is not what you want. I believe, unless there was a spectator bug, which might have...
I was keeping my eye out for it. Don't think he managed to get close to that turret. I believe all that gold has gone over to the jungler as Seaboy. So maximum Herald value not achieved. But with all that said and done, still within 1,000 gold, within half 1,000 gold actually are Bifrost. But Eminem have some of those laning advantages. But now the question is, okay, all of these carries are going to start coming online soon with the first and second hyper spikes. It's going to be about executing on that. And Eminem will really, really not want to give Bifrost an extended run at these fights with Corki and the ability to heal up with that Yuumi. That's the next thing I'm looking out for, actually. Eminem, how are you going to set up for this? What's the actual battleground you want to fight on? Because for me, going towards one of these straight objectives, I can't see that working out cleanly for you.
Of course, for, you know, like Gwen, Gangplank, both scale well. Xerath, Corki, both scale well, but Corki right now, utterly disgusting at 3 items. Jhin, Zeri, probably going to scale okay into this game. My issue then becomes like, okay, Yuumi, we've seen what that healing does late game versus, of course, Zillion Ultimate, very powerful the later the game goes. I'm just not sure which one scales better. I feel like the Yuumi, probably just with the champions you've got for Bifrost, going to become a bit of an X factor potentially in this game.
I agree. I mean, Yuumi has effectively, the Corki's the only person you don't really want to be attached to, and even then you can do that as a form of disengage and to peel away away from them. But everyone else is a fine candidate to take up the mantle of Yuumi and to start looking for these big skirmishes. And then if Eminem do not respect that and Zeri comes flying over a wall with that dash on the E, things can get very bad for Eminem. So I feel like Bifrost do have extra modes of play they can go towards. That's the next thing I'm looking for from the side of Bifrost. We kind of talked about Eminem. You have the dragon stacked up right now. You're the ones with some of these pushing lanes. You kind of get to choose the next engagement around the big objectives. However, on the side of Bifrost, you have the ability to catch people out in side lanes. Is that going to be something you can set up before Eminem start putting you into a difficult situation with a soul point?
What I will say is a potential answer into the Zeri. Dr. Chaos with the Zillion will have a time warp available to just nullify Zeri's movement speed. You can just slow her down.
Big old slow. Are you actually going to get in range for that?
That is a good question on that. You're not wrong. And that was just one thing I was thinking, you know what? Considering you're thinking, well, how do you get a hold of the Zeri? Well, maybe that's potentially a way of doing it. And of course, even though Corki's got excellent range with the rockets, you're still dealing with the Xerath, which is pretty good range. Gangplank with barrels and then ultimate, Jin ultimate, the W as well. I can see some angles here, but like you're right, Bifrost, once again get a hold of this Herald, still got to worry, like maybe you got answers, it's just not easy.
The reason they're going to do that is because actually it was a bit of an odd package timing, is actually Fury does still have the package stakes, see that extended Gout of Flame and potentially catching someone out, but this is not on a Dragon timer. They're actually not using this to commit towards the Dragon, they're using it to secure a Herald, making sure that is done and dusted. And of course, Bifrost don't have a first tower yet. I wonder if they think, look, we can't really force the issue on the next Dragon. We don't want to come into them even with the package. Let's get ourselves a known victory, which can actually give us the ability to punish an overextended target later, as Odie is going to get rooted.
Now he's in spot, by the way. He's going to get stunned in the tower. That will force the Ghost and the ultimate out from Duel.
Oh, double ults.
Fires so many double ults, but the artillery barrage won't quite secure the kills. It'll force Odie away from tower, though, and the ultimate out of Seaboy, who was trying to disengage for his team. It will also potentially cost them mid-tower here.
Oh, that's a really big shift, because actually, Eminem kind of see the awkward time in the package, and they go, okay, what are you going to do to respond to mid lane?
So
Can Seaboy
much
even live?
CC! He's going to go back in and get knocked out, and Jewel at least gets off the Jinzao before he falls and gets out. Eminem with the vast quantity of zone control.
Look, so part of me wants to really praise Eminem for understanding the position that Bifrost put themselves into with where they were in lane assigning, with how they were using the package, how Shikari isn't able to impact these fights. On the other side, Bifrost are being super disrespectful around this mid lane turret. Zeri does have some wave clear. It's not a great amount, nor are you tanky right now. You don't have, you don't even have like a huge amount of healing onto the Yuumi right now. It's still fairly early into the game. Eminem group up, they find a brief moment to deathball down into this mid lane, and they hyper punish the over-eagerness of Bifrost to try and defend this tower.
And I kind of have to call it out at this point. Bifrost, after their great win against X7, had been a bit inconsistent, bluntly. They dropped a Nuriki. They had a really rough early game, honestly, against Singularity only on Monday. The last place winless team. This is another now early game where they have dropped a few kills, dropped a few interesting plays, which should have gone a bit wrong. This Canna might be also being a drop. Remember, there's still the Zillion ult that's off. Well, sorry, on cooldown, so he might just burn down, does get out alive, but is now going to have to retreat, and Shikari will help secure this tower. But Canna just about gets out of that one. He was in a spot of bother there for a moment.
That is a big win, though, for Bifrost, unlocking that mid lane out of Terra. Now you have an exceedingly long mid lane on the side of both sides. I think that plays into Bifrost's favor. Actually, they're going to get themselves a Dragon off the back of this, too. A slight overstep from Canna this time. Actually leads to a lot of follow-on implications into Bifrost's advantage.
And it stops the Dragon stacking. Mountain Soul Point not acquired by Eminem. That is a big deal. First items, now largely come through as well. And you can start to see the Bifrost comp beginning to come online in a scary way. Gwen and Corki, the closer they get to 2-3 items, the more dangerous they become, as Odie might be a target of a gank here. How fast can Canna get with that time warp?
And this is one of the big things about having the extended lane in the mid lane. Yes, you can use the E to start getting out over the terrain, but think if you're the Xerath. If you don't have two people with you at all times, Zeri's just going to run you down. That's the real worry I have for Eminem. If you have extended lanes, that seems to me to favor the package, favor the Yuumi, favor pretty much everyone inside of Bifrost. Eminem need to keep things constrained. They don't want the map to be wide. They want to make sure that they're the ones dictating the lane assignments, and actually Bifrost have found a moment to take that conductor role away from Eminem.
For now, of course, Babista continuing to do very well in this side lane, up a fair amount of CS, has been quietly doing a very good job after the early ganks that came his way. But of course, that's still traded for Fury, who's managed to get a similar sort of advantage in mid lane over the Xerath right now. And yes, of course, Mishigu's been picking up a little bit more of the farm, which perhaps has hurt Royal Cannon's own CSing. But the game, while it is, Eminem's favor in terms of the gold, we've already mentioned how things get difficult with the towers going down, difficult in terms of remaining safe on some of these champions if they don't have members around them, and that will hurt the ability to efficiently acquire farm and stuff as the game goes on.
So we're starting to hit item power spikes now. Let's just touch in on that before we have the next big confrontation, because of course there's no Herald now at this point, so both of them are taken. Dragon's not there for a little while either. Triforce and Zeri, we talked about that extensively, about why that's very important. Of course, Triforce has that passive where every time you deal damage to someone, you get some increasing move speed, some increasing attack damage. Zeri gets to proc that immediately with a single Q. It just adds again to the injury of what would happen to you if you do allow Zeri to run you with an extended lane. So again, Eminem just cannot go anywhere outside of the safe comfort zone that they've set up across some of these lanes. Look, they've had to put 4 people into the mid lane because they know exactly that's the name of the game.
Of course, one slight problem for Bifrost: if Eminem do get to set up caught in a lane or in a river, between bombs and barrels and gin traps and W's, it can be a little difficult to get your run-at-me champions with the Yuumi into range to do stuff. But of course, you still have that Corki, who can be pretty obnoxious from range himself, but that is the assumption, right? It is that. Speaking of the ranged barrage, Royal Cannon starts throwing some ultimates, I believe, to
It's a wave play. That is a Season 4 Xerath ult. That's where you just use Xerath and Ziggs to just clear out a side lane. Again, they want the map to be constrained. Keep it to a single lane, and Eminem have a way to play their comp. Canna looking for something, not going to find it. Bifrost able to disengage. But at least to me, Eminem have identified the state of the game and what's working out for them. My worry is, if they don't get to close that portcullis, slam the gates shut, Bifrost have a lot of ways to get in and amongst their team comp, and it only takes one mistake for this game to become very, very fragile for them.
And Eminem were in a not dissimilar position. Oh, never mind that. We'll talk about that a bit later. As C-Boy taking a lot of poke over the wall. Of course, that's the Yuumi on top of him.
I know why you felt particularly... I saw like the Jin trap go off, and I was actually momentarily confused. That's a teleport! We've got to fight! I'm like, no, that's actually just a Jin.
Just a Jin trap, yeah, I know. I was like, ooh, maybe it's not quite enough items yet to make C-Boy's life really
Jin trap
dangerous.
Doesn't just like trap your target, it traps the casters too somehow.
Apparently been baited.
Oh, I've been locked inside a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
That was not the reference as I'm expecting, as Yugi's grandfather makes an appearance in meme form.
Why do card games hurt me, Yugi boy?
Who knows? Ask the mad minds that were behind that manga and anime series. Anyway, to bring it back.
Look, there's only so many times I can say, wow, look at how they're playing on one line.
I did have a point that's now gone out of my brain. What did I want to say? I don't even know. Okay, well, they're clearly not important then, as Babista forcing Fury out of that bush there. No, I've forgotten it. There you go. We had so far down a tangent that my reasonable, salient, really normal point has gone.
We can slowly start to re-rail this train, as there is a dragon in 30 seconds.
We do.
Which is actually quite important.
Very much so.
Item spikes to talk about as well, particularly on that gangplank. So much farm, so much ability to push down those solo lanes. As Babista has a collector, that's really important, because you know that Yuumi is going to be keeping people topped up if you don't actually finish them off. I don't mind the collector here because it plays against the composition identity of Bifrost.
Also, Babista has got an Executioner's Calling, which means with the barrels and the cannon barrage, he has an easy way to apply debuff and healing onto a lot of people who will be doing that.
Tower dive available.
Yeah.
They find the angle right now. Just going to get chunks down, but Eminem...
Oh, my lord. And that'll be Michigo who's just got down. The package comes out and is delivered. Fury now stepping forward. There's the moment you needed. 2 items on Corki. Oh, my days. And instead, it was going to take one mistake. Fury comes Zeri. It's so damn hard. Zeri beginning to hop around. The lightning crash has come through. Yes, there's a heal on Babista, but he just can't get enough dumb. He will resurrect. He'll kill off the Zeri, but he's in between 3 people. Collector or not. Now it's on to the Baron. And Eminem, it happened on Monday versus, the opponents they were playing there, and they lost to Vikings Jarvan in the late game to Dusty. It's another mid-game fight which goes against them. They get absolutely deleted by Bifrost.
I don't think we were talking loud enough, Sam. I think we didn't mention enough that it only takes one mistake. This is very much a, I hate to use the word tempo, but you want to stay ahead of the curve. You need to make sure you're wearing down the enemy, because once you lose a hold on the game, you don't really get to bring it back that easily. At least Eminem get themselves onto Soul Point. That's their lifeguard right now. That's their lifeboat, because that's the one way you can force Bifrost to fight on your terms, which is exactly the opposite of what happened here. Mishigu, for the first time as a carrier of one of these Eminem players in this game, steps out from the phalanx, stands beyond the castle walls, gets cut down. You suddenly lose a lot of your DPS. Now, Odie gets a bit happy here, and of course with the ultimate being put down very quickly from Babista, from Dr. Chaos onto Babista, turns things around. That Gangplank does pay back the advantage which it had in terms of at least shutting down that one carry, but this is still a catastrophic fight from the side of Eminem.
And literally 2 items on Corki and your carries disappeared. That was like, the break point is here. And that was brutal to watch. And I don't know what ill omen it is. I don't know what they upset, what happened in their fates to make this happen. But it's the same place as it was on Monday where they lost, where someone got caught out in that very same space.
Seems has a
sense of irony.
So C-Boy going to push in to get some of that extra vision. And now this is really dangerous now from the side of Eminem. You are losing turrets. You are losing your presence on the map. You do have wave clear. That's your one saving grace right now. It's going to be hard for Bifrost to close out the game. They do have this Baron bush, but it's probably going to take another Baron for them.
C-Boy has
luckily enough to escape.
Does have his ultimate force though, and that could potentially be dangerous. Of course, you can see Babista is facing off on a 1v2 against Fury and Shikari in the top lane, trying to hold on best he can. Of course, at this point with 3 items complete, does have a fair amount of wave clear, so can at least try to hold this tower by themselves.
But this is a very down one style of play. You put yourself you limit the amount of lanes you're playing on so you don't get picked off in a 1-3-1. Now, Eminem do have the ability to close down one lane, but the Yuumi is holding the volley bear at prey. You do have the extra move speed, you have a lot of ability yourself to try and escape from that rampaging bear. Now let's see if there's going to be a topside collapse. You can see the Eminem team moving up there, but with the empowered recalls, Bifrost, they take themselves a chunk off the top tower and they get out.
They do. C-Boy has managed to shove up the bot wave, but I don't know whether he'll be able to secure it. And actually, in fairness to Eminem, they've managed to hold on relatively well in terms of preventing too much tower damage.
This is exactly why I said, okay, right, this is going to be big for Bifrost setting up the map, but you're unlikely to finish the game with this. This is probably going to now, as this game, last until another Baron, because you need that to break the base. Maybe it's going to be a big enough fight. Mishigu, oh my word. What the hell's Fogo?
Fury, that's what happened, but now he's going to get to pull off the curtains. He's going to try and trade out. Here's Fury in turn, takes a massive trade. Oh my days, Jules just deleted.
He's deleted because he gets caught by a stray double bomb. Gets locked out of their own W, and a momentary mistake on one side to the other. Eminem find a way to break the tension. That's going to be the end of this push. They've stalled out this huge phase of play from Bifrost.
Royal Cannon as well nearly got a hold of Fury with the Arcane Barrage to follow up, forced out a lot of his HP bar as well, and you can see the amount of range that Eminem do have when they start popping those R buttons can be very deadly. It's just when those buttons are down in the standard phase of play where it gets a bit more challenging, but the later this game goes, the shorter those cooldowns are, and the more they can keep doing this.
For sure. So Eminem, again, once they do commit a lot of their cooldowns to the same target, yeah, there is a lot of threat. You can start shutting people out before that Yuumi comes online. But this time, of course, it was the Yuumi kind of getting caught out by the unlikeliest of causes. You see the bombs flying, just a lapse in judgment as Duel. We've had so much praise for over this split. Needs to tighten that up as we come into later game team fights, because again, this is actually a very mistake-oriented game. You can wait as both of these teams to wait for one of those mistakes, and again, you know, what that slow lands there, what could happen? Wave play coming in both parts.
5-5 in kills. It's about 1,000 gold in favor of Eminem. Tower over to them, but it's so close at this point of the game. It's a minute now until what would be Mountain Soul for Eminem. They've reset, they've come back onto the map. They're now gathered in mid lane, wondering if they have the way to get into this bot side river where Bifrost lurk, where they haunt the bushes, trying to find some way of getting a pick.
Ari looking for his first real entry into this game as well. Largely been relegated to those side lanes, same as Babista, and that's very much favored Eminem. Of course, Eminem trying to stop the 5-man group coming up to from that side as well. Fury fishing for poke, takes some of his own. Does have a Yuumi to help him out in that regard.
Call it out as well. Dr. Chaos gone for that Oblivion Orb. Got another way to get AoE debuffs in terms of the healing down as well, which is going to be so important at this point in the game. 3 items on Corki, worth calling out. Not the Infinity Edge complete for Babista, though, which would be another big moment.
Rockets are running out from Fury, firing them on cooldown, not landing that much. Actually,
what's the package?
Using the package, Fury not getting great value out of the Corki in the entry to this fight.
But it's also going to be the ultimate down from Mishku, which could be problematic. It's one of those big tickets. Now, Fury being jumped on. He's gone so deep. They're going to get so much damage onto that guy. They killed him. He's gone. The Cannon Barrage secured it. Corki is dead, but look at the rest of the fight. Shikari trying to get into double for Babista. The Gangplank might not be on a 0% win rate for much longer. Canna doing so much damage at the back end, but it does mean the jungler is falling. Udi flashes out for that final Arcane Barrage. The right of the Arcane won't secure that final sacrifice. And now Eminem want to secure this mountaintop, but remember, C-Boy is still around. There is no teleport on Fury when he respawns, but he's still dead for 30 seconds, as is Shikari.
No smite. Odie doesn't have the ult, does have a ghost.
The time warp come through so fast as Babista stepping forward. So much damage for the trial by fire. Turning around, trying to kill him, and they get the shot down. But he's killed back in tone. Odie has got the Zumi behind him. Gonna go over.
That's
He's
a
into
long
1v3. Gonna get so much damage down with the burst. Fire, drain back. My day, the bop and block took so much work. Deadly Flourish won't quite land. And the dragon, being started. This is still so point. It is a 2v2.
For so long, that teleports are going to start coming in right now. The solo lanes from Bifrost, they die at the start, so they get to come back. Soul delayed from the side of Bifrost. They take it away from Eminem. And once again, we're reset. Eminem, they gave themselves that lifeline. They gave themselves a way to force Bifrost onto an objective, and they find themselves half of a good fight. Just couldn't quite close it out.
Let's see that again, because the moment Fury died, I thought they had this. The moment they stopped Shikari getting things done, I thought they had this. It just doesn't work.
And a lot of it, for me, comes from the Corki not really getting value. That's about, you know, one in every 5 rockets hitting. Forces the package early, gets soloed out by Cannon, not able to commit that DPS as much, and then with the battle of the divers happening on both sides, that works out handily in the side of Eminem's favor. Yes, they end up losing the volley bear towards the end of it, but they force out a lot of extra defensive abilities too. It's really this second part where things get a bit crazy, because if you start to try and reset this at this point, yes, you have the numbers advantage, but one team has you have that ability to regen back up, and Babista just doesn't track the Zeri. Zeri shuts them down, and then this is, shall we say.
Yeah, and then Odie just about getting out as well at the end of that, and that was inches away from being a great play. You can see why they wanted to kill the jungler, because they had the smite disadvantage. They're going to run in anyway. C-Boy in trouble, gets stunned in place. They're going to back out. That's the Cannon Barrage used, though not a huge amount of value. Look at the poke coming through. They've got the Chrono Shift down. Big rocket come through, but look at the damage back, though, from Babista, who has now stayed alive, but needs to be afraid. Needs to watch out for the needlework. Doesn't quite land. Avoids the Ultra Shock laser, but they've killed off one. It's in trade for C-Boy. Both junglers dead. Michigo to the backside. Why is he there? And that will be the man dead. The Arcane Barrage won't secure anymore. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Bifrost, but both junglers are dead.
The game's really opening up now. Bifrost come back with some of that gold, which they ended up earning from that hard-fought team fights. And Eminem, this is kind of the problem, that they do have the damage to deal with these carries. They just can't land it all at once. You can see another replay. Seems like we're just hopscotching between them. Kanna goes in. Kanna only finds the Jinzhao that has the ultimate, and it's not this time the Corki which is shut down. The rockets land this time. You do have that extra DPS. Royal Cannon not able to impact this fight, still has the ultimate, but at this point, you know, all of your big gateway holders for this side of Eminem have had to take a step back, and there's so much more room for Bifrost to find a way to flit in between the edges.
2 stop charges there from Shikari and Fury, saving their lives from Arcane Barrages there. Of course, still in a space where the Baron doesn't go down, there's no dragon, so actually it doesn't lead to all that much, and you're still dealing with a 4-item Gangplank. The Void Staff now picked up from Zeri. It's a rapid fire in from Jin. They are having more and more ways to trade back against a lot of this poke, and level 16 has been hit by both Royal Cannon and Babista, who's actually over at 17. The ultimates from these guys are not on long cooldowns anymore.
But this is still a close affair, and again, this victory would mean a lot for Eminem. If they lose here, just a reminder, they actually draw level with the likes of Nuriki, who are now at 4 and 6 as well. This middle of the pack has been so congested. Long gone are the days where we thought it was as simple as an Elite Four. It's just not the case here in the NLC. These teams, they love to scrap with each other. They take a bite out of each other, and Bifrost have been held accountable for much of this game through Eminem. They find themselves an advantage, but Eminem are not done yet.
So fast. They get onto C-Boy, but again, he's got a ways out. They're going to try and turn it back around. That is still the Crescent Guard popped, and Kanna is probably going to be okay here. They're going to teleport in with Babista. But I think they're okay having traded that, because Kanna's still got his ultimate. He's going to heal up just fine. And you might now be able to pick off this Xin Zhao if he dares walk up a little too aggressively.
Also now burn the Yuumi alternates, not a long cooldown, so the other one will be back up if Eminem choose to commit to a fight. But the Zeri ult and Ghost are down, much less mobile. Let's go for round
flash
2.
into C-Boy, takes a lot of damage. That's a cannon barrage while doing so much work on a C-Boy, who's stunned in place. Does not quite fall, does eventually get picked up by the Collector. Shikari now flashing out, but they've killed the jungler. Babista stepping forwards. He's so damn fast as well. Now can Bifrost do anything to stop Flurry flying forwards with the Valkyrie to try and get something more? But with the jungler dead and the man advantage, Eminem can head back towards this Baron and try to secure it. But they are still low. They're still into poke. It could get risky.
Let's see how high these barrels stack. That's going to be about the zone control. Shikari now with the Yuumi on top of them. Not had a chance to shine this game. Mishigu looking to shut them down.
Just do a fair amount of damage. The Arcade Barrage back off, cooldown. One final auto would do it. Not quite enough. Duel back onto Odie. On about no HP, but the Collector gets it with the burn. And that means the Yuumi is dead, but Kana caught off in the middle of nowhere, stunned onto Fury, but he is dead. And we've seen what happens when junglers die before, as Fury takes so much damage in trade. There's no way to heal back up, aside from, of course, some autos with that Ravenous Hydra. Needs to find a camp, needs to find a wave. 20 seconds until Mountain Soul. But C-Boy is alive, and Kana was picked.
So what started out as a pitched battle becomes just an all-out brawl. Fury just about lives, and that is so crucial. It does mean that the Corki going to be much less eager to commit to a fight like this. Cannon Barrage actually not that far off cooldown. Eminem fighting tooth and nail for the soul, which they really desperately have fought for so much of this game.
And 10 seconds on Kana, 3 on Duel, but neither here at the beginning. The smite advantage is Bifrost's. What do Eminem do? If they give this Dragon, they'd actually be against Soul Point themselves. They're starting off, and C-Boy needs to be accounted for. He needs to be stopped. He needs to be zoned out.
As a flash, it's going to be hard to do it.
He's in! He's secured it. That was a mistake, potentially, for Eminem. They're going to try and turn it around now. Flashing from Babista, but it's outside the Crescent Guard that he gets that damage. They still kill him afterwards.
Oh my God!
Look at Odie! They're all here! And now they're going to start running it down, and Eminem have overstepped. Odie starts crashing down with the lightning. It's a double to Zeri, and now they can move to Baron. They might even just be able to end the game.
Unless we forget, we had 2 games where Corki left the stage, was not present, but Fury brings it back with aplomb, lands the damage in the crucial team fight. You've got Kana trying to kill a wave on the side, looking for an angle, but Corki finds them out again. And Bifrost, it takes them a long time. Takes them 6 dragons, no soul claimed. They're running down in the Nexus.
They're going to try. It's 15 seconds on Mishigu. It's Kana against the world. He's going in with the Stormbringer. I just don't think he has what it takes. No stopwatch, no hope. And he dies again. He died being picked off before 2 critical soul fights. And unfortunately, Bifrost do secure the win. But my days, what a close back and forth game. They move to 8-2.
We really just don't have free games here in the NLC. This is a team in the middle of the pack versus the third team, who's really starting to get up towards the upper echelons. And Bifrost have taken a couple of real gut punches with a couple of their games. This one almost counts as another one, actually. They've had some moments where they lost their composure. However, not enough to consign them a loss, and they will keep pace again with their current standing.
Well, we need to catch our breath, and that does mean we need to go to a break. When we come back, we'll still have some interviews, so you need to go absolutely nowhere. We'll see you in a few.
There are no free games on the NLC. That is the sentence that Nightmare ended the cast with, and I totally agree. Eminem being taken down by Bifrost, but it took them so long. A game for the ages, really contested as well. It was a pleasure to watch. One of the games of today, at least in my opinion so far, this was the game of the day. Obviously, Bifrost taking some sort of inspiration from JDXL, but it worked nonetheless. And I have with me to make the first interview, it is Duel. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for having me again.
Obviously, man, it's always a pleasure. Okay, playing with the Yuumi. This time, no engage champion. So playing with the Yuumi, how do you feel about that?
Well, I think it's really boring, but it is what it is. Like when you have Zeri open and you have like a free, quote unquote, free Yuumi game, I think you should just go for it. So like if they go Jhin straight up, I think you should go for Yuumi or like champions that cannot be punished on bot lane and that have really good scale. I think they did a good job answering with Zillion though.
And one of your ideas of gameplay as a champion, as a player on the support role, is to have those engaged supports. That's where you feel alive, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone who watched a bit of Spain knows that I really enjoy engaging, and I'm really like, I don't know, I have no fear in engaging and inting. I really don't mind inting. I mean,
but you played as a cat.
I do, but it happens if I int. And yeah, Yuumi is like a completely different playstyle, but I still like I'm able to play those enchanters. I think it's just all about positioning, and I can talk a bit more since I'm backseat gaming, just playing with Odie, and he's moving for me, so I can talk a bit more.
Hey, you got to kill versus Volibear. Like, you got to kill, obviously, with the assist of a dragon. Let's not talk about that. But you got to kill with a Yuumi versus a Volibear. That is something to talk about. Okay, now, looking into the champion select, you get the Yuumi in with 3 scaling lanes, with the Corki, with the Gwen, with the Zeri as well. The plan of the team was just get into the late game. How did you feel about the early to mid game? Because they had pressure on that part of the game.
Well, I felt like if this game went to late game, it would become really dark because they outrange us, and we have Gwen into like full range comp, and they like first of all they outrange us. They have more movement speed, and we have like no clear engage apart from contesting an objective with package and just going full YOLO. So yeah, that basically told me, Duel, you have to go commit. You have to try and get something bot lane, because if not, this is gonna be a bit of a rough game.
When you play with a Yuumi, like a squishy support, and you see a Volibear with the speed up from Zillion running at you, just at your back, how do you feel? you feel scared for life, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I have a cat, and when he gets scared, he goes to a big tree. I have he goes super fast and goes and climbs to the highest of the building, of the tree, I would say. And I was just the same with my W, but man, my 2 bets were so dumb. The one with Collector and the one where my team sold me, unacceptable.
But it's cool. You got this game. Now you can play with engaged supports on the next week. So let's see what happens. Now, looking into the Bifrost roster, you guys start the second half of the split. Really well placed in the standings. Is this where you wanted to be at the beginning of the split? This is what you thought you would be?
Yeah, I thought I would be in between like first place and second place, depending on how JDXL and X7 went for their games and if they dropped any game. And yeah, I mean, in the regular season, I just want to make it to playoffs, since that's the most important thing. And then there is the time where we have to beat them, especially like best of ones. We can throw games, we can have like more difficult drafts, or like we can have some random shit happening, but the real important thing is the best of 5s on the playoff thing.
Okay. It's always a fun and pleasure to have you on the interviews, by the way, Duel. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you soon, okay, man? Good job on the win.
You'll see me in playoffs, no?
Let's see. Good luck, mate.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And there you go. So Bifrost taking the victory on the top of the standings. Third place, Yeah, I believe it's on third place right now. We still have to see what X7 is going to make out on this day. But before we jump into that game, we should look into the other side, to the Eminem team, because they did have a team that outranged Bifrost, as they talked about. The early game should also rise to their occasion, but something went amiss. And I do have Michigo with me for the interview. Hello, Michigo.
Hello.
Tough game, obviously. It was really close. Like, to me, it was a really good game to watch as a League of Legends fan. It was really, really good. Like, me and Trouble were just screaming on the green room about every single play. But you playing Jhin, let's look into this part. Playing Jhin versus Zeri, versus Gwen, versus Corki out range. You have to land so many skill shots as a Jhin. And they move so fast. How do you deal with that?
Well, I mean, they don't move that fast when you have a Cillian that can slow them with 99%, and Volibear can stun them up pretty easily as well. So it's very easy to follow up. But generally, I'm pretty comfortable on champs with skill shots. Like, I play a lot of mages, right? So.
Also, I noticed you guys didn't ban Corki. Corki got played as well. Do you guys feel that Corki is slowly getting out of the priority and that people can finally deal with him? Was the plan to get the Zera versus the Corki and just play that way?
Yeah, that was the plan. So we had planned for them, or it was pretty obvious that they will pick Corki. And that's why we drafted a comp like this where we can outrange. But sadly, we didn't execute it good enough, and we didn't have enough patience to win the game. I think we could have won if we had more patience and played it slower, because they don't really have any engage with their comp either. So,
but it was quite close, even though you guys didn't got the victory versus Bifrost, one of the top of the teams, and you guys made them sweat a lot. It was a nick of time, like a single play that separated the victory from the loss, right? The play at the Dragon. Can you tell me the thought process between that play? Because I felt like you guys wanted to risk it to bait them out as well. Was it too far?
I mean, to be honest, I think it was a fine play. Like, first of all, I flashed on Corki mid, but I didn't crit, and otherwise he would have died. And then we should be able to outsmite the Drake. But I got a bit unlucky where the Drake moved his head exactly when I clicked like a movement command. So I threw my fourth shot too early. So other than that, like, I think we could have easily just smited it and then gotten out. And obviously after they got the Drake, we should have just gotten out as well. But we were too excited because we're not used to playing comps like this, I guess.
Oh, I see. That's exactly what I was talking about. That I noticed like a little hint that the team wasn't supposed to go, but then you went. And I mean, that's a game. Obviously, it hurts, but it's versus Bifrost, and you guys are making every single team sweat so far. What do you feel or expect that is going to be like the race for Eminem throughout the second half of the split?
I mean, I think we can make playoffs if we just manage to play our game and play it well, for sure. For the first half of the split, we were basically the only teams we lost to were the teams above us, except for Dusty. Then, so I think we have a good chance of beating most teams and getting into playoffs still.
I like the confidence, man. I like it. The team is showing up, so obviously playoffs is in sight. Thank you so much for the interview, and I wish you the best of luck for the next week, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. This is a wrap up for this game, which means it's time for Game 4. So we still have a lot more action throughout the day. It is X7. It is Riddle. It is time for a small break, but I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. I was expecting you, Mr. Chat. Welcome back. It's X7 versus Riddle, and with me on my side, I have Nightmare. Welcome back.
Hi, I'm also here, I guess. I was also expecting you, chat. Sure.
I'm a James Bond villain. Talking about villains, talking about heroes, we have X7, we have Riddle. How is this game going to fade out? Because we have to be honest, Riddle are looking thin on this situation.
In this particular situation, because while we don't get to necessarily decide whether they're heroes or villains in your particular story as a viewer, X7 have always been a main character. They have always been a reference point for the other teams in the league, and Riddle, it's going to be tough for them. Now, we were just saying off air, I was like, oh, what's the angle we want to go for? How do they win this? Now, literally the only easy option here is maybe X7 don't ban Italy. We'll live to see a game of that, hopefully. I don't see that happening in this game. But for me, this is actually the onus is now on X7 to kind of cast their gaze beyond just this league and actually say, you aren't just meant to be beating mid-table teams in the NLC. You're supposed to be going beyond this and delivering us real hope for EU Masters. So if you smash this out of the park, maybe we'll put you back into the conversation for best team in the NLC. They're close to it right now, but they have to keep pace. Again, this phrase that we keep using with XL, who have looked stellar so far.
I love that storyline that X7 have to prove again that they're one of the best.
They're not out and out the best team.
Yeah.
They're not. Now, they are definitely one of our best teams, but they want to be more than that. They should want to be more than that.
And there's always something happening on X7 games. Something that you see like, I don't know, but hey, whoa!
Oh,
I was not expecting this.
Well,
when your coach is called,
okay.
don't ban Italy.
There we go. That's the easy win over with. Don't ban Italy, not coming true once more. I mean, there's just no way.
Obvious, yeah.
There is no way you're letting one of the best Italy players in the world play that champion, because that champion is really scary when you one trick it.
Zeri, Gwen being removed, the power picks. Do you remove Corki now? Because we've seen what Corki does. Although there are a few answers for Corki, I don't necessarily think that Zeraf was a bad pick into Corki on the previous game. I think it finally paid off. Not as much as I was hoping for, but I think it paid off.
So, actually, we haven't seen the Diana be as high value as we have seen in previous things. Interesting to see that one hit the ban list. I guess it's just denying out the Yasuo Diana that we saw be so destructive from X7 before, just stopping them having, again, an ability to really weaponize Tempt and Haru again.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, Xin Zhao getting the first pick. This is good for them. This is at least the engage. They don't reveal a lot as well. And Haru getting the first pick, which means they're going to get some sort of other picks available for X7 without revealing the hand, forcing Riddle to actually get something, probably for the bot side as well. Are you with me again?
I have no idea.
Me
I've
neither.
been told that the mic is not good. So if I'm with you, I hope I'm not shredding your eardrums. I very much hope that. But that is two very long-range carries instead of Riddle. They have the ability to call in the Orbital Strike with both the package and then, of course, the Curtain Call and everything.
So at this point, you have the late game, you also have the early game for the bot side, you have the utility as an AD carry, but now the Lulu comes into question, which means do you get the Jinx, do you get another hyper carry, and there she is, if she's going to get picked.
So I would imagine it has to be either the Aphelios or the Jinx. It's going to be the Jinx. Now, Nata is an incredible Aphelios player, but the DPS does get a little higher from the Jinx, a little more consistent, right? You don't have to wait for the perfect weapon combo as you do on the Aphelios. So now you have the Jin Zhao, which can allow you to effectively win the 5v5 de facto for about 5 seconds while the ultimate's still running. On the other side, Jin Nautilus, much better on the pick side of things. So the question is now X7, you know that Riddle can catch you out in the kind of like between plays, right? How are you going to keep yourself strong in the laning phase to stop them having so much room for maneuver to get into the fog of war to allow those hooks to land?
The idea for Riddle now is to remove all those mid laner champions, especially the control champions. Syndra finally getting attention. I believe Syndra should get more priority on the meta.
When
as
it's
it
Tempt,
is. Yeah,
absolutely. We saw,
Yeah.
I think we've seen like 1 or 2 games from Tempt. I'm trying to remember if it is just that one, but that was in their loss against Bifrost.
Yeah.
Even though that was a loss, oh my gosh, Tempt
it
showed
was
up.
an amazing game.
So, and particularly when you don't have the Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao is a good answer into the Syndra. It ganks you very well, and the ult can be popped at the same time. Syndra's ult can deny that. It's very important in that regard. So obviously that's off the table. Enough said about that. Now X7 chooses to remove the rest of the junglers still on the table. So you've got one of these backline access champions to the Jarvan. Maybe you can go towards something like an Ornn ban as well, because again, that gives you that extra backline to access. You want to make sure that Jinx is happy to just stand there and become a fountain laser.
I was looking into the jungle picks. Okay, you take the
Okay, GP,
Gangplank,
same
you
thing.
get the Jarvan, so that is a way to get to the access to the backside without even being there. I was thinking, do you need an AD for Wex and then getting an AP jungler because it's MC?
It is MC. We know we know that they have. We know that they have a penchant for the AP jungle, so yes, there is a chance that we do get something about the Rumble again. It is going to be the Ornn, so that is, I guess that's the lesser evil compared to that in the GPL. It's more CC, it's less out-and-out damage. They're both weak side champions. It's not going to scale in the same way that we before, but at least in this sense, you now have double engage options between the Nautilus and the Ornn. You have some extra pick potential as well from everything involved with that. But we've seen this champion exclusively in the hands of Elif, I want to say, from the side of Dusty.
At times, yeah.
But it's potentially being locked in here for the side of X7. It's not going to be. Pivot away from that top lane, back to attempt special of the Vex.
You have access to the back line now on the other side, alongside with the Jin Zhao, allowing you all.
We still get to talk
Because
about
I wanted to see Aatrox. It made so much sense.
I like a large amount of this X7 comp because you have so many dive buddies and you're backed up by a Lulu. And now you kind of have this Jinx who's kind of the odd champion out that will fire an ult into the fray and chase down and clean up the fights alongside the Aatrox, but it's not quite a lot on the same wavelength as everything else because you're kind of being left at the back line to then catch up to them with your move speed after that point. This is going to be a Graves jungle. Now, I know that MC has played that a lot in the past. You have basically no ability to impact the map though as the Graves on your own terms. You are responding to plays, you are counter-ganking. This is not a very proactive pick from Riddle. Honestly, it feels like they have no proactivity anywhere outside of the bot lane. So all eyes on Nukes and Vatican, I guess. Vatican.
How do you gank the mid lane as the Graves with a Corki on it? Where's your CC? You don't. So you allow Tempt to run the mock inside of this game.
Graves jungle is not as high damage as lanes. Obviously, you don't have as much gold. You're going to struggle to gank mid lane as well. Top lane, it's an Aatrox. He survives forever post 6. I think there are very lacking options to get into the early game. You're preying on mistakes from the side of Riddle, and yes, X7 have made some. I feel like they've made their job fairly hard with this draft.
It is. So if X7 are aware of the risks, they'll probably play around them to secure themselves that spot of the best team on the league, which is kind of hard to say nowadays. Riddle, can you fight versus X7? That is a good question. And to answer that question, it is Initialize and Trouble.
I'm having to do a lot of soothing of my color casters today. Namera wasn't best pleased by the Zerath. Trouble is not best pleased by the Graves. Who
You know what?
I do
was
know.
very willing. I was very willing to swallow the pill of a solo lane Graves. I'm like, fine. You know, a solo laner is not meant to impact the map. But this champion does nothing. Does nothing. Although in MC's defense, again, he's a sick Graves.
He's a very good Graves player.
He's coming back from the meta with like the Nidalee, the Graves, the Hecarim, the
Absolutely.
Udyr, the fat farmers in the jungle. And honestly, I think when I saw the first 3 picks, I told you that's MC Graves.
You did.
That's
You
MC
absolutely.
Graves.
You weren't pleased, but you said that you did say that.
I wasn't pleased, but then on the other hand, I see a lot of scaling. I see weak side top. I see a lot of scaling on every single lane. And if you're not going to fight for the starting objectives, what you really want to do is at least fast clear your jungle. Graves is someone who really does that, and then you can come up the jungle very farmed and then impact the map with really good team fighting that you have composed.
Absolutely, and for the record, of course, Trouble, not a fan of Graves of personal hatred. But actually, you're completely right. There is a good way of being able to play with the Graves in this game. My only issue is that, of course, X7 are very good in the early game. We've seen the kind of gold leads they get, 3,000 plus at 15 minutes. A lot of that is off the likes of Haru getting things done, and you've got this pretty aggressive top side of the map that can make things happen. And scaling, playing weak side top into X7. Yes, they've been a bit sloppy in mid game, but that does sound like a dangerous thing to play towards.
Now, I would like to see, and I would like to keep our eyes on Haru from the side of X7, because if there's one lane you can play through, that is the Aatrox. If you shut down the Ornn, which is technically picked as a weak side top lane that is able to evade a lot of the ganks, maybe X7 would like to pull a very early dive on him and shut him down, getting the Aatrox ahead. But seeing Haru start from the top side of the map and ending up towards the bot, he maybe wants to cover towards his bot side and not care too much about Aatrox. Aatrox is not going to be under too much fire.
True.
As long as he farms and also scales towards the late game, he'll be fine. It was all about, just getting him ahead. But at this point, I think both junglers are most likely going to look to full clear and maybe for Haru, shadow his bot lane to push.
Yeah, exactly. And considering, the death said, well, really, realistically, the only easy setup early on would be bot lane. So just being there to cover for your...
MC.
Exactly, as MC is just being really aggressive, but he doesn't get the Gromp, I don't think. And now he's in a bit of trouble. He does indeed have the red buff. The Wind becomes lightning going wide as a problem. Conqueror is stacked. And now come to the top laners. It will be a 2v2. MC is in trouble, gets knocked up, but he's still got that red buff. Flash from Jaeger. The Darkin Blade does miss. And he gets out of dodge, but that will be flash for flash.
Honestly, that is really, really bad for Jaeger right now because he's playing top lane, the junglers are leaving towards the bot side of the map, and he's flashless versus an Ornn. Let me remind you, Ornn is not necessarily a tank. He's a mage, assassin, marksman, necromancer, priest, feral, whatever you wanted, he is, and he hurts a lot in the early game. Honestly, I would love to see MC do a 180, go towards his Krugs, take them, and then try to maybe gank topside. He's not going to do that again. This would be a move that MC has done in the past. He's really good at scouting and weighing out his situations to pull a gank, but right now he's not necessarily playing a ganking champion. He's playing more of a farming, let's scale to the late game champion, and he is going to take the route to farm and clear his bot side.
I do appreciate the fact that MC kind of proved us both wrong. Went, you know what, never mind the ganks, never mind the farming, I'm going to go for that level 2 invade. And yeah, he does get the Gromp. He's going to move back, start clearing towards his wolves, and maybe have a look at a topside Scuttle Crab, because of course Kasing and Haru have managed to secure bot side control. They're going to head in and get a little bit of control about where MC is right now, and instead they're going to start with this blue buff because might be some trouble.
Again, we mentioned it that the bot lane is going to want to push for the set of X7, which means they're going to be able to aid Haru. Remember, MC does not have flash, so you can abuse that if you want to, but the flash from Nukes.
And Haru had smite, MC did not. The rest of the fight now continues as Haru versus MC at the top side as the duo lanes both trade out. It's Ignite, a piece on both bot laners. They're now going to get out of there, but Kasing gets a final trade that definitely goes in the favor of that Lulu.
It's an Ignite and a Flash Burn for a blue buff on top of Haru, plus a Scuttle Crab, and them harassing continuously MC in his jungle. MC is tragically behind in CS right now. He's 10 CS behind. That equals to 2.5 camps, but also you have the Scuttle Crab in there coming in for Haru. Your bot lane now can very easily push because you've got everything warded towards the bot side of the map, and everything so far is going X7's way.
And serious credit to X7 for punishing MC for his aggression in the early levels. That's the price he pays for being slower to get to his blue buff. And X7, of course, because they got the Lulu for Kasing, they've got the Jinx for Nata, they've got that early shovers. The dash does get kind of interrupted there by Kex. Of course, there is still no flash and the Infernal Chains land, but...
Oh, they're gonna pull a dive. This
Oh,
is
they
a
are.
huge wave that's been built up by Kex. Remember, Jaeger has lost his flash from that level 1, and he could die here.
He could well. He's got a massive wave to deal with as well. They're kind of trying to use that tower to block. The tower's not going to work out. MC just about gets out. And that was a cleanly executed dive. Riddle get first blood. MC manages to get something going, considering the last 2 plays hadn't gone his way.
That was very, very, very well played from Kex right there to build up 1.5 wave together with the cannon. Jaeger is on 2/3 of his HP, cannot do much underneath his tower because he doesn't have the flash, and once the smoke screen goes down, lights out, you can't even see where your opponents are coming from. So that was very well executed from the sort of Riddle and also for MC to finish the final hit right there to get the kill for himself. Now, something that MC has been doing continuously is going for that Eclipse, which I don't necessarily agree with, especially since
Come on, it's more fun.
especially since you're going for like a hard scaling comp, but here, because you have the Jhin and you have the Korg, you're going to be dishing out a lot of that consistent damage, having that high burst, especially for that mid-game scenario where Graves can 1, 2, 3 and you're dead. I really like the Eclipse here for Graves.
Yeah, I actually largely agree. It's a bit more burst to join up with the likes of the rockets that might be landing and the rest of it. You can finish up what the rest of your teammates start, and considering there's actually been a little bit more aggression from MC than perhaps we expected, it somewhat plays into that. Of course, Haru's still being able to continually farm, get that advantage there, and X7 has still managed to get them a little bit of a gold lead right now.
So if you look at every single lane, Assassin, Mage, Necromancer, Priest is trying, he misses. So if you look at every single lane for X7, right now they're all pushing. Top lane has huge waves built up. Mid lane has an entire wave pushing in, and bot lane is pushing as well with Haru shadowing. That means to me that they possibly would like to go for that dragon. They've got the cover from all 3 lanes right now. They're all pushing, and Haru, there you go. He's already started the dragon. None of the Riddle lanes can actually move to contest that. And MC, because he's fallen behind through all of these shenanigans, has to go back to his top side to start clearing again.
And again, I appreciate the fact that X7 have largely done pretty well at responding to what MC has done, right? This is the price you pay for going for that dive, and at least they got something going on as top side. What are you guys spotting?
Haru pinged 3 things. He said, I'm going Raptors to Krugs to bot lane invade.
Here we go.
He pinged 3 things, and the second he pinged the third one in the invade, you saw Nata move into enemy territory and place down a ward.
And now, of course, the MC has been spotted towards this top side. They know the bot lane or bot side is free. Of course, unfortunately for Haru, MC has already cleared out that blue side jungle, so not a huge amount for him to gain there. And the game remains relatively even in terms of the gold right now. It's just the lane pressure that is in X7's favor as it stands.
This could also mean that they might want to pull out a tower dive if MC is not around, but due to the fact that they put down the ward and he has spotted that MC is not around, they still have the timer though on that blue buff. So the second that MC goes towards the bottom of the map to try and take the blue buff, he will be spotted in that ward. This is why Nukes very nicely moves into the jungle. I'm not sure if he sweeped that space right there. He might have. Now his sweeper is gonna come up. I don't know if he's gonna use it because he's literally TPing on top of the wall that's spotting him. The blue buff's gonna come up, and MC is on the rotation towards the bot side of the map. The junglers are not necessarily in sync right now because Haru has to clear up his top side of the map whilst MC is going towards the bot side of the map. But what X7 are doing right here is they're going to transition their entire team towards the top side. They're gonna have mid lane pushing the mid lane. You see how the bot lane waves are stuck in the middle, so none of them is pushing, and everyone's going to transition for that Rift Herald fight.
Tempt's Shadow Surge is still just off cooldown. He must have used it off screen at some point. Of course, Nata doesn't have the Super Mega Death Rocket either as it stands according to those indicators. So X7 down a couple ultimates here potentially, which could make this a bit risky. But all the same, slow queue with that package. The hook comes through. That will be the Crescent Guard, but look at that massive Ornn ultimate. Only knocks up Jaeger, but he's having to flash out of this. There comes the package. It leaves Haru in no man's land. Kasing does not have the ultimate, and Riddle punish that attempt at the Rift Heralds.
I don't know if you want to take this fight if you're X7. You don't have Lulu ulti right there to keep the Xin Zhao alive longer. The Graves already has serrated Dirk, which hurts a lot, and the champion is just extremely strong in this part of the early game. Also has level 6. So you see how both the Jhin and the Own. If I could draw on the screen right now, that would be perfect. They're closing now both sides of the jungle. Top side river and both side river. One closed from Curtain Call and the other one closed from the Forge of the...
Call of the Forge Guard.
Call of the
I've got
Forge
you.
Guard.
So
Thank you very much.
I was looking at like, what are you saying for Forge? Oh.
One was blocked from a gigantic gold. The other one was blocked from a bunch of bullets. And X7 could actually move nowhere. So I think this was not necessarily the best call they've made so far. And honestly, Riddle are really using that early game lead on the Graves.
And I've also got to call it out. Riddle is a team that has often had one member stand up in a game, but then had other members really fall short when they've not had attention. And Riddle, this game, everybody seems to actually be on a consistent level, and that is such a big deal for this team.
I honestly really love that call you made, because we've had MC pop off on the Rabble, we've had Keks pop off on the Renekton, then other times we have Fatty-chan
Massively,
pop
yeah.
off, you know, on the Dravens and such, but it's never been, you know, a collective effort. It's always been one person having to 1v9. So far in this early game, Riddle are holding their own against one of the best teams that we arguably have in the NLC, in the likes of X7. Now, for X7, I honestly thought that this was a very, very dodgy call to make right there.
It's quite aggressive.
Eager to try and bite down on a Graves that is going towards the lethality route. I've said plenty of times over and over again how Serrated Dirk is one of the dirtiest items in the early game, because it is so strong for the money that it costs. And talking about Serrated Dirk, Eclipse already completed. If MC is around the area, you definitely do not want to be taking any fights.
Absolutely not. And I call it again, X7 didn't have the Shadow Surge at the beginning of the fight, didn't have the Super Mega Death Rocket at the fight, Kasing wasn't level 6. Like, those are so many important ultimates to consider team fighting, and now Keks going down toward might be in a spot of bother, but Haru is roaming away, but MC is around with that Herald, and that could actually put Jaeger in a spot of bother. Does avoid the Searing Charge. It's still going to get hit, and now the turnaround's beginning to come around. Haru can start jumping in. He has the Audacious Charge as knockups, and Jaeger gets that kill. Next 7 now on the board. They even up the gold.
Honestly, Keks and MC had the right idea, but they didn't necessarily want to take the fight versus the Aatrox. There's no anti-healing for the side of Riddle either. So once the Aatrox goes into... Oh, there is actually. There's the
He just bought it, so he didn't have it in that fight.
Okay, he didn't have it. Okay, there was no anti-healing, so the second Aatrox goes into ultimate is a really tough target to take down, especially having Haru there with his ultimate up and available. This is definitely a fight you do not want to take, no matter how this assassin that they have in the top lane in the likes of the Ornn is strong in the early game. Little bit questionable right there, because I do think MC is strong enough to put down a bunch of damage, but the call was made to back off of this one, lose Keks and leave it at that. But of course, because MC shows his face on the top side of the map, X7 have the push every time in the top lane, and they're going to secure themselves the second dragon, which means that about on the 22nd minute mark, we're going to be talking Soul if X7 are able to secure the next dragon.
Of course, it is a Mountain Soul, not necessarily the best for X7. Everyone can be building that many resistances.
You know what? I think it's extremely strong against the Corki.
You're not wrong. You know what? I take that back, and I see exactly what you mean. I was going to say that, of course, if Ornn or Nautilus get a hold of the Mountain Cell, they'll be feeling very happy with themselves. But
cashes in on that. He doesn't.
Oh, he didn't quite get enough. Of course, didn't get the auto. Wasn't quite in range.
Graves.
Great, but Graves gets money, and he's okay about that, considering snowballing. And
change my mind.
Change your mind, exactly.
Graves in a nutshell.
Yeah, and of course, you know, while yourself, you're not massive, you have your issues with Graves jungle, MC is playing it pretty well thus far, has got himself some more gold. He's 1-0-1, feeling like he can be in a position to do some damage against the relatively squishy members of X7. Of course, X7, though, just going to see if we can get a bit more shove in here. But
the second he walks out, he will be spotted on. There's
he's
a
on
control
a ward,
ward in the bush as well. The second they see that, Kasing and Nata, they're like, whoop, we're out of here.
Don't want this.
Haru is also right behind them just in case. They're going to push one more wave and most likely take a back to reset. Now, a little bit of a look in the top lane as well, because while all of this has been going on, Jaeger has been pushing wave after wave after wave. He's built up himself a 20 gold lead, and he's taken his first tower plate as well right before the tower plates are falling. So this Aatrox that scales into the late game is 700 gold in the lead right now. Thank you so much, observers. And he's gonna be able to get his items earlier on, which means that the scaling factor on the side of X7 is starting to come in. We're looking at the Jinx and we're looking at the Aatrox. These are the two hard scaling champions in the side of X7. When we look towards Riddle side, of course, everybody's familiar with the Corki. All the damage he's able to dish out, whether he goes towards the Luden's Echo route or the Shield Bow. From what I'm seeing right here, it is going to be the Luden's Echo route. It looks like that one. And of course, MC on the Graves is also a very hard skin.
Absolutely, and a lot of this game, a lot of this early game has kind of all been a lot of decisions, a lot of dominoes that came off that early invade topside. The Graves versus Jin Zhao play has been really interesting to follow, bluntly, because you saw that invade kind of go wrong, and then they re-invade do X7 on the bot side, and then there's the gank top, and that's been really interesting to follow what these junglers have made happen.
This is the first time that I see Haru trying his hardest to try and figure out what the opponent jungler is doing. And this is so important because Haru, as a jungler, is someone who's very proactive, someone who's going to create opportunities and you're going to have to chase him. MC getting that first kill up in the top lane and getting ahead item-wise, getting ahead CS-wise, means that Haru has always been one step behind when it comes to counter-ganking. But when it comes to objectives, he's realized very well. Bless.
M&S, eat your heart out. Solo kills there, and actually on the other side though, MC gets a hold of Nata somehow, some way, and that means that with flash and heal blown by Nata, it's still a 1-for-1 across the map.
Okay, so Vex cannot necessarily do that in the late game, but in the early game with Electrocute and the extra damage that she gets from the rune can actually melt you down. Obviously for Slowky right there, it was a little bit of a misjudgment of the situation. He had a stopwatch available, he had a flash available, he had a bunch of ways he could outplay that scenario, was a little bit slow, gonna give his life away over to Tempt.
So just the ward over and smoke screen into evisceration. The curtains get called, and Nata, who has to take the final bow here,
doesn't even have ult.
Doesn't need it. And
we expected more proactiveness when it comes to ganks from X7. They've got a bunch of setup with the Vex, they've got a bunch of setup with the Xin Zhao, and the Aatrox were like, wow, topside is going to be FPS that we're going to be seeing ganks, we're going to be seeing them pushing the Ornn, we're going to be seeing them pushing possibly the Corki in the mid lane or taking a flash. It hasn't been the case. It's all been about the Graves. I want these Graves in my solo queue game because MC is everywhere. I don't care if he gets solo turret platings, as long as he gets to break this game open, which he's doing right now. He's letting Haru go towards the objectives because they're falling behind in gold because of the proactiveness of MC.
Who are you and what have you done with Trouble? Because I'm hearing praise for a Graves jungle right now, and I feel I must have misheard.
I've lost myself.
Yeah, like the little bit of disappointment from Trouble about herself.
The champion look good, okay?
I know, here you go. The hats off to MC. Someone throw that clip to him, because Trouble's hatred of Graves jungle is somewhat legendary within the casting community. X7, though, with the second Herald, will get a charge into mid lane. However, that is a package around the reason they're doing this course is there'll be a Mountain Drake spawning in, well, now, actually, and that would be Soul Point.
Yesterday.
Yeah, in about now. X7 have control on the river, but remember, Slowky with the package is a terror. Riddle have ultimates, they have a lot of damage, and I get to be a little bit afraid.
Now remember, Riddle were split up into two groups and they were able to cut X7 off in half, but Slowky does have the package and he can do the same. The Orhor has been rung.
It's a call to war. Kex goes in, but doesn't get the knock-up, and now Jaeger's getting to be destructive in the backline as Tempt finds a Shadow Surge. He can find a reset. The package to try and turn around, but Slowky is alone. Nata so low burns down, but so is Slowky. He's dead. It's a 1-for-2 right now. Haru gets it as well. He might have been taking a little bit of a backseat in the early game, but he gets a double kill. He'll get another kill onto Tempt as well, and that is a world champion for you.
Oh, that was beautifully done by X7. Remember, the last fight they lost in the river was because Riddle were able to attack them from both sides and pincer them in. This time, X7 stood up against them as a complete unit. Now with the Lulu ultimates and the Lulu shields, the God Drinker up and available for Haru. He survives so much longer in the front line. And of course, Tempt.
That's a lot of damage. There's Tempt over the wall. He can't really help. There's a heal from MC, but I don't think he can beat Jaeger at this point. Down that level, and yes, you're a bit tanky. That's a depth charge coming out. They might be trying to turn this around, but Tempt is going to be around. I'm not sure you want this, especially if you missed that. But here's the rest of Riddle, who've teleported in. It was a double teleport. Tempt now trying to get out, doing a lot of damage. They can't quite do it. Jaeger, with no ultimate, going to do something, but Nata, now excited, can start running over everybody. Jaeger's here as well, and Riddle tried for the double teleport, instead being punished. Polymorph comes through, and Kasing claims the Forge Guard.
What was that? Riddle overchased for absolute absolutely no
falling apart.
reason. They see Jaeger in the jungle, they're like, ha, this guy's gonna go down. He's got a 200 gold bounty as well. We're gonna cast that in. You have no reason to do that because now you have two pushing lanes for the side of X7. You're gonna lose total control of your jungle and you're gonna be scared to enter. Jaeger pushing the top lane. Their bot lane is pushing the mid lane, and now they're gonna empty your jungle as well. Riddle lost so much out of just a very greedy play.
And in a matter of 2 plays, here's the second one. Riddle have just lost complete control of this game. Look at this.
MC gets caught right here, but he does have the chance to run away. He does it here. He's out, but Nukes pulls the trigger. He's like, we want him, let's go. Ornn and Corki have both pulled teleports right there, and even though Tempt is really, really low, that shield with the passive there wins them enough time together with the Ignite to get Kasing and Nata into the play. And once Nata gets the first kill, he gets the second one, he gets the third one as well. That Jinx got very, very excited, even though Kasing yoinked the last kill right there. And overall, X7 must be rubbing their hands together because that was completely gifted to them.
And this is a bit of an inversion from what we've seen from X7, bluntly. It's been strong early games into some looser mid games, I think it's fair to say. And this time, it's X7 who had to play a little slower in the early game. Were on the back foot, and now it's 2 plays in a row that were pretty damn clean.
Let's reiterate a little bit the way that Riddle can play the fight that they can win. Because the way they demonstrated that on their first fight on the top side river around the Rift Herald was perfect. Ornn coming in with the Ornn Horn from one side of the river and then the Jhin pulling the Curtain Call from the other side of the river does not allow X7 any room to bunch up in the middle because they have been pincered, they've been sandwiched. Now, once the Luden Seiko is complete on slow queue, all of these rockets are going to hurt. So put down a lot of that poke with the Corki, then pull the trigger with the 2 long range, one engage ultimate from the Ornn and the other one peeling ultimate with the Jhin from the other side, and then you've got a pretty good space to play if you are MC on that Graves together with the Nautilus. Now going one by one in, when Ornn doesn't have an ultimate, when Corki doesn't have a package, it is a little bit of an over-eager move. And again, we talked about the fact that this greedy fight cost them a lot of vision in the jungle. Now you see they cannot even enter it.
It's so difficult. They're down about 4,000 gold at this point. Haru's guarding the Raptors at the entrance to the Raptors even. As the Shadow Surge, they're going and Nukes is just gone. They might be able to chase a bit further. Haru is there. He's definitely diving in, but he's actually taking turret shots. Does have Lulu Whimsy though to speed him back up. This might cost them the tier 2. But remember, it's a minute until Mountain Soul. Nukes is not around. He's the one with all the wards. They're not going to get control of the river or anything at this point. They're down the man as well, and they're shoved up by their tier 2.
Remember what we said, 22 minutes in, this is going to be a very early Soul. Ornn is around, he's going to pull the horn.
They're going to try and get something. Tempt going to get knocked up. He's still squishy. That's just gone. Never mind that. I was thinking he might survive with the wild growth, but he's dead. And now, actually, Riddle have a moment to maybe get in to sort out this Mountain Soul pit.
X7 overextend right there. The only thing that is going to cost them is another 5 minutes on the clock until they can contest for that soul point again. It's going to give Riddle the chance to get into the jungle, put down their vision, and take control of the river. And again, Tempt a little bit too far forward. There's no Lulu ultimate. He doesn't have a flash. He had just expended his ultimate to get the pick onto the support. And all in all, there was nothing that was gained from that one play other than each team losing one player. The only thing that was gained for the side of Riddle was them being able again to move into that river, get some vision down. X7 though are back up on the table. Tempt is just gonna leave the base right now. Is he gonna be there and ready to fight? The ultimate is very long range.
Yeah, the problem is Riddle have burned so many ultimates to kill Tempt, and Tempt is back now, and the Mountain Soul's alive. Can MC secure the dragon before Haru gets in? It will be a smite fight, and it's a steal by MC. Of course it is. He's the main character. It's in the initials, and now they need to see whether they can get out of here. And they've got to work away from that. Slow queue is eviscerated, brought down by the Darkin Blade. It's in the quotes from Aatrox. He's not just an enemy, he's the enemy. MC, though, forced to flee in terror. Tempt trying to kill him. Won't quite manage it until he lets the Krugs do it for him. Jaeger on the other side brings down the rest of the team. He's the Titan in this one. Brutal stuff from the top laner.
Yeah, it took them way too long to get control of that bot side river, and at the end of the day, they just didn't have much in their tank to try and contest that. You will... Oh, hello. You will see that when we, of course, have the replay, yes?
Indeed. We will have a replay, but right now we've got an in-game pause to deal with, which means we are looking at us for a second. We have a second to talk about the state of the game, namely pretty X7 favored. Let's be real.
I just feel like both teams have done such uncharacteristic mistakes where they're getting too over-eager to punish. I think one of the things that has surprised us so far.
Is it uncharacteristic for X7 in the mid game to make those mistakes over the last couple games?
Honestly, these types of mistakes, yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen them overextend on a tier 2 mid lane tower.
It's been the side lanes, yeah.
Especially when you don't have a wave to play with. It's very uncharacteristic for X7 to keep pushing these advantages, if you will. And we've seen Kasink over and over again and say, you know what, sometimes we play a little bit too loose. If you feel like the team that we're playing against is weaker than us on paper, we'll play a little bit more loose. We'll have a little bit of a happy game. And this has beat them a few times, you know? On the other side, though, for Riddle, I just think it's like a pleasant surprise to see such an aggressive, full of excitement early game, especially when it comes from someone who's playing Graves, right? Where you're expecting he's going to chill in his jungle, he's going to farm, and then he's going to be more of a late-game champion. Yeah. But due to the fact that MC wants to play more of the lethality Graves and be a little bit more impactful and bursty in the early to mid-game scenario, I think he's done just that.
And he did manage to secure that Dragon's Wear, staving off Mount Soul Point. My only problem potentially is, though, that Riddle, there's been a few fights around these dragons now, aside from that initial fight around the Rift Herald, where they've not really managed to coordinate those ults in a way that's left them to a winning team fight. Even in that fight there, remember, they burnt the Call of the Forge God, they burnt the Curtain Call, I think they burnt Depth Charge as well, possibly. Catching out Tempt in the mid lane a minute or so before that dragon fight. So they were down those coming into this huge team fight.
There's a bunch of things that are going wrong there, right? Because you technically want to have a bunch of vision down in that river. There was not a lot of deep vision, even though there were 4v5. They didn't walk further in. And right now, of course, they have lost pretty much everyone except Kex on that Ornn. That was the consequences after that lost fight in the river that you just mentioned. The Baron is going to come back up, and X7 are going to be more than happy to take that. And remember, X7 have a bunch of push, using that on Jaeger on a side lane, who's already pushing, by the way. He's already shoving the bot side of the map, and then using that with the other 4 members all together. That might be something that is going to be very crucial to even ending the game right here, because I don't think anyone can stop Jaeger. Like, he's being chased away, but then what?
Yeah, he gets chased away, but he's still got the tower. Kex.
15. Look at the rest. They're like 13, 12. Thank you very much for the replay right here. And again, Nukes gets caught. And he gets really low on HP. Now here, I see Riddle trying to do 2 things. MC is like, guys, burst the dragon, burst the dragon, burst the dragon. We need to stop the soul from going over to X7. And the other 4 members of Riddle are just not touching the dragon at all. They're just not helping it burn me too quickly. So for me there, for Riddle, it's just 2 voices speaking at once. One that says, turn and fight. And the other one from the jungle that says, guys, we need to take this dragon and take it fast. But no one actually responds to that. It ends up to Riddle being picked apart due to, like you mentioned, them missing on very key ultimates.
And the problem is, once X7 actually get on top of you, Slowq, Fadachan do not have a very easy time of disengaging from these people. You saw Slowq's like, well, we have no disengage ultimates. I Valkyrie'd over the wall, and Jaeger just to come across the wall and decapitate him with the Darkian Blade. It does get hard if they have this kind of thing happen. The Shadow Surge only lands onto Nukes though, but Nata, excited, gets a massive chunk onto Slowq. A little bit of vengeance for all the other Corki games we've seen around the world where he gets to do that to everybody else. He has got the Ludens, he's got a stopwatch, but I just don't know whether he's going to have much room to stay alive here.
Look at that. Perfect rotation, so perfect coordination for the side of X7. They're pushing in 2 waves at once on mid lane and bot lane tower. No one can stand against Jaeger. He's 3 levels above his opponent top lane, and he's 6 levels above the enemy support. This is nuts.
Nasty.
He can't even play the game.
It's just so much going on.
I mean, Nukes can't play the game.
Well,
Jaeger can't.
He certainly can. 5-1 and 5 on this Aatrox after dying for first blood. He's definitely recovered just fine, I think it's fair to say. They've got 1 inhibitor, they've got another wave here to think about shoving in, but instead we'll see the resets. They're pretty happy to take their spoils, leave, and get all the gold they've gotten from those fights. And we're going to see now, of course, the slight reset coming in. Riddle need to shove out these waves, need to do something about the lines of vision that have taken control over their jungle. And Riddle are in a very difficult position. They've got to try and find a way to stabilize this game, but what do they do from being down a lot of gold, a lot of control, down this inhibitor? Yes, they've got scaling, but it's already proving pretty difficult.
Okay, let's look at the reality of things, right? They've got pretty hard scaling mid, they've got a pretty hard scaling jungler as well. AD and AP damage, very consistent damage being dished out, and having a lot of poke from the Corki, who's going full AP on this build, which means the rockets are going to be really hurting. Now, the problem is that X7 still have the Baron, so they're going to make as much of it as possible, but that tier 2 has been haunting a lot of teams.
Oh, Haru's going in. That's a Shadow Surge as well, and Jinx deletes nukes. We've already said the HP was too low, too little experience. It's a double kill. MC's dead as well. 2 down at the moment. We asked, what can Riddle do? Not that.
I was about to say, you do not push out of your base. You try to defend as hard as possible inside your base, but right now they're just about to lose their second inhibitor. You've lost 2 members, including one of your hard carries in the likes of Graves, and can you actually defend? Because there's 2 waves pushing in.
You've got a package, you've got an Eye of Luden courtesy of Ornn, and you've got a Dream right now. Slowq needs to find the mother of all ultimates, but he's just been knocked up and dead. A 3 Talon strike, and he's out of here. As baseball reference, he's been knocked up and down, and maybe the turnaround could come through, but they just don't have enough. The Nexus exposed. Jaeger, too strong, too dangerous, too absolutely lethal. And I'm not talking about MC's attempts to kill everybody at the end there. A collateral damage is actually his own Nexus towers instead. Tempt chunking out with the Mistral Bolt, and X7 just playing with their food around this fountain. They will surely be winning this game. Jaeger is godlike, ironic, taking down the Ornn. The Nexus is doomed. X7 move to 9-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you AD Gwen. That's Aatrox.
Yep. He's certainly immune
Let
to
him
taking
free
damage.
scale, you give him 3 kills, he's gonna carry the ish out of that late game. Honestly, I'm not gonna say that X7 put a clinic, because there were a bunch of uncharacteristic mistakes of us knowing very well that X7 sometimes tend to underestimate the situations they've been put in, and Riddle were really quick to capitalize onto these mistakes. I will say yet again, I am a little bit disappointed on the fact that if you're gonna go lethality Graves, you cannot have any mid-game mistakes, because once the game slips off your mid-game hands, and you go towards the late game, your lethality doesn't necessarily mean anything. If you go towards the shield bow plus Bloodthirst build, it just makes it that much easier to fight and pivot yourself around the fights much easier. I don't necessarily think that was the mistake that lost Riddle the game, but...
Okay. You heard the Graves diatribe. Unfortunately, it's time to cut to break. We'll see you in a few. One last game to go. Another set of interviews. We'll see you after that.
Welcome back, everyone, after the solid victory by X7, but with the sloppiness in the mix as we're getting used to it. On the other side, though, Riddle tried their best to actually fight versus the late game of X7, but to no avail, since Aatrox just run amok on their faces when he has 3 items. And this is specifically the person that I'm going to be talking with. It is Jaeger from X7, the top laner. The Titan, hello!
Hello.
Okay, so you got another victory, but it was a messy one, wasn't it?
Messy early game maybe, but MC did quite some strange stuff, unexpected stuff. I liked it actually. Like he was really unpredictable. Like usually junglers are really predictable, but we just didn't know where he was, when he was. But yeah, in the end, like I think. Our draft was a little bit better, and it was very simple to play, so it also didn't take us that long to end after we got the lead.
Was he unpredictable on the first blood? Were you expecting him to be on the top side when the lane was crashing against your turret?
I actually wasn't. I mean, I should never be killable there, but I just trolled my trades a little bit. But I mean, his level 2 invade was like, it already like made the game interesting, so I enjoyed that one at least.
I like the sentence that X7 is giving me a lot, which is, I was pushing boundaries. I was testing my limits. So you were testing your limits this time. Tell me about the picks of Aatrox, because we've seen Aatrox being picked 2 times by a specific person, but now you pick it as well. Where does Aatrox excel, and why should people pick it?
Aatrox is strong versus On, and it's strong versus Gragas. It like wins both lanes really hard, and that champ is way more tanky the more damage you deal, and in fights against some melee champs, like now if they have like Nautilus on, you can like you can be like really tanky, and it's just dish out a lot of damage overall. It's just like, man, it's a good pick.
Is this a pick that you enjoy playing on the top side as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to play. It's always fun to play champs with dashes, with resets and everything, and Aatrox has kind of all of it, so it is fun, yeah.
And I've noticed something on your Aatrox gameplay, that you don't go to the side lanes that much. Have you noticed that?
I mean, how the game went, it was just like team fight, and it was not much about side lane. He's not that good at pushing towers, but he will win 1v1s later on, so that was also an option, but not this game particularly.
Now I have to talk about the big elephant on the room, which is team mistakes. On the mid game, you guys were fighting for some things that probably you guys shouldn't be fighting off. Is this something that you guys want to do to test the team composition, to actually test the synergy, or you guys are not aware that you're overextending sometimes?
I don't know. I think it's just hard in general to fight Corki package, but it's just like something you just gotta go through, especially in this game. Like we cannot just give objectives, and so the fights are not gonna be like 100% in our favor. But I think we did fine overall in fights. It was okay, I would say, and like they are not mechanically bad, like by any means. So it's not gonna be like a rollover just mechanics wise in our team fight.
I agree with you. I'm just testing, like I'm limit testing my interview as well, like to get as much as I can from you. Now, Corki pick. You guys didn't ban Corki. Do you believe that Corki is playable against nowadays, that people are getting customized to the champion as well, so you don't need to ban him on the champion select?
After this week, he's nerfed anyway, but this week I think he's extremely OP. He's probably the most OP champ in the game, and playing against it is just, I don't know. It's not very smart unless you know that you're the better team, which we were today, kind of. So I would not like to play against it if it was an even matchup overall.
Final question, Jaeger. X7 versus JDXL next week. Tell me your prediction, what is going to happen, and how are you going to win or lose? It's up to you, man.
Predicting it is hard, but I think that drafts are bad, and like, I don't know, like specific, they like play style is also kind of weird, so I'm not going to say who's going to win, but I think it's not going to be close.
It's going to be a good game. nonetheless. It's going to be a good one,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, of course.
There you go, Jaeger. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck for the next week. I'm really excited about that game. And congratulations on the victory today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice one. There we go. Jaeger, the hunter, getting on the top lane with Aatrox. I don't know if you guys saw it by the end of the game when he was tanking a fountain, tanking 3 members with grievous wounds, and he was still full HP after like 10 seconds of getting beat up by Jhin. But hey, that's something that the top laners usually do when they get ahead. On the other side, though, on the Riddle, I would like to talk with Kex, which is a top laner as well. He played with the Ornn versus the Aatrox. He was playing for the team composition, for the team fight as well. And just as Jaeger told us, this was a massive team fight composition. It's a massive team fight game as well. And Kex, are you with me? Hello. Okay. You played the Ornn versus Aatrox. It's really a hard matchup, isn't it?
It's kind of hard, but generally not really. Like I feel like you just go down a few CS and that's kind of it. I feel like it's more of like if Aatrox fits the enemy team comp better, or if it's good against our comp. If we have a lot of melees, then it generally makes Aatrox much better. I don't think it's the best answer just purely as a counter pick, but if it fits the team comp, then it's really good. Yes.
And you got the first blood as well. So the jungler came to the top side, gave you the first blood, gave you some sort of advantage.
Oh, he stole my first blood.
Oh, he stole you the first blood. So you got the first blood assistance. So you got the assist, you got the experience. You denied a little bit of the farm on the top side as well. I believe you lost at least 1 wave and a cannon minion as well. This just wasn't enough to extend to the rest of the team because it was a massive and constant team fight game.
Generally, we misplayed a lot of fights. I think we were maybe we were a bit too stressed or a bit too scared. I don't know. I feel like we were really indecisive. So every fight we went into, we kind of weren't sure if we want to fight or not. So it's obviously gonna end up really badly. Because we had like 2 options. One option was to just play with scaling, since we had the Corki, Ornn, and the Graves. Like they scale pretty well, especially with like my Ornn items. And I think generally we probably outscaled that game, or it's like kind of even. But we kind of did like the worst case scenario. We took basically just really bad fights that ended up just costing us. And I also misplayed a lot. Like I think in general my ults were really bad. So if and I was kind of in a way the main engage for the team.
That is a massive subject to talk about. The X7 name getting into your head, or the team had a decision before the game. Because inside of the Rift, I got to tell you, there were a lot of plays that we were watching. We're like, Riddle has this. Riddle can win, but probably the X7 factor was hitting on the back of the brain as well. Did you believe like the late game would be yours with the Corki and all that, and the Ornn items as well versus the Jinx?
I think if we played it, I think if both teams like played perfectly or like really well, I would honestly give us the slight edge, just because I personally feel like Ornn is like really broken because of the items, and Corki is like the best champ right now in the game. On this patch at least. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's particularly X7. I think it's just the fact like we took quite a lot of losses, and last time we got stomped pretty hard by XL. So I feel like just in general, we're struggling maybe a bit with that. Maybe we're like lacking a bit of confidence.
Yeah. When I was saying the X factor is about like not having confidence in us on your skill when obviously you have it. So this means that next week I'm expecting great things out of Riddle. So thank you so much for the interview, by the way. It was a close game. It was a cool game as well. And I wish you the best of luck for the next week.
Thank you.
Thank you for the interview. See ya.
Bye.
You gotta have confidence. Even when you're playing against the top teams, this is exactly what we're talking about. Eminem shows this constantly, that they fear no one and no game is free on the NLC. That is what Naimeta told us, and this is how we live it. And now it is time for the last game of Week 5, Day 2. It's going to be Singularity versus Vanir. This could be the longest game so far of the split, or a banger. I don't know. I feel it's going to be great. So I'll see you soon after this break. Ta-ta! It's Singularity. It is Vanir. It is the game of the day, in my opinion, so far. This could be the bloodiest, the longest, the most messiest game of the day as well.
Based off of what we saw the last time these
Yeah.
NLCs faced, we opened up the NLC split for this year to such explosive fashion. We had, it was a bit of a difficult draft for both teams to play when neither had engage, but it ended up being team fight after team fight, shockwave after shockwave. It ended up being actually a Baron steal into a backdoor with a Rise ult, which ended up finishing off a 50-plus minute game. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen again. I would kind of like to see it happen again because it was a great game, but that was also the closest that Singularity have really gotten to victory. They haven't found a victory since then. They are still winless. Now, Vanir would really like to not be the first team on that win column for them.
I believe we reached the point with the 9 losses where they need to win.
I mean, maybe they're going for the Yasuo strat for the 0-10 power spike, but we yet to see that.
Treble was talking about this, that if they want to do anything on the run, they have to start winning today. It has to be done. But on the other side, if you're a team that is going to lose versus a 0-9 team, that is going to affect you. Obviously, that is going to affect you.
Yeah,
whether you like it or not.
So when it comes to like a 10-team league with a double best one round robin, 9 wins secures you in playoffs. You can possibly make it with 8. But they only have 9 games left. Don't need to do that much hard maths. It's a very rough road for this team. Now, I know that Singularity as an org didn't necessarily think they were going to make playoffs with a very ambitious roster of development talent, which they've got in with this, but they'd still like to have those feel-good moments, to have something to show for their development efforts, and we're into the draft to see how far they have come. It's test time.
Test time?
It's test time.
It's test time.
It's test time.
It is Twisted Fate. It is Seraphine being removed. I love that ban, by the way. I hate that champion. And Jinx as well. Jinx on the blue side, something that I was not expecting. These are bans that I'm not expecting on the blue side.
I wonder if this is opening up for something like a Zeri slipping through the draft. I don't know what Singularity are going to be practiced with, but this screams to me they want to do something with the overloaded drafts that we've tended to see. When we're seeing stuff like the Seraphine always banned against Singularity because I believe it's that Muta has a lot of prestige on that champion, something is going to get through that's important. The question is, Zeri on blue side? I don't know. I mean, they've got an angle. I don't see it. But they've got an angle if they're banning away Jinx and Zeri from blue side. That seems a little off.
It's confused, angry noises that I would like to make. Let me first be...
I mean, that would be very cool.
Support with Aftershock or mid lane.
So I obviously play a lot of Ahri. I also play an awful lot of Quinn mid. That'll be very fun. Ain't gonna get picked up. Does get buffed next patch though, so keep your eyes on that. However, it is gonna be, this is probably the most contested pick between the two teams outside of your regular OP stuff. The Jin Zhao has been played to great effect by Noodle. Not to victories by Port, but I think it has been quite an impactful pick for the side of Singularity as well.
This is something that Pop has been playing lately, and in my opinion, it has showed a lot of results. Obviously, they didn't translate themselves into a victory, but they're certainly getting close to that victory. On the other side, though, you have the hyper carry, you have the safety for the hyper carry as well.
But now you have this issue of, you banned away the one team fight answer to the Astralis and the Jinx, where you just kind of outrange them or out-consistent range them. So now, what have you got as an answer to the bot lane? You've banned away an awful lot of stuff. So they've gone towards the Orianna again. Now that's a staple for Muta. And then, of course, that was a very big part of the game that they first had between each other. The question is, an Orianna alone isn't going to cut it. What have you got in the bot lane after taking away so many of the common answers to the Astralis Thresh?
Submitted. No. Obviously, they're going for something more safe and probably trying to give Tatsui something. So,
okay.
AoE, our comp, if it's easy to execute, you need it to work.
And I think that this is, as far as it goes, fairly easy to execute on because, you know, you hit the Varusol, you've got a shockwave to just kind of just say, hands off, keep away. We're going to stay over this side of your screen and hopefully get some meaningful damage before the team fight really erupts.
Noodle getting the access to the Ekrim, it's a way to go into the backline, it's a way to get access to the Varus, and you don't have necessarily like supports to help you because they're going to take them away. So Lulu will not be able to get like that stuffed animal running really fast, but at least getting the stuffed animal is going to be removed as well. So every single Whimsy support will probably be banned.
Presumably because what you really want with the Hecarim is a dive buddy of some form. Now that can be something more like a Gangplank ult as well, which is exactly why Singularity have banned that. I think that's one of Nilay's more popular champions too. Not that Tatooine hasn't picked champions which can deal well with the Gangplank and lane. I'm thinking of stuff like the Wukong, that can definitely be a bit more destructive. On the other side, Vanir targeting the support pool in different ways. And I think Singularity probably do need a bit more of a firm engage option because they've got a lot of kind of conditional engage, which isn't that easy to make the most of.
Okay, I was thinking Pop is up. Nah, he already has Shin Zhao. Yeah, you have to be really spicy, so I'm not going to go into that page. Victor is going to be removed, so they don't want to have it on the mid line. But Corki is still... Oh, it's not available. So what do you pick for Sahida?
I mean, Sahira is one thing. I mean, obviously he does play the Rise. He does play the Cinder as well. Both of them are okay answers in this comp. That's a little different. That's not something I believe we've seen from Sahira before. It is not locked in yet. Okay, a bit more common if that one's going to be put in. That's something we've seen a bit more from them. Now, you are, of course, outranged by the Varus. Shockwave can threaten you. Shin Zhao is typically pretty okay into the Cinder as well. However, lots of pick CC from Vanir. If you hit one thing from the Gravitum or the Stun from Stay Out of the Week or the Hook, that's some good ways to kind of catch Singularity off guard, and they have typically been misstepping. So at that, just in terms of the team identities, I can see that being valuable.
More engage, more CC, get the Leona. Thresh is capable of playing versus
Just you wait until we get the Janna top. Just you.
Jarvan top?
Janna top. Just
Janna.
wait. We haven't seen it in the NLC yet. Singularity might be doing it. We'll see. We'll see. Just
get a
keep
lot
your
of
eyes out there.
engage, and then you bring the Janna top.
There you go. Let's go. Hell yeah. I want to see it. I want to see Singularity go towards a new form of cheese.
This is this is a normal sort of champion select aside from the Varus. This is way too normal for Singularity, isn't it?
Oh, it is now. That's kind of sad. Okay, whatever. Well, okay.
It's a different Janna.
It's that's not a
Something
that's definitely not a
happened to
Janna. Janna's put on a lot of weight and got leathery skin. I wish I had more to say about that, but yeah, I mean, Singularity going for very much strong, stable lanes. Go towards Herald fights, second dragon, third dragon. Try and peek around then. I just feel like once this crests a couple of items, you're going to really struggle to beat Vanir. I feel like Singularity have a bit more of an early game edge up until... I mean, in late game, there's always the chance that someone just runs on top of the Shockwave and dies, but I feel like Singularity have an earlier spike in comp, which they need to get a lot out of against Vanir, but Vanir have typically been very good in the early game. Singularity haven't, although yesterday was a bit of a departure from that. I don't see clear and obvious win conditions from Singularity here.
And it's way too normal from what we've seen to Singularity. There's a reason why people enjoy the Singularity games. It's everything is spicy. Everything is spicy. On one side you have a lot of cheese, on the other side you have a lot of spicy things. On this side it's quite a normal, but normal could be the key.
Normal could be the spice they needed all along. Incredible.
There we go. On the other side, though, Vanir have the early. They can rotate to the late game as well. It could be a really good game from Vanir and not get the loss versus the Singularity as you were talking with us. But without further ado, it's time to send it away for the last game of the day. It is Singularity. It is Vanir. It is time to see the 5th game of the NLC Week 5, Day 2.
What do you know? The actual spice you needed was the meta team comps we found along the way.
Are you ready for the 51-minute bang?
I am so ready. The last time, if anybody hadn't seen, the first round robin, Singularity versus Vanir, was an absolute barnstormer. It was all over the place, Tui on Wukong, and it was great game.
Okay, to their defense, it had to be because none of them had strong engage tools.
No, I mean, it was basically Wukong flank. That was what you had.
Possess really strong tools to engage / disengage a fight. So... let's have a look-see.
See, that's it. You can hear his true voice. Sothot's Destroyer of Worlds, Baron Breadcrumbs. The duck is really a void monster. I've covered this already. See, I've been proven correct.
Oh, he's got a friend. Sweet.
Congratulations to production for finding that sound, wherever it was. Beautiful stuff. I am inspired.
Was that a cow?
It was the voice of a monster.
Cows
from beyond this
monsters.
world. Right, zooming in to this mid lane. Sahira onto the Syndrome, Muta onto his famous Orianna. Good first showing against Vanir with it.
Which has been permabanned ever since that infamous day one, week one performance, which was against Vanir, funnily enough. It was against them that Muta completely almost destroyed that first day for Vanir, and yet they leave that Orianna up again for him. Now, let's have a little bit of a look on both compositions because I find both of them to be extremely well-rounded when it comes to scaling towards the late game, when it comes to playing the front-to-back team fights, and to me, this is gonna come down to complete details for both of these guys. They've got disengaged tools, they've got engaged tools from both sides, they've got hyper-scaling carries towards the late game, unless Spiky goes towards the more of lethality build, because I do see also Hail of Blades on his side. But you also have Renekton to compensate for a lot of that AD damage that you could be missing, the consistent AD damage that you could be missing for Varus. On the other side, you've got an Aphelios, and then it's Orianna, the Syndra. Arguably, with the kit that Orianna provides you, with the big shockwave, with the shields, the speed ups, she scales better into later on team fights, right?
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, you are into Hecarim and Ornn, though, who scale so well themselves.
So here's my argument, right?
Okay.
After Tatooine tries to get a level 1 solo
Being
kill onto
obnoxious,
Melee.
yes.
Yeah. So here's my argument here. I do believe that Noodle has a very easy way down the backline of the set of Singularity, but he's the only person that I see that has a very easy way to the backline. Last time, somebody tried to pull the trigger on a composition like this where only the Hecarim can dive in the backline. That was Kana, and it was played on a Monday. And he absolutely failed because it was a Trinity Force Hecarim that had to dive in alone. But in the end, because he had to dive in alone, he was playing more of a peeling Hecarim. But Trinity didn't help him peel because he died too quick.
So I feel this. If this is a chem tank game, maybe that makes it easier. And of course, he does have Ornn will be throwing down a Forge God to back him up from a little bit of distance. But I grant you, it was actually Porp comes in for a level 2 gank and
tell me one game where Sahir hasn't gotten level 2 ganked.
No. You know, I'm trying to think. I'm fairly certain. I've seen quite a few of them. In fact, it doesn't really slow Porp down, of course, because he basically just uses that as a taxi across mid lane. And
segue, yeah.
Exactly. So he doesn't really burn a lot of time. It just point out which way he was crossing. But there was a ward on his Raptors. He would have been spotted out anyway.
So, I heard Namera saying that he really does like Vanir's composition a lot. He thinks they're going to win towards the late game. I am actually on the side of Singularity.
Oh, disagreements.
If I turn the nameplates completely off, I see so much peeling and shielding and disengage from the side of Singularity. Like, even the Renekton technically can't play peel machine around the Varus, around the Orianna, with the shields, with the speed ups. Does the Hecarim dive in alone later in the stages of the game? You just lock him down together with the Ornn, you dispatch of them, and then you turn into the Aphelios and the Thresh, considering that you're healthy enough. That is something that we're going to look at very late into the game. I believe, again, both teams scale equally well towards the latter stages of the game. They both have a bunch of engage and disengage, and it's all going to come down to pure execution.
All right, well, slight disagreement on potential scaling options here between the two analysts around. I'll have to play mediator, I guess. We'll do what we can. We'll get them to do like a little fist fight afterwards about...
See, I turned my nameplates off. Namera did not turn his
No,
nameplates
he did not.
off.
And I do see the argument, because both of these teams definitely have ways to play late game. They've also got ways to make some things happen early, as Noodle is around. And remember, this guy is one of the premier early gankers in the league and does ward away Porp's attempt at making things happen. And remember, on the Monday, when Singularity did manage to get things rolling off with the Ivern in the jungle, it was Porp finding some early plays and not being read doing them, because that was the weakness in weeks past, where Singularity would go for plays, but everyone knew they were happening, and they'd get horribly punished for it.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, it's much easier to do it on an Ivern who pretty much just roams the map, doesn't get stuck on his jungle too much to try and
oh man, Quicksith has to flash away there as a good engage from Yepe that isn't flayed away from, causes Quicksith a lot of strife. Flash burned by him. It does come in trade for Yepe's Ignite, but you take that very happily as Bikey and Yepe down there.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be most likely the Lethality Virus coming in for Spiky, and one of the premier abilities that the Lethality Virus gives you down the bot lane is due to the fact that you do go for that heavy Q. I'm completely blanked out here. The heavy Q upgrade.
There you go. Thank you. I was thinking, like,
Thank
where
you.
are you going with
And
this? I'm like, I'd love to answer your question. I have no
Push the
idea.
lane really hard,
Yes.
and that means if Kevo doesn't have completely good weapon management and he doesn't have the Infernum up and available to deep push that means that the bot lane is going to be heavily pushed. And now, of course, with Quickset losing his flash, this is going to be much easier for Singularity to push,
Right.
unless Ahira finds something.
Double stun with a single orb. You love it, but he's also got Lantern back. There's the death sentence afterwards. Yepe's still pretty low and gets eviscerated by that unleashed power. The sun is set. Noodle's going to continue chasing forwards, rampaging away. The shockwave trying to disengage, but look how deep Noodle is. Gets another kill. Onslaught of shadows off the upgrade. Muta trying to flash away. They're now under towers. He does get out, but it's a flash burned. And Vanir absolutely level this. And honestly, I was not expecting Vanir to be able to pull that kind of stuff up early.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to turn my nameplates on real quick, because this is not going very well. Singularity right there, we're on a completely different page from each other. Yepe and Pop get caught, but Pop wants to run out while Yepe wants to still go in. And Vanir have, I would say, the stronger mid-jungle duo right there, with the Syndra
Riddle?
really hurting level 6
lordy.
with all of the spears.
Smite. Good timing. That got very close to being trouble for Noodle, who does manage to get out, and I will allow you to go back to what you were saying.
I think this was a really good trigger pull from the side of Vanir. They know that they have the stronger mid-jungle duo, especially with Sahira hitting level 6, getting the double stun right there. And again, you see Pop and Yepe want to go in. Pop tries to dash in, but then Latan saves Sahira, and then half of the members of Singularity pull the let's get back, and half of the members of Singularity, meaning Yepe, chooses to go back in because he had no way out. So it was a little bit of a miscoordination right there. Muta ends up running out of mana as well, which means he was not much of help towards the latter stages of that fight. Pop and Yepe lose their life.
That was some nasty stuff, because Noodle ended up by leveling up partway through the fight at 2 levels over Pop briefly there. And, you know, when they say wet noodle fight, they don't tend to mean wet with the blood of your enemies. That was some nasty, nasty stuff from this Hecarim, who has built up that shield, so it won't be chem tank. And I did also want to call this out before some of that action happened, that it is a Noon Quiver in Spiky's inventory. So even with the Halo Blades, does look like it will be on hit, not a lethality build from the Varus.
I kind of like that, because assuming that this is going to be a Gale Force for the Varus, you're going to be able to dodge, skip, and jump around all of the skill shots that are coming your way. You've got the Ornhorn, you've got the Hecarim, you've got the Thresh Hooks, you've got Sahira Spheres, you've got everything pretty much flying your way. So
Gravitum
having a
even.
second way of being able to avoid all that stuff is very crucial. Of course, on the lethality build, you do also have Edge of Night, which kind of acts like a Banshee, but I think Gale Force is going to be that much more crucial for them. Now, Pop, 2 levels down to Noodle. You called this pretty well. You have no ultimate. You have no point being there.
Of the Forge God comes through. Death sentence onto Pop. He gets a smite to buy some time, but Noodle gets another, and the cavalry charge is just too strong. It breaks the ranks. They get the Herald, even considering they had Dominus to work with.
That is just a straight up, just an unfortunate call from Singularity. Level 5 on Pulp versus level 7 on Noodle. You called it. The Hecarim after that play for 2 levels up from his opposition. You have no reason to be in that river. You have not yet hit level 6, which is very crucial for Zinzao to pick up a little bit more time in these teamfights while he's invulnerable to people who are outside of his radius from the ultimate. And overall, again, Singularity with a very, very, very questionable call right there. I mean, your ADC is not even there. You see that the Varus started going towards the bottom of the map. They started going towards the top side of the map. And even though Tatu is trying to help, Yepe is trying to help, Muta's trying to help, it's just ultimately it's like 2 levels different between the junglers. You have no reason to be in that river. And I think it was a good call turning my nameplates back on, because they look like the Singularity we've known the entire split.
Unfortunately so, and this is not what I was necessarily expecting, because I tend to, Xin Zhao is generally considered stronger earlier and a little bit more middle of the road later on in the game. Hecarim, you're waiting for that ultimate, you're waiting to get towards the mid game, your first item, and Noodle managed to get the first skirmish before he got level 6. Now 201, that 2 levels up. He is absolutely monstrously strong. Well. Yeah, he's got a Herald in inventory. This Hecarim is so dangerous right now. He even managed to pick up that first Drake, first Herald on the counter engage. You've got Ornn items coming in the later this game goes as well. Yeah. Maybe you scale well. both sides, but with this kind of advantage to begin with, Vanir doing exceptionally well right now.
I think Pop needs to try and pull the trigger and possibly fast play his jungle again to try and catch up as much as he can onto that experience and levels, because I understand that he's trying to mirror wherever Noodle is and try to counter gank on that Hecarim, but right now, it's all up to his laners to stay safe. It's all up to his laners putting down the vision, helping them get down the vision so they don't get ganked. They have a pretty good scaling team towards the latter stages of the game, so make sure that you stay healthy, you don't give Hecarim too many opportunities for ganks, and allow your Zinza to catch up to the game, because he's
behind the curve.
very
and
massively
Vanir,
behind.
yeah.
30, we mentioned 30 CS. He's a level and a half behind. He does have his ultimate up and available right now, and he's looking maybe for an opportunity up the top side of the map.
I just don't think there's anything to be found where Nile is. He's going to be so hard to gang. He's got Flash, got Call of the Forge, there's little to be found. And I know you don't really want to fight for this dragon right now, being as far behind as you are against the Herald and the rest of it. But I'm not sure that spending all that time looking for a gank that's unlikely to pull off is the call. They're still going to go for it. He's going to be on visions. They know this is happening, and all the while Vanir have moved down towards the bot side of the map. Nile will get engaged on. There's the Audacious Charge. Wind becomes lightning, and maybe they might be able to pull this off. There's the flash for the 3-talent strike. Can't quite secure it because Tatooine can't follow up himself.
I'm speechless.
Feels a bit desperate to me.
We just mentioned how the laners need to buy some time for the Zinzao to catch back up. But not only is that not buying them time for him to play over-aggressive towards an Ornn who has already Bramble Vest, who's got so much armor on him, who's got so much HP components in his inventory, and he's generally going to stay alive, also having the Flash, also having the Ornn Horn. The only thing that this is doing right now is putting Vanir further and further ahead, because seeing Zinza on one side of the map, they're just pulling the trigger all over the place. Spiky knew that he was playing all along the bot side of the map. That means he loses his entire tower. That is, of course, pre-minute 14. That means that Kevos Aphelios is gonna cash in on every single tower plating down that bot side of the map. They also put down the Rift Tower, which means even more money there. They also got the second dragon of the game, which means in 22 minutes into the game-ish, we're gonna be talking about Soul for the side of Vanir. Now,
yes.
Taking a look also into the inventory, the Aphelios, Gale Force completed. It's going to be that much harder to connect any spell to that Aphelios, also being protected by the Cleanse, Flash, and the Thresh. So it makes the job of Pope that much harder, who is 40 CS behind us.
And it's just, and like, I understand that you're looking for plays. I understand that actually did give Tatui a number of plates, a bit of advantage topside, but Renekton getting 3 plates versus Aphelios getting 5 versus falling down this far in CS, that is a very lopsided trade.
So here's the thing. I don't know if you remember the game with Riddle versus Astralis, where Keks were nuts.
I do remember, absolutely,
it was given
huge.
all of the resources, they got a bunch of kills on the top side of the map, but that was a Renekton that got a bunch of kills on the top side of the map. He got the Rift Herald, he got everything. They're trying to dive Nila again.
Is he going to be able to get the Call of the Forge God? If he's not, Jeppe is tanking, and they do get away with that dive. That was pretty well managed, and they'll actually get a couple plates off this one as well.
But
they take it
again on the other side of the map, because Hero's pushing the mid. Noodle is absolutely emptying Pop's jungle, and the Aphelios is like da-da-da-da-da. He's just cashing in on more tire platings on the top side of the map, all alone. All that free solo experience, all that free gold solo that he's getting from the tire platings. This is going to be a very, very, very scary Aphelios.
Get a 4th
that's
plate.
already scaling out of control.
Does get that 4th plate at the top side. That is 9 plates into Kevo's inventory after the whole of that. And yes, you got a kill onto Spiky. Yes, you managed to get some turret plates yourself down there, but it's still trading down. If possible,
the Aphelios
that
and
would
the
be
Varus,
wonderful.
because
yes,
even though the Varus is 10 CS ahead, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure that the Aphelios is actually ahead in gold right here. So again, you see the difference where the Leona Varus was able to push the lane really effectively in the early game, but Jeppe, losing his flash on a very silly fight, allowed the Aphelios to get ahead in gold by cashing in on all those platings.
Is 1,900 gold up individually for Noodle.
I didn't want to look that far up.
I looked at it and
I was too scared to look at the jungle.
I looked at it yeah. Look, I know that Hecarim is a monstrous headless horseman. Shadow Isles, he's supposed to be a horror story, but that is
a horror story.
That is a serious R18 rating right there. That is a very, very, very strong Hecarim.
Here, Nila has his TP available. He's going to pull it, and there is a very angry pony who's dashing into the topside river.
Yeah, this is looking less like a charge of the Light Brigade and more like a full cataphract regiment ready to come in, storming lances and all. Vanir's, Noodle and Sahira off onto a flank. The Herald has time, Porp will secure it. But what happens to the rest of the back? Look at Noodle into the backside. Still got that Onslaught of Shadows to use. Will he pull it off, though? Flash away from the Moonlight Vigil, but it's still going to bind two. Porp goes down, taken out by Astralis. But in the end, Singularity somehow, someway managed to pick up maybe a kill on the back end of it, as well as the Herald. They don't. And Vanir don't really manage to pull the trigger in the way I was expecting there.
I have questions. I have questions about this fight because I saw a pony dashing in through the mid lane and then he stops halfway with here to try and push a wave in. You don't need the wave, buddy. You need to fight here because you've got level advantage and you've got item advantage. They were a little bit too late into the fight, and even though Singularity sacrificed one member of their team, the actual quest was a success. And they managed to bank in the reward of that quest, which is the second Rift Trail, which will hopefully allow them to get that mid lane tower that they really, really need.
And it might, and now that you're kind of at this sort of mid-game portion before second items are completed, yes, you're still down components, but you can fight on slightly more even footing come this next dragon in 40 seconds, because there won't really be that many second items.
And
there might be a chance.
Strat. I like that. I like
See?
that.
And now you've got this Herald as well. There is a way you can play for this and buy some space. They get a flash in topside as well. That's a big deal.
That is great, because the Syndra is really hard to play when you're flashless. You're completely immobile, and once you get caught off guard by a Renekton or a ball from the Orianna, you can't necessarily play the game very easily. And with the Dragon coming through, you're gonna have to walk through these choke points to go down that bot side river. So maybe Sahira would be the target for Singularity. And I really like your point. I've made it plenty of times. When you have completed your mythic and your opponent team is ahead, try to fight them at that 1.5 item deficit when they haven't necessarily completed the second item and they just have a bunch of components there, especially if your team is doing pretty well with the first mythic item complete. I think Gold Drinker or both your Renekton and your Xin Zhao deems them extremely tanky to try and take this fight. Your Orianna will be more than happy having the Ludens and poking away with the ball, but somebody's too late to the party. People did not read their invitations just in time, and that will mean soul point for Vanir.
And that's what Singularity gave in trade. They said, we want the gold now, we don't want to take the fight. And instead, they do go down soul point at this point.
They had Renekton teleport, Sahira was back in base, no teleport, that means the Syndra would not be there. That would technically be a 4 versus 5 in favor of Singularity. But yet again, we've talked about the decision making so many times in Singularity. It feels like it's just so split, where half of the members want to do something, half the members trying to do something else, and it has just never clicked. And here it really shows. Vanir have a very clear plan. They've gotten the Hecarim ahead.
Oh,
and
Lord.
They've been abusing
that's
it
3
ever
items.
Since.
Sorry, that's 3 levels difference right now for Noodle. Never mind the items. It's feeling like it might be soon. There's the Onslaught of Shadows that will force Porp to flash. Noodle will take the Lantern out, and he'll take that flash away from the jungler. Noodle running over this game, metaphorically and quite literally, considering the champion he's playing.
He's running away with the game, and he's running over any opponent that he sees in the game with the Hecarim. Again, this was the name of the game, right? Try to be proactive with the Xin Zhao. It did not work. Noodle is running over with the game.
Wait.
He doesn't have the ultimate here, though.
It's just not that tanky as Sahira gets a 2-man stun to prevent too much of a follow-up. It's a 4v2. And Noodle is still going to get out. He's got a devastating charge. He turns back around. You're 2v3. So much damage. The ensemble... I forget the name of it. The Sahira's ultimate. Unleashed power, that's what I was looking for, was blocked by Porp's ultimate, and Noodle did get shut down. My words were lost to me, but Singularity actually managed to pull it off, considering Vanir got just a little overconfident in that play.
That was 4 members from the sort of Singularity, and it took Noodle to not have ultimate to be able to pin him down. You see that Sahira has tried his hardest to keep his opponents away, but honestly, Noodle... maybe he kind of deserved this one, because he kept going in, and yes, you are very strong, but once the ignite goes down from Yepe, it cuts the healing down so much that he wasn't able to regen from his W, therefore he ended up going down being 1 versus 4.
And honestly, if Sahira had pressed R half a second earlier, Porp would not have been able to put up the ultimate, and he would have died. And then there was Triumph, and then maybe you get to run that through. It didn't happen, and Vanir do lose a kill there, and that's potentially quite important. It's a kill, I believe, for Tui. What's up?
Oh my god, we have double the CS on Noodle.
Yeah, I mean, he's nearly flame horizoning in the jungle.
Yeah.
And like, don't get me wrong, Tatui's doing very well with the lead there, but elsewhere it's a lead for
I just want to
Zeri.
reiterate, this is not Noodle taxing his laners. This is Noodle legitimately still in every single camp out of Pope's jungle. Because ever since minute, 6, 8, he's been 2 levels up. His opponent, now he's 3.
Ever since the river skirmish, literally.
Exactly, that is almost 3 levels up his opponent, and because he has shelving lanes, especially in the mid lane, with Zahira being so strong, he is allowed to enter Pope's jungle and literally chase him down.
And in fairness, he did finally get punished, but it took 4 members running him down, and it nearly turned into a turnaround
It was
fight.
also in the details that he didn't have ult.
True, he didn't have the ultimate, exactly, and like, that's how much it takes to force Noodle out of their jungle. This is a guy who was forcing Porp to flash down by that top lane tier 2. And we're going to now see, we've got a minute and a half until that Infernal Soul. We've got a minute and a half until Singularity must fight. You do not want to give that up so early into the game, not when you've got such ridiculous burst champions like this Hecarim, the Syndra, the Aphelios. You need to get ready to fight for this.
Yeah, Singularity know the importance of the next dragon, and I really like that Pope has that.
Elixir of Iron, yeah.
Exactly. He has the elixir in his pocket. He knows how important that next dragon is. Him being able to have the extra HP from the pot and also having the extra... What is the word?
Resistances?
It's not resistances, it's the...
Size? The aura?
No, Merc Treads.
Merc Treads, tenacity.
Tenacity, thank you.
I got you, there you
Having
go.
the extra tenacity out of the elixir as well is going to be very important. The longer Pope stays alive in this fight, gives his team more opportunity to turn this around. A huge, massive shockwave could mean everything. Spiky being alive and protected to put down all this damage could mean everything. And Tatui also has a stopwatch in his pocket, which could earn Singularity more time to fight. The goal difference is not massive, it's just 3,000. The only problem is that Singularity can just not walk in the river they're going in.
Oh, Zahira gets stunned, that might be it. They flashed on top of him, but he's going to get out. Big unleashed power does so much work. Look at Noodle trying to do some work. Nile's there, they get a hold of Tatui. The Moonlight Vigil goes wide, it's a 1-for-1 right up, and look at the odds on his shadows. Porp goes down, but can Noodle do as much as he wants? It's a double kill, big shockwave, but the turnaround is still too big. Spiky can Gale Force, but he can't outrun the cavalry. The Thunderous beat of the hooves will run him into the ground. It is an ace for 1. Vanir will claim Soul.
How in the world did Zahira survive this? I thought this was so creative coming in from Singularity. Yepe had a fantastic flank, but at the end of the day, you see how a sliver of health and a sliver of an item extra can win you these games. Tatui Yepe with a fantastic flank again onto Zahira, and whilst Tatui is trying to kill him, you see how well Noodle and Kevo are trying to keep the crocodile away from Zahira. And even though Spiky is trying his hardest to put the damage down together with Muta, Muta gets caught by a beautiful death sentence from the side of Quickset, and once Muta is down, there is no protection anymore for Spiky. He also gets run down. So yet again, you see how important it is to be ahead even with a sliver of HP. Even with like a Ruby Crystal, it means a lot right there. But again, I have to give major props to Yepe because he found a fantastic flank right there onto Zahira. Unfortunately, they weren't fast enough in the previous Dragon fight where Zahira did not have flash, because had that been then, Zahira would have been then and probably could have won the fight. But it's all the coulda, woulda, shoulda of previous fights that Singularity could have done better. All in all, the gold lead has risen up to 5,000, up from 3,000, and right now the game becomes a lot more difficult because second items are being completed on the side of Vanir.
Yeah, it's going to be a last hurrah. Nile comes through, knocks up Porp. He's going to get pulled back, a death sentence. Kevo gets the killing spree. Jungler's dead, Baron's up. Vanir will move over, and I feel that Singularity, that was their last gasp. They had Varus on 2 items with the Rage Blade. It was that moment when maybe you could have made something happen. The pick onto Zahira didn't quite work, and now Vanir will claim Baron. They already got the Infernal Soul, and Singularity going to come in 4v5 and try to make this work. Look at Zahira, look at where the rest of this time can happen, but the Baron's gone, and now Noodle rooted in place, but he can just keep going. There's an onslaught of shadows, he goes over 3, they're sent running for the hills. That scatter the weak brings Yepe down to about 10% HP. They don't lose another member yet. Look at Zahira's damage. Now our eyes must turn to the mid lane. It must turn to the shove because Vanir, with all of this damage, all of these levels, can look to try and push in for a game-breaking advantage.
Okay, this is really, really bad news from Singularity. They have lost every control of their jungle, which honestly they've done since minute 6, but right now it becomes much more difficult because Infernal Son of Vanir is going to hurt any sphere that's going to hit hit from the side of Sahira. It's just Noodle doing Noodle things with the Hecarim,
He's
right?
going to 2v1. He's going to get Paup as well. He can keep going. He's got Ghost. He can keep chasing. That's a knock-up. And look at the damage coming through. Noodle has to back out, and it's not quite enough burn. The Scout of the Weak will prevent any further retreats. Now they've got a hook on to Spiky, who's just deleted. The power's unleashed. And Sahira has more than enough to delete Varus, and now they can look for that inhibitor, and Vanir with 2 members of the advantage. Just got to go. There's no wave clear. It's literally your mid laner, your AD carry, your 2 damage threats down for the count. Vanir could just put this one down, and never mind a Fiesta, never mind a close game. Vanir have run this one from the early fights. They're going to get another big mega Infernum bomb, as my brother would love to say. Tatui gets knocked up, knocked down. Muta's respawned. It's early enough in the game for him to come back, but they can now look for the inhibitor tower, the Nexus towers even, I apologize. And they can still keep shoving. Another stun lands, but Muta survives.
TP. He has TP. They could end the game. You see that Nila has already done it. I think Sahira really needs to go back to base, come back with full mana. They don't care because no one's alive to stop them.
They land a Chains of Corruption, but Neely gets the knock-up with the Searing Charge. A Volcanic Rupture will mean Spiky's about to get soloed out by the Ornn, but not quite. Paup falls to Noodle once more. The Shockwave goes wide. The Nexus is doomed, and Vanir moves to 7 and 4 and secures sole 4th place.
Wow, that is really good performance coming in from Vanir. Honestly, Noodle, if I had a hat, dude, that was a fantastic performance coming in from the jungler of Vanir. And honestly, I'm not going to sit anymore on the coulda, woulda, shoulda of Singularity. They're not performing, unfortunately. They know how they need to play the game. The early game is just falling completely flat. And even though this particular team on paper should have worked perfectly, they just gave too much room in the early game. A couple of mistakes, and you saw how Noodle grabbed one mistake and just
ran it over.
away with the entire game.
Vanir go charging into 4th place on the back of Noodle's Hecarim, but we are done here on the caster's desk, but we're not done here on the NLC quite yet. We have a post-game and some interviews to go through, so stick around and cool down with the rest of us. See you in a moment or two.
Welcome back to the NLC. The games are done. It is a wrap for day 2 of week 5. And I'm not alone. I'm together with Trouble to do the post show where we talk about things and talk with people as well.
I just want to get the thumbs up from the production that people can actually hear me from this because it was a last-minute transition from the caster desk to here. So I really hope you guys can hear me.
I can hear you, so I believe everyone at home can hear you as well. And it's really clean, by the way. So we should actually get on with the interviews. We have 2 people to interview at the moment. I do believe from the side of Singularity, we have the jungler, we have Pop with us. Oh, there he is. Hello, Pop. Long time no see. So, do you want to start? Because I have some interesting questions for you.
Okay, so first of all, I'm really excited with the draft you guys pulled last time with the Ivan and the Tristana. I felt like it was really cool. I don't care if people call it cheesy or not. I just feel like it brings a lot of personality to the league overall. This time you chose to go with something very, very traditional, very front to back oriented. What do you guys feel like it went wrong?
There's probably a very big list of things, one of those being jungle diff, but I think in general we're just lacking a bit of coordination, and that comes from lack of practice. That I hope after this week we'll be able to fix, and I think some of the more exciting elements of our team, which comes from draft and being a little bit wacky, I think we have some good things in the works coming next week for sure.
Oh, very excited to see, actually. I can't wait.
Okay, because I'm a big fan of the wacky picks, the wacky builds as well.
I made an entire speech at the start.
And it was an
about
amazing
Singularity.
speech, yeah. And then I saw the normal drafts, and I voted for Singularity. I was like,
They believed. They believed in my speech.
I
Thank you.
believed in Singularity, so I'm excited to see those spicy picks. But I know that today you warmed up on a different specific mode on League of Legends, right? You guys were playing Earth. And apparently you guys were having a lot of fun. I know stuff, Pop. So the feelings inside of Singularity are so strong. People are getting along. So we might still see something spicy from Singularity, no?
For sure. I mean, I think, especially compared to other team environments I've been in, this is like one of the healthiest ones. And if I had to choose one to go 0-11 or 0-10 with, right, it would be this one for sure. We're all still pretty buddy-buddy and just trying to figure out anything that can stick and that we can kind of snowball into some wins in the future.
I was looking into the background of Pop, and I know you played...
Uh-oh. No, he doesn't mean that background.
I know you played competitively alone, like 1v1. What is the difference between those sort of games into a 5v5 game?
Did I play 1v1s?
You played Pokemon competitively.
Oh, yes, I did.
I know.
Yeah, that's from 11-year-old me. Yeah. Well, the difference is you take on a lot more responsibility, but a game like Pokemon, it's very luck-based. So you can blame the game engine and luck if things go wrong. So those are some good transitional things to League of Legends.
Okay, what I got from that one is more information about you and literally looking at everyone's background, like from back when they were like 5 years old, than Pop actually playing Pokemon.
I'm going even further beyond. This is a good one,
hide.
Pop.
Hide your criminal records, hide where you've been living, hide everything.
Tell me the story about Schligums.
Schligums. That's a bit of a made-up word for an emote in League of Legends. Me and my friends have in tournaments. But yeah, it's just the barred meep emotes that I sometimes flash in games.
Because you use it a lot of times, and then I was talking with Nymeta, and he told me that you call it the Schligums. Usually when I'm playing and I use that emote as well. The name we do it is like Ermerdugans. So it's almost the same thing, right? So you use it to flame without flaming, right?
I think it's more in our kind of friend group. It's more of like a god figure that we pray towards. So like when things go well, we pop the Schligum so that we praise our good luck. You know.
So you're asserting your dominance without getting banned.
I like it. Okay.
I'll try that. I'll try that before I dive 1v5 with Karina and die instantly.
So as soon as you see the Schligums being popped on the next game, Trouble, you know what's that happen. You know what happened, okay?
You're gonna try to 1v5 and die?
Oh, no, please. I will not be held accountable for that. Also, Last question, Pop.
Mm.
You love jungle.
I do,
Love
yeah.
being a jungler. Yeah, I know. You love jungle so much that your favorite celebrity is Tarzan. Tell me about that. Is your
Tarzan, as in the Korean jungler, not the not the character.
I was like, what is this? I need to know more about that. So the player that like he's your favorite celebrity.
Probably, I'm not super big on celebrity, so he'd probably be the closest thing to it.
Why?
I think he's fundamentally super strong, which I aspire to be and slightly fail. And yeah, I try to mimic kind of a lot of his playstyles.
Okay, if you could play any champion in the jungle and nobody will judge you, what champion would it be?
It'd be Riven for sure, I think. Riven is a super fun champion, very mechanically expressive. That just doesn't really work in jungle. But would kind of fulfill some of the similar roles to like Zinzao and stuff. So if that was playable, that'd be cool, but maybe a bit broken.
I love this interview. I got a lot of information. Pop, thank you so much for this time. And I hope to see the shenanigans, the schligans. And
He said next week. We're waiting.
I want
next
that.
week.
So
I'll guarantee it.
Oh, you're going to make me vote Singularity again. You're going to do it.
My pick card. I need my pick card for this.
What is it? Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yeah,
Look at this. Look at this. Singularity. Singularity. We got Singularity as well. We got Singularity. Come on, Pop. Come on. I'm waiting.
You guys didn't rig that at all.
Thank you so much for this time, Pop. It was amazing talking to you, and good luck next week.
Thanks so much.
See, I got it. I finally did it. And I did it alone.
No, I was waving as well with one hand, but I need to hold my microphone with the other.
Yeah, because I saw myself like, am I alone?
No, I was waving as well.
See, this is what I love when I make these interviews, to get to know the players a little bit more. And
you know what my favorite part was? Where he's like, people will say it's jungle diffy, but I think it's more team coordination.
He slide that in like
That's mean
nobody
solo
would
queue.
know.
Everything is jungle diffy for me.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm switching to jungle, and I'm getting the blame just by playing that role. I don't know. Also because I play Pantheon jungle. So now on the other side, Vanir, we have Quickset waiting for us. Quickset, hello.
Hey, how are you doing, guys?
I'm doing really well. What about you?
I'm doing really well as well. I mean, another trash game, another W on the block. Corona is gone from our team, and we're back on a winning streak again, yeah.
That's good to know as well. You guys got the perfect draft. That was a good way to start the game. Were you guys worried at all that Singularity picked like a normal team composition?
I mean, I think I was really surprised. I was expecting them to pull out something completely crazy, like something like the Smite top or the Ivan mid or 3 enchanters or something crazy. And they actually went for meta, which surprised us. But we were also really happy because we knew that we are on a different level than them as a team and individually. And if they try to go head-to-head versus us on meta picks and give us this much comfort picks, then yeah, it's going to be quite an easy win.
I love that also Quickset sees it the same way, because us as well, like from the draft perspective, we're like, these are two very even, composed, champion selects, right? They both do the same thing, the front to backs with the hyper carries. I think it was very well composed from both teams. Now I want to ask you, of course, who is the prominent voice in your team? I don't know if it's Noodle or not, but this guy run everyone down. Is it because we've heard before from other teams, right? Sometimes the shot callers do change, like whoever is the strongest in your team gets to shot call most. What about your team?
Actually, my team, everyone talks. Like, I agree with you. Lulu is completely crazy in the head. He's a psychopath without a doubt, but he's actually one of the more quiet junglers I've played with, and it's something he is aware of himself, that sometimes he is too quiet, especially if things don't go so well. But when he gets a lead, he knows perfectly what to do. He will lead the team around together with me, I think. We are the two most prominent voices in the team. We try to dictate the map together as a support and jungle, and I think it's working out really well for us overall. But everyone steps in here and there. Sahira, Kevo, and Nilla all contribute to the comms.
So if Noodle is not doing too well, are you the one to pull the reins for the team?
Yeah, if Noodle is behind, he will just go completely silent, mute his mic and go full tilt. Then I have to stay tilt-proof as a support and take over the comms for sure, yeah.
I like when you know that the shot caller is like muted and like, Okay, I have to carry these
Looking
guys.
over at Discord, seeing the microphone, the microphone icon, you're like, oh no.
He's tilted again. And this is a good segue for the question that I want to ask. The life of a support is quite difficult. Let's be honest. And if you're playing, see?
Did you hear the signs? Like, we
And
never
if
get
you're
the credit,
playing
man.
Thresh, you have the ability to save someone in the middle of a fight. You have the lantern for someone. How do you decide who to save and who to sacrifice?
I mean, I think you asked me this before, and I asked you for the same answer. It's definitely, I mean, probably Kevo or Sahira my carries, but I mean, realistically though, it depends like who is ahead in my team and who is not. So, for example, if my ADC is really far behind and kind of useless, then probably I will not even use Lantern on him, even if I maybe can't save him. But I mean, generally, I can use it for everyone. I don't really judge, but if I had to choose one just for my teammates, it would be Kevo for sure. Yeah.
So, segue. If like, obviously this is hypothetically. If in real life you had to throw a lantern to save someone from your team, who would you pick?
Oh my God, what is that question?
Because I love his answer, so I want to know more.
Save
Pretty
Sahira, he's
insane
funny.
question. I mean, did the rest of my team die, or what's going on there?
No, just get punished. I don't know. Forced to listen
Okay.
to helicopter for 10 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I can say for sure that Sahira will never ever get his lantern. Probably not Kevo either, because he's pretty cocky in real life. So it would be between Baker and Nidle. Probably Nidle, like he's such an innocent, sweet guy, and I mean, he just has not a bad bone in him. Like he's just a positive guy all the time, and yeah, in real life, I love this guy.
All right, so I'm gonna pull us back from the whole helicopter talks, and I'm gonna throw us back into the second round robin, which just started very successfully for you guys. Congratulations for that. I want to ask you two questions. I'm gonna start with the first one, which is, how do you feel in general coming into the NLC now that half of the split has gone past? You know, Vanir is a new organization for the NLC, and of course, all your teammates here, like Sahira started his first season last year, and a bunch of other people are coming back in. So how do you feel your team ranks up compared to all the others now that we're done with like halfway?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. I think I think we were started off being really underrated. We always saw ourselves as top 4. I think we are 4th place right now, and I think we've proven that we didn't get there by luck or just because we had an easy first schedule. I would also say that our loss against X7 and against Riddle, we were heavily affected by coronavirus. And I don't really count those games as like proper games against them. I think we should have won against Riddle. Maybe we could have even beaten X7 if we were healthy, but time will tell. I think against XL, the game was pretty close. And also our loss against Bifrost, I think, was lost in draft, was not because they are like so much better than us. So, I mean, I would say for like potentially we have the opportunity to beat any team. We can do that for sure. I think it depends a lot on draft and like just who has the better day in a best of one. And in playoffs, I mean, anything can happen. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think we are right now top 4 for sure.
I'm going to take a little bit of your answer about almost beating X7, and I'm going to ask you something that might seem a little bit obvious. What is that one team that you want to face again on the second round robin and smash them?
I mean, I actually want to face Bifrost more than the next 7. I feel like they are like the Titans. I want to beat them more in playoffs. I feel like when we played Bifrost, it was just lost in draft, and we haven't really like played them on a more even footing. But I think when we face them again now, we will come more prepared, and I want to show that we are equal to them at least. Yeah.
I think you guys are.
Vanir, spicy questions and spicy answers as well, Quickstep. Thank you so much for the interview. This is a great start for the second round robin on the split. So good luck next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
He was spicy. I love this. Fighting Bifrost and then beating the Giants on the playoffs.
To be fair, Bifrost are the only team who has beat X7. Well, I'd say technically the best team we have in the league, but JDXL are making a pretty good case for themselves as well. But nevertheless, they're the only team who has taken a single game off of X7, so I think they're a very formidable opponent.
Now, it is time to know how the day ended with the standings. How did it shifted? JDXL and X7 Esports are still tied up, and this is going to change Monday because they have to fight against each other. Finally, we will see who's the first team, at least for now. Followed up by Bifrost, the team that we're talking about. Vanir just taking a peek at Bifrost like, I'm gonna get a place. Dusty, Eminem Gaming, and Nuriki alongside with Riddle are tied up still in 5th place. And then at the bottom of the table, we have Astralis, followed up by Singularity.
That is crazy. That is honestly
I didn't
crazy.
expect this.
I know we talk about this a lot, honestly, but seeing Astralis at the bottom of the table, 9th, when they're not even that close to the rest because there's 2 games apart from each other, is just honestly crazy to think about, especially with Crispec saying, you know what, we have 4 veterans in the team and the rookies outperforming every single one of them. So I'd like to see them step up and put a really good performance for the rest of the split and hopefully see them in playoffs, because I think in the best of 5 a lot of things can change.
I think it's time. Show them the schedule for Monday. Riddle Esports versus Nuriki. Time to tell them apart finally. Really good game to start today. JDXL versus X7.
Oh, baby.
Game of the week by far. Astralis Talent versus Team Singularity. It's the bottom of the table. But is this Astralis finally learning how to win again? Or Singularity taking the first victory? Vanir versus Eminem Gaming. Eminem Gaming can finally reach the spot that Vanir are holding right now, or Vanir get to the top of the table. Bifrost versus Dusty. This is such a good day. To me, one of the best we ever had.
Honestly, this is really good. My eyes go straight to the Vanir vs Eminem gaming because I feel like both teams have stepped above and beyond anyone's expectations when they came into the league. And right here is what's going to either differentiate them from each other or actually put them in an even footing.
I'm drooling. Just thinking about Monday.
See, these are the expressions that catch me off guard, guys.
I'm weird, but it's time to wrap up the show because we need to look into Monday. We need to prepare ourselves. The players need to prepare themselves as well.
I also need to pee.
Thank you so much for that information. We'll wrap it up. I'll see you on Monday. I don't know what to say anymore. See ya! And I'll see you, babies!
Let's have a look-see.
See, that's it. You can hear his true voice. Sothot's Destroyer of Worlds.
one.